good. I'm locking into the other one. I'll write that down.
All right. Excellent. You guys all hear me? Mic check. Can I get a mic check, please? Mic check. Mic check, please. Can I get a mic check? All right, great. Can we get a roll call of all the people? This is the most unprofessional thing I think I've ever done, but we got it done. That's all that matters, correct? That's it. That's all that matters. Okay, there we go. We're going to close down. I got to close down a bunch of stuff. Got to move things around because I got crap everywhere right now. You know how it is. There we go. All right, and I can see that. Got this over here. Bam. Looks like most of you guys made it, I think. I don't know. All right, great. Excellent. So mic check is good. Can get a balls check, hat check, glasses check, shoe check, toe check. We get all the checks. We need to get our EGM score up. All right, now I hear that Glenn Lawrence has entered. There is Glenn Lawrence. He's right there.
Yo.
Just like that. We got you, sir.
All right, got you. Thor has the link. He has StreamYard, so this should be pretty quick and easy for him.
Excelente. All right.
He goes up. Yep, I think he should be coming up now anytime soon.
Oh, that's not good. I don't like that one. We'll just do this one. All right, cool. All right. All right, guys. Great. 10 fingers and 10 toes. Well, you're either supposed to have them or you're not, Arthur Daya. You're supposed to have them or you're not. Glenn wanted a booty call. Probably did. He probably did. You know, that's okay. Glenn is the man. I can't believe that I had so much technical difficulties tonight. TTS is scuffed. Everything's scuffed. I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. I obviously didn't turn it off and back on again enough times. Obviously did not do that. So, yeah, there we go. All right. A lefty beat Terry. Which lefty? Which lefty? Curious which lefty. All right. Come on, Thor. Let's get in here. Let's get to it. Shiva. Ah, yes. Shiva's difficult to beat. He's very patient. He's very calm. And he is very intelligent. So those things, there's something there. Something there about that. Shiva is good. He's very intelligent. I think oftentimes he's relatively easily proved wrong, but that's irrelevant. So yeah, he does use a lot of logic. He uses logic traps. So you have to understand the logic trap that he's trying to use and recognize it, and then get in front of it. So, all right, camera's working. Everything is working. TTS is scuffed. Everything is scuffed. Yeah. I actually wanted to get back last night early enough to do a round of verbal combat, but it's kind of tough to do that because by the time I got home last night, I was very tired. Very, very tired. So, yeah. All right. Welcome back, Joseph. How are you, sir? John Burt, glad to see you in here. And now we have RP Thor.
Are you getting any echo?
No, I'm not getting
Testing
No,
on.
you sound good.
No echo.
Thank you, sir.
Can we get chat? Can we get a mic check for Thor?
Mic check for Thor. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
You're a little low, but it sounds good to me. Chat, how does Thor sound?
Testing. I can raise levels. Let me know. Here's a little bit of level raise. How are we on level 6?
That sounds good to me. Chat says you sound good.
Thank you, sir.
Let's roll with that.
Nice to meet you, Grid One Motorsports. My name's.
How are you, Thor?
I'm living the dream, son. Just like you.
Oh, I don't know. I'm living a nightmare tonight, man. I'm
Well,
sorry you had so much trouble
well,
getting in.
Wait a minute. You're not living the dream?
I mean, you know, dreams, nightmares are all the same.
Ah, well, then you know the secret to living the dream, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
The secret to living dream is realizing that nightmares are dreams too. So we're always living the dream, Motorsports.
That's right. They're the same thing,
now
right?
it's a party.
It's the same thing.
Now it's a
That's
party.
the same thing. Oh, looky there. There's that's Glenn.
The Viking pirate. Not by choice, guys. They had to remove shit out of my head. So
Yeah.
Hey, at least he didn't become a liberal after they removed whatever that was in his head.
I don't know. I start really liking rainbows and shit once they took some of my
Yeah.
Well, you did have a sweet thing for
Make
Destiny.
Rainbow's great again.
You did go a little sweet for Destiny for like 12 hours that day. So
yeah, but I was missing pieces of the brain, so
oh man.
had to reconfigure, and suck that tail in, and it was all right.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, at least you didn't, vote liberal. You didn't vote Biden.
No, holy shit. Anybody hear Trump's Bitcoin speech?
No, actually, I was like,
we were just going to talk about it. I didn't get to hear it either. I was shooting all day.
Oh, well, you were living the dream, damn it.
Michigan Christian, what's up, Grid? Listen to you on the way back from the racetrack. Sorry about your tech problems. Boomer shit. Don't worry about it. It's cool. I don't even mind.
Too?
Sorry?
You a boomer too?
I'm 53, bro.
All right. Welcome to the club. I'm 61.
61?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it's supposed to go.
No, shit. I'm skinny and weak as fuck.
Hey guys, I'm 40.
I told my buddy tonight, I'm like, he was playing soccer with a bunch of kids today, and I'm like, he's like, man, you just can't keep up with these 20-year-olds. I'm like, what are you whining about? And he's like, man, we're both over 50. And do I need to remind you that? And I'm like, yeah, the 50 is the new 30, bro.
This was never an issue. I had a lot of 20-year-olds, really.
Is that what happens when you guys get to that age? We start thinking that we're the new 30. Like, I thought that's what women do.
I don't know, but I'll say that my
actually
just turned 40 and he's kind of over the hill now.
I got to be honest with you, Glenn. I don't know if I've ever expressed this, but I've always perpetually thought of myself as a 19-year-old with just a bigger wallet. Like that's
hey, you know what? I mean, I would run. I'll take that. I would run with that.
I'm just like the same as I was when I was 19, just bigger wallet. I can do the things that I couldn't do then. And other than that, now my wife will tell you now that I may have matured to about 20. Might be 20, 21-ish. But other than that.
I have an affinity for that. I'm like 9, but with a much larger hammer.
There you go. See? You can break bigger shit.
Not that kind of hammer. It's not that hammer.
Well,
I'm not talking about that hammer. Let's talk about another hammer.
So we have a critical care anesthesiologist, medical professional who is asking it says that is a tough cancer, hence the eye patch. Yes.
There's 2 years. I'll go ahead and explain it. Yeah, it's a glioblastoma stage 4 end state. They took a lemon-sized tumor out of my head and it affected my vision. I see a little bit off. I got prisms coming, but these eye patches are actually meshes. What happens here is I'll get severe headaches because I'm straining to align pictures.
Yeah.
And so when I put one on, it reduces the input and makes it tolerable. So essentially, I become one-eyed and I can do everything. So, but the trouble is I swap eye to eye because I'm trying to actually train them. But yeah, that's my name is Thor. I was born with that name, and it appears as though fate is going to turn into Odin. I'm going to turn into Odin.
Turn into Odin. That's right.
I'm not laughing, but somebody sent me Odin's hammer. So
there you go.
Here we go. You want to sing?
Yeah.
Odin's hammer. For real. A real forge hammer. Cool.
There you go.
Love my fans. Glenn, look where Glenn's at. Glenn is actually
I'm in the real studio.
He is.
I'm in Valhalla Studios.
Valhalla Studio. sitting in it. He helped build it.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had more time to stream, Glenn. Thank you for all that effort. I appreciate it, son.
Oh, don't worry. And then, really it was Miko that did the most of it. Miko and his girlfriend.
Yeah.
They're the real deal. So, Grid, are we talking about backbiting, jabba and why we can't have friends?
Well, that was last night.
I thought you said you're doing like part 2 of it because you didn't finish it up.
I just
Thor
think
has
it's really
he has a
interesting.
great way of handling things. You should see how Thor handles all the beefs. He doesn't fucking pay attention to them.
Right.
He ignores them.
That's right. And the easiest way that I see to deal with it is just starve them of content. Like just don't respond, don't do anything. That's it. Just they can't.
It's funny. Like out of in this space, right? We hear all these like red pill content creators or men space content creators all sending shots at each other. I mean, I heard like Donovan last night. He was, going in on Rich Cooper, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's common. It's just common to hear like guys, beefing with each other. Nobody in this space has ever beefed with Thor. Nobody has ever went after the God of Thunder.
I'm close to 20 years in. I just don't advertise it. It's all I know everybody, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, like it's funny. Like everybody, and nobody ever beefs with you.
Oh. But I'd give nobody any reason. Respect is a big deal in my book. And those masculine traits are important qualities I look for, and I focus on those instead of the other stuff. And I realize that when you're talking a lot and you're doing this content, I'm going to say 20% of stuff that comes out your mouth you're not even aware of because you're just filling space. So I will give, a grain of salt for that. And lo and behold, majority of the time, that's what's going on. And when you're talking a lot and listening a lot and hearing a lot, it's really easy to let the hamster wheel spin like the girls do when something is unsaid and you make an assumption to connect it because somebody else said something similar. And you can create a beef out of nothing. And here you are sitting, living the dream every day. And if you think for a moment, what the heck does it matter? Grid 1 motors. Why is it really affecting your life?
That's the thing is it doesn't matter to me. Right. Yeah. And I was telling Glenn earlier today, I'm like, I don't know. There was like one thing that aggravated me, but it didn't aggravate me that they did it. It aggravated me that I just honestly, it felt like a betrayal of someone I know.
Yeah.
Not even of me. Right. Like I don't give a shit. Like, I have that ability to just cut people out like instantly. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, a financial betrayal publicly or something like that. That's a different story. Yeah. But other than that, a private stuff, man.
Yeah.
Life's too fun. Huh, Glenn?
I have too much. Yeah. I have too much other stuff going on to really even concentrate on. It's like, why?
One thing is like, if you send like a direct shot at me, like if it's like very overt, I will respond, but I'm just going to correct the narrative. Yeah. I'm just going to correct the narrative. I'm not going to come at you. I'm not going to go back at you. I'm just going to correct the narrative and move on. But I only do that for so long until I'm like, okay, now I'm going to address you. Then I'm going to try to address you person to person, but it shouldn't have to go that far.
No,
Thor calls me the
you know what? Sometimes it deepens the bond between two men because the misunderstanding is turned around into a bonding experience. That does happen.
Well, yeah. I'm not the master at arms for nothing.
I know.
I do bring war.
You are my dragon, so thank you.
But like, it's funny though, because if you look at the space grid, like all these like men help or men's like, mentoring or men's like whatever you want to call this space, right? Nobody could get along with each other for more than like, it seems like 5-10 minutes. And then there's like,
yeah, we talked about it before.
You know what I think it is, Glenn? I think when a guy enters the space, he becomes very protective over his knowledge. But in the process of doing that, every one of us adopt a small amount of secret kings, you know, especially those of us that have that inner monologue, like we talked about earlier in the day, that's so important. And I think that kind of adds to it because we talk ourselves into, I'm better than that. He's stealing my shit. We talk ourselves into beefs I don't think really exist.
So we gas ourselves up.
You know what? Think of the beefs we've had. Think of the beefs and the guys that were so close. We kind of gaslight each other a little bit on it. And then some of us actually sit in the background and snicker and egg it on.
That's true. I definitely have seen people egg things on. Let's see. I'm just starting to think of like my beefs.
Do you really have?
I think most of your beefs happen because people come at you because of stupid reasons. What I've seen.
Misunderstandings, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well,
no, one was he's talking about BO.
Oh, yeah, that one
was a direct shot just to try to get at Andrew.
I'm only gonna say it once. I saw that one coming, buddy.
Yep. Thor was like, yo, stay away from him. He's bad news. I'm like, oh, nah, he seems like a good guy.
Yeah.
I like Andrew, though. Like I told you earlier, I think Andrew, his true identity is actually John Constantine.
Yeah, so great. So Thor thinks Andrew is Constantine. You know, like
yeah,
the movie.
I got that.
Think about like all the cigarettes, you know?
Right.
Constantine and all the cigarettes, you know, there we go.
Takes one to see another one, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was definitely using you to get there, but you had fun with it. It's okay.
I mean, it actually, in the long run, it worked out for me.
Yeah.
To endure it, you know, to go through it, because
I'm gonna make you a promise too. Having watched all this stuff, there will be a day where he reaches out again.
I'm sorry, my number is no longer in service. If you reach this recording error, please check the number and try your call again.
You don't have to be aware of it. It will happen because I know you.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, the big soft heart will show up.
Maybe.
Okay, let's just pretend that it's not that soft.
It's not that soft.
Okay.
But it's soft. But it's not that soft.
The sticky part's the part I worry about.
So how did I reviewed chapter 7, and I don't think Grid heard it, but I was reviewing chapter 7.
DMP?
Of the DMP, your book, Dominant Masculine Presence. Can you give us or give the audience that hasn't read it or doesn't know about it, and Grid, what motivated you to write this book, and why did you write it?
Oh, geez. The back cover is exactly those thoughts, man. If I could read it, it's about masculine behaviors, traits. I mean, I started this over 3 years ago because of the need and the fact that I was apprenticing young men, and they were missing this when I was apprenticing them as power linemen. We are mostly focused on their personal lives, but basically looking out there and doing the webinars and creating those courses for MLD John and Myron and all those guys. Masculinity is suppressed by popular culture, and it has been for a long time in the name of egalitarian blank slate equalism. And so men are not being taught how to project their masculine self onto the world. And that doesn't mean, Glenn, you and I've had these conversations about controlling and
difference between control and controlling,
and then the misunderstanding of domination and how guys respond to hierarchies with each other. A dominant masculine present isn't really any of that. It is unsaid. If you're to boil it down to what a woman would call it after reading this book, it is clearly the vibe, a masculine vibe.
It's funny because I got asked on my stream, when is the female version of that book coming out? And I forgot to answer it.
Okay. So there is an outline, but we got to do the workbooks first because it's too loose, and I need collaboration.
Yeah.
But I have a working title, and it has the traits and behaviors, which would be really, really important. But I do discuss them briefly in the book so that men are aware when they're looking at these women over time, they would have a very good shot at what is the female version of this. And it is the precise version. Now, I don't want to go esoteric because people say, oh, divine feminine, divine masculine. It's not what it is. It's a hand in a glove. And when a man has a dominant masculine presence, what he attracts most in women is an elegant feminine innocence. And if I were to read those traits and behaviors, it would make perfect sense why they fit together so well.
Hey,
And
Grid, is your wife
emotionally.
elegant, feminine, innocent?
Yes.
I was talking to Grid, if his Grid's wife like that.
Yeah.
And there's a skill set that goes with that.
We
And
actually
it's
have
not
a really good
feminine friendly, make me a sandwich. It's the willingness to do anything without being asked and do it enthusiastically because she wants to, because the fulfillment that she achieves in knowing you're basically the most dominant masculine man in the area, and you've placed her in that queen position or that empress position, that she is grateful enough, has an attitude of gratitude. That's what brings the peace, not that she's saying it. It brings the peace of mind to her that she's being fulfilled in her nature to have that leader, a transformational leader that's masculine, in command of her space and manipulating her reality to her benefit. That's what this book's about. And it doesn't actually explicitly state that. It's really about teaching men, how do I project this through body language, voice control, public speaking, acting, acting, looking in the mirror and practicing how you should look and use your countenance, which Glenn is an expert at. Most actors are. And why would that be important and not vain? Because it's a way to communicate at a higher level and at a sub level that communicates so much without saying anything. And the reason there's a beauty in that and a power in that is that people draw conclusions. And when they draw conclusions, they generally draw the conclusions in favor of you times double. It's about that disclosure versus discovery. There's a lot to this, in particular when you're using body language, pacing, and voice control when you're engaging with folks. And that takes work because it's easy to be that guy that wants to get in there and say, look at me, look at the shit I've done. I'm going to name drop. I'm one badass. I'll throw this book down and kick your ass if you don't like that. I ain't going to fuck around. I'm going to say what I need to say because I think my thoughts, I'm going to put them out there. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. That is not a dominant masculine presence.
Well, what is the dominant masculine presence then?
It's that guy that sits there, listens, and goes, I see. Let me answer in a different way. What would you say if? Let me question this on you. Using the Socratic method quietly in the corner. And then you realize when somebody acts like that versus disclosing what a badass they are, they're generally a badass. And on top of that, that quiet power also indicates this is a guy I ain't gonna fuck with, man. He's got some shit and he knows shit and he ain't gonna tell me. He tells me just enough. And he's projecting that in such a way that, you know what? Let him be in charge. He's the transformational leader and he's not sitting there boasting and doing all those things. When you do enough of that and people know you, they start asking questions of each other. Hey, what do you know about that guy? Oh, well, I know he does this and he does that. He's genuine. That right there will carry weight like nothing else. And then you know when you meet people, your reputation precedes you. They know when you come into the room and you walk with a purpose. They know when you fix your gaze slowly. They know when you smile just slightly out of the side of your mouth before you speak. You wait. You have that pregnant pause. Even if they said something shitty, it's not affecting you. You're not raising your voice going, no way, I don't believe that. You're not doing that shit. You're like, oh, interesting that you would believe that. Why would you? What would lead you to that? You know, you're probing, you're inquisitive, yet you're firm. When you do that, they know who the big animal in the room is. And just me speaking that, every woman listening here probably already understands what that's about. Particularly if he's holding his body in the right place, he's taking up space, but he's not running around with imaginary lat syndrome, acting like a douchebag or dipshit, or sitting around with resting douchebag face. No, it's that confident quarter smile. I always use certain actors that are very good.
Like Glenn Lawrence.
Control, yes. And I also use Travis Fimmel. You know? Excellent. And you can see how he can communicate without even speaking. That's why they hire him. eyes, lips, quarter smiles, raises his
Yep.
voice when he needs to, quiets it down when he's making a point. These are things that take practice. And yes, you'll practice in the mirror. You'll look like a total doof. You're going to make mistakes in public. And that's some of the things I talk about in this book. It's okay because you're going to keep going and you get better when you keep going. And if you make a mistake and you look like a douche, go, oh man, I look like such a douche. I didn't mean to. Move on. Done. Don't apologize for it. Just move on. And I would say look at President Trump. He expresses a lot of the skill sets. So does Elon Musk. So does Jeff Bezos. It's way beyond alpha and beta. You can have a lot of beta qualities, but if you express a DMP, a dominant masculine presence, it really doesn't matter. And
No,
once you know
alpha and beta are just container words, though, right?
They're useful for us to describe certain behaviors. But when it comes to traits and that vibe, they lose. Yeah, they're containers and they lose it. And we need to get beyond that. And it's funny. When the book came out, I started doing the demographics on it. I'm selling more to women than I am men.
Really?
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, women want to know what kind of guy they should go after then, huh? That's what
Well,
they're probably doing.
it makes me think I should focus my efforts on the second book. But honestly, I think the more value is adding the workbooks on the skill set with all you guys. So
I think Greg's going to come out with the book. It's called How I Destroy Your Worldview.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been told 3 times in the past week that I destroy worldviews.
Well,
So,
you know, Shiva is the destroyer, and then once you do that, the creator creates something better.
yeah, I lead people to change. That's for sure.
Grid was
It's
at
an
the
interesting-
Bitcoin thing last night with all these like Trumpsters.
That's really good. It wasn't just Trumpsters. That was the Bitcoin conference.
Yeah, damn it. I was there last night with some people who were going there. They met Trump today, supposedly private event. I wasn't there. I was out shooting, but yeah, it was a pretty good event. And I in the space of about probably a 20-minute conversation, I like tore down 2 people's worldviews on the spot. It's pretty funny. It's pretty good.
Were they like classic or not? I wouldn't even say classic because that's not true. Were they progressive liberal type views?
No, they were what I consider lukewarm, moderate, Trump only because he's good for finance, business, and some other things, worldviews.
Were they tradcons?
It's very hard for me to pigeonhole people like that. So the one girl the girl that had her worldview destroyed, and disengaged from talking to me. She's been in the Navy. She's now an investor. I use that term quite loosely, because mostly what I feel like she does is she trades in major stocks, and she's made a bunch of money doing it. Probably she might be a millionaire, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe she's married to one. I honestly don't give a fuck. But we had the conversation, because I'm sitting around and I'm bored, and I should have been streaming last night. So I immediately just start talking about should women have the right to vote, because that's light conversation.
That's always a good icebreaker. Hey, bitches,
Yeah.
do you think you should vote?
Well, I
don't think so, but
you got to be. I gotta be me, bro. And I was like, we're not gonna talk about Bitcoin all night because I could give a fuck less. We're gonna talk about, you like Trump, right? So what do you think about this? and the other girl was like on the page. She was like, well, military service. She believes the president should have military service. You and I talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
So we were kind of on the same page, but she couldn't give up that just women should just be able to vote. Just because they could register for the draft, just like men. And I'm like, well, I don't know, because
women can't register for the draft.
Right. If they made that conditional, then women could still vote. And I'm like, yeah, okay. But I don't think all men should vote either. So
there's a lot of stupid people out there. I don't think a lot of people should vote.
And and so the other woman, and I was telling my wife about this. I had a really interesting conversation going up with my wife, and then coming back was also a really good conversation as well. So her other friend, who is a legit multimillionaire husband, I think works for Google. They've made a metric ass ton of money trading Tesla stock. I mean, in the millions.
Yeah, you told me about them.
Yeah, they've partied with Elon. Like they've got pictures of them playing guitar together, and which I didn't know that. Honestly, I didn't think Elon was cool enough to play guitar, but
he's very cool.
Kind of changes my worldview, right? And or changes my viewpoint of Elon at least. And but everything that I hit her with, she would get really quiet. She would think about it, and then she would be like, "That's interesting. I'm going to ponder that. Like that's like a real thing I hadn't even thought about." So she was the second one. She was actually really intelligent. Like you could tell that she was very intelligent. She did not just respond to the and I told my wife I use these arguments a lot of times, especially when I'm with people who are in theory very intelligent, to gauge the amount of intelligence they have and their where their mentality is. And it really worked out well for me because I could the one instantly just shut down, didn't want to talk, did not want to engage. The other one was like, we talked for quite a while about, what I would think that would be qualifiers for being able to vote, which basically is you got to have skin in the game at its basic level. So yeah. I destroyed worldviews. And then one of my wife's friends that she worked with in a past company, and this girl's now works for a VC firm, and she was, for some reason, she was just expecting to get director because she worked really hard. And they literally told her, "You're not getting director. Nobody sees you as being director. We're not promoting you." And she like cried over it in the office. And I'm like, wow, that's very feminine. That's a very feminine thing to do. And when my wife and I were talking about it, we're like, you can't have this feminine mentality that just because you do something, you get rewarded for it because it's your job, right? Like you can't just do really good at your job and assume that you're going to get rewarded for doing your job.
Yeah. Like I tell people all the time, like if you doing your job is the bare minimum. If you want to be like move up, you have to go above and beyond your job.
Yeah, but if you do not show leadership qualities, nobody's going to make you a leader.
Well, you know what it is? It's kind of funny because like I hear girls say the same thing about relationships. Once he marries me, I'll give him wife, I'll do wife duties.
Wife energy.
Yeah, and it's like, well, if you're not showing that you possess wife energy to begin with, you're not going to get the ring.
Right.
So
yeah.
How would you break that down though? Like because it seems to be with women. I'm not going to do this until they give me this.
That's a problem.
I believe I should have this and then I'll be this,
That's a big problem. I discussed that in the book, when I talk about transformational, inspirational leadership versus servant leadership.
Oh yeah. You destroy.
For some reason, men shut down their leadership skills once they're away from women. So a lot of times they come off as rather fake. You need to be either inspirational type of leader or a transformational leader in every aspect of your life, 24/7. That's your burden of proof. That right there will bleed over into everything else, and you will not have to worry about expressing those leadership qualities ever.
The weakest man will smell poor leadership, period. And so I told my wife, I said, the reason why you're not affected by this, and she is that you've been around me. You've absorbed my entrepreneurial spirit, you've gained from this. And so when you lead men, when you lead a team of men, when you talk to them in a way that they understand, that they can follow, and therefore they will do what you need them to do.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, the same things that you complain about most of the women that you work with about are the same things that men see and complain about. And this is why in the workplace, especially in a corporate environment, women often get promoted just because, and they
got
shouldn't.
tits.
Well, yeah, well, or just because they've been there X amount of time, they've done X amount of work, and now you move them up. And
DEI
so
has really dictated that here in California. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, so my wife's friend, my wife said, I don't think my friend is a leader. I don't think she's ready to be director. And so my wife is now trying to guide this girl to be a
Something
better.
that she's not.
Well, she may not be. I've never actually met this person. I don't know her. So, you know, she could just not have that personality. She may not be able to learn to lead effectively. I think most women can. I told my wife, I'm like, you're a unicorn. You can lead people because, and again, we've been married 20 years. So she's been around me very long time. And I teach everybody regardless. And so she has that ability to do it without being a bitch. Right.
Yeah.
Without using an entitlement position. When she tells someone to do something, it's not the same as like me telling them to do it, but it's in a way that men can understand and relate to. When a lot of times when women try and tell men how to do things or why to do things or that they need to do things, they do it in such a way that men, we don't understand that. Like, we're like, why are you fucking saying it that way? Like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why would you say that? And then it creates a barrier where there didn't need to be a barrier in the first place. So it's an interesting thing. And I'm like, I don't, just because she did a lot of work and she worked really hard is irrelevant. Right. Like, we used to have in military school, there was a phrase that you can build me, you can build me an Eiffel Tower, but that doesn't show me that you're good at your job.
Yeah.
It just shows me you can do a bunch of work. Doesn't make you a good leader. Doesn't make you a good person. Doesn't make you a good anything. Just makes you're able to do work. You show up.
I'm gonna like throw I'm gonna like change the conversation completely here because I just thought of this as very interesting. You know, Greg, one of your gripes about the red pill was like it doesn't do anything about marriage or families, right? You know.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
So one of the things that one of the problems I have with current red pill creators or
creators
representatives is that they seem to really shit on the idea of marriage, and they act in very degenerate ways while saying that they should not act as degenerates.
And they'll say like the one main thing is like they don't do it with the state, and that's what I was going to bring.
Yeah, up. And I think the states are. You and I've talked many times. Yeah. I think I have no idea why a secular person would want to get married. Like, that's just the dumbest fucking thing ever.
I do have insight there.
I was going to throw it to Thor because Thor actually is the one that got me thinking about doing the trusts and everything. Like he's like, no, there's ways you could do it. If you're going to go through the state, there's ways that you could do it to protect yourself.
Yep.
And like the way he breaks it down on this, for all the guys that are in the chat, they're saying right now, like they don't want to get married.
Before he starts, let me explain how I have my situation set up.
Yeah.
And see how, because I don't want to make it seem like that I'm parroting him. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
So my wife and I, there's only one bank account. That's it. All the money goes in it. That's fine. All of my possessions are in trust for my kids. I actually have one kid right now. I haven't changed it for the new, for the youngest yet. But I will. But right now, all the guns, all the cars, literally all my worldly possessions, if I walk out and lightning strikes me, they're his. There's no nothing changes. All the properties and everything go to my wife first and then to my son, because she can oversee them and he cannot. He can't legally own them anyway. But they're held in trust with her as an executor. and that's it. And she can't sell anything, right?
Okay.
So, so that's how I have it, and that's not to protect. That's not necessarily to protect my assets from her. It's to protect them from the state. Because I've watched people get tied up in probate for years, and and I just don't see any win in that. Like there's no plus to that at all, and I would just prefer never to do that. I really would prefer the state never get involved, but because there's an off chance that they will get involved, I would just rather have it as clearly and sleekly defined as possible. So anyway, that's how I have my system set up.
Cool.
Look who it is.
Howdy there, guys. Howdy there, wise man here. Oh man, it's so cool that you gotta come, RP Thor. Really good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, CGD. I appreciate you, son.
Yeah, how have you been hanging?
I'm hanging good, man. I got full voltage being pumped into me right now, so I am living the Thor life.
Oh man, seems up your alley for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Quick question, Grid.
Yes,
I see Grid Motorsports. Is Grid
Grid One? Yeah.
have anything to do with the power grid?
No.
Okay.
I owned a race shop and a race team.
Okay.
For years. I never had an adult job, and I never wanted one. So I played with race cars as much as I possibly could. Usually other people's, but eventually my own.
I've always played with godly things.
Sorry? Same.
Never had a real adult job. It's always been played with godly and dangerous things.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so the team name was Grid One because the best position you can have is to be number one on the grid. So
the reason I ask is I live on the grid, man. Power lineman, contract for years, flew helicopters, wore Faraday suits,
cool,
all that sort of stuff. And of course, I'm completely off grid. Me and Glenn as well. We're independent here where we're at right now. We generate our own. But back to the marriage thing. So I noticed in the red pill, I've been around a long time. There's actually a lot of married guys in here. And there are. And a lot of them use this to improve their relationships. Granted, I was there when we did the married red pill. I was quite the lurker, all of that sort of stuff. So if you don't know my background, I mean, I've been with my wife some 33 years. We've been married some 31 years. And modern marriage with the state is really bad for both men and women, and then to couple that with the mindset that we're all taught to make happy wife, happy life. If you go down that road and you try to make a wife happy, you just give her a crappy life of contempt eventually. Once you realize that, you can set up a marriage or a ceremonial marriage in a way that actually protects her and you. Prenups are useful, yes. But really, if you're a man of means, having an LLC that's contained within trust for you, a family trust that's for you, it should probably be revocable, because if it's irrevocable, now you have to hire a trustee to manage the assets, whereas you could manage it outside of that and a non-beneficiary. What does that mean? That means every bank account, investment account, everything you have is going to be held in either the LLC or the trust for you. When you marry her, you would open a separate account that could be held in trust. That would be your joint account. And then she could hold assets in accounts there if she had them to bring into the marriage. That, coupled with a prenup, solves all asset and income issues. The issue you run into is when they want to run into alimony or child support. You could defeat the alimony simply with the prenup. The child support, you're not going to do a lot with if you choose to have children. But one of the biggest things couples struggle with is, I just have a joint account. I trust her implicitly. She handles all my finances. That's one of the most dangerous, stupid things you can do for your relationship ever. You're an adult human being. You should have your own accounts. You should be paying your own bills. You shouldn't be splitting with anybody else. You should be 100% sufficient as a man. If she enters your frame, she can do other things or contribute to that joint account for which you can draw from. It should never be her handling or joining these accounts. And if she wants to be on every account 50-50, there's a problem there. So be aware when you go into a relationship and she's driving for legal marriage and she doesn't want a prenup and she doesn't want trust, because the trust will protect her for her whole life. And you need an attorney that can explain it. And then you should probably hire an attorney independently of her to review it all. And that just sets the stage of you being very direct, straightforward in how you're going to handle this marriage. And it's actually if she stops and thinks about it, it's a very responsible way to do it. And it tells her on many levels, her girlfriends will say that's bullshit, he doesn't love you, but that's propaganda. What you're actually telling her is that you actually care for her so much that you're going to protect her assets and your assets from a catastrophe should something happen. Divorce, death, whatsoever. You're both executors for each other, but if a divorce should happen, it's a no harm, no foul situation in which that does not have to stress you any longer. It's just removed from the equation. How loving is that when you think about it with that kind of rationale? That's how I would approach all of my consults when they're asking about, how do I do this? How do I marry? How you don't marry with the state. You do a ceremonial marriage. In my particular case, I wrote the wedding vows for both of us and then hired the pastor to administer them on Lake Big Bear here in California. So I made it extra special too. There's reasons for that. I spiked it. I made it like that for good reasons because I wasn't going down the traditional path. And yeah, so those are the things you got to do. I mean, I'm even letting you know what the vetting and the added values, because all of those things have to come up in the first 6 months to a year. You have to have a value exchange that's to your benefit if you're going to go down this road as a man. A lot of men think they're going to get it on the back end because they give her the marriage. Bad move. You're never going to get the value if you don't get it up front. I hope that makes sense to those guys that talk about red pill in marriage. I mean, I do a 4-hour lecture on this that's much more detailed.
I think you need to talk to a bunch of red pill creators about how to handle marriage, because they seem to have a very interesting and very different view point from it from you.
Well, let's speak names. I know them all, but here's my issue being the man that I am. Grid.
Yep.
If you want advice from me, you're going to ask, right?
How presumption
is it for me? How presumption is it for me to just inject it to you because you're a red pill creator? What kind of asshole am I to just do it? What kind of assumptions am I making about your intelligence, where you're going with this? If they want to come to me because they understand where I've been might be where they want to go and they want that advice, and here's the thing. I would use extreme discretion with everybody. I know them all. I know their secrets. You're not getting it from me.
I don't need them.
You don't know that we haven't had these conversations, but my point is, I would never do it in public unless asked to do so.
Oh yeah, no, don't. No, you don't do things like that in public ever. I mean, that's just not.
And then for me to make content and just speak into it and insinuate what they need to do, you know, I would like to do it a little differently. I'd like to do it on another level. That's why I do the dragon ship. I don't want it to sound like a negative rub. I want to be that rising tide that lifts all ships. And sometimes that rising tide is going to ebb. But you're right. Some of these guys have a view of LTRs that isn't quite right, but I don't disagree. I look at a Justin Waller, who's my friend, who I called out by name. He's married. He has more than one. I know these people, or at least I've met them. I understand their story. I have no issues with this. I see loving people. Now, that's not going to fit with the morality views that a lot of guys are in red pill, but it's not for me to say one way or the other. I see these people and I see what's useful and I'm okay with it. I don't need to make that. It's not me. I'm not living that. And I think they offered good advice. So I'm not sure who is offended in the red pill about long-term relationships other than just to get views on them, you know?
I don't know that anyone's saying they're offended. Well,
offended? I don't want to say offended.
I'm trying to think of the right. I'm trying to.
Are you talking about a
expressing it
man
is
getting
interesting.
sexual experience before an LTR?
No.
Okay.
You're talking about like the 50 bodies thing.
That's arbitrary, but a man does.
And Myron walked that back actually.
Yeah, when he was confronted about it, he did in fact walk it back.
With him and Andrew, Andrew was there.
Mhm.
He actually walked it back quite a bit.
Yeah, probably rightly so, because experience is one thing, and you can get it without numbers, but
You
it's
could get
necessary.
you could get the same experience with an LTR. You know,
Let's go all the way. You could get the experience with 3 freaking escorts that you could with 50 women, and you have an
It's
ROI
true.
that's better.
It's true.
Let's be honest.
That's
I'm
true.
not going to throw morals out there, but if you wanted to be efficient,
So I was talking about chore play this morning, and I told the guys, like, if you actually participate in chore play, you just contributed to prostituting your wife. Like,
well,
like just come to the conclusion that your wife is now a prostitute, so she
No.
can't talk about those girls on OnlyFans anymore.
let her have her fun. You're in a value exchange. Every relationship is a value exchange. That's a nice way of saying transactional. 100% of our relationships, you, me, motorsports, is a value exchange. Sometimes those values turn into liabilities, hence the beefs, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it is a value exchange. I mean, I get something special talking to Grid. Interesting dude, man. He's got a different way of thinking, and that adds to my repertoire to know him. Same with you, Glenn. My long lost Viking son. You might get me in trouble, or I might have to pull you out. But guess what? When somebody's down and out, who's the first one there? My son. So, and I do that for you. So, the value exchange.
You
is
said
the most
every
important.
relationship has a
Every
value
relationship.
exchange. Yeah.
And it's how you can determine. I mean, I know guys that run around and say, I don't work with assholes, or assholes that work with assholes. That's really not a good philosophy. It's the exchange that's
Where did I hear that before?
It's the exchange that's the important part, right? I don't work with
that.
people that don't offer any sort of a value exchange and only suck from the, take from the relationship. That is a problem. You guys all know that. You've had people or women in your life that vent so bad. I know mothers that do this, that vent so bad to their sons, they physically and emotionally drain them. Then the mother feels quite well because she vented it all off onto another person. That is a big problem for me. I do not like that, and I can see that a mile away. They don't even know it.
It's called
it makes them
women
feel better.
That's women.
There are men that do that too. Energy vampires, So you got to watch that value exchange. It's important. It is important because it's going to tell you a lot.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Great. What would you think about because I think the way that he explained, like for guys that are saying like, oh, they're worried about they don't want to get married because they don't have to do it with the state. The way that Thor just kind of like broke it down, like it quickly though, he didn't give all the details, but the way that he breaks it down, to me, it seems like that gives the guys like that are trying to say like they don't want to get married to the state. Now they have they're coping. It seems like they're just coping when they say that they don't want to get married because they're afraid of losing their assets. Because you got guys like Thor that are willing to share, hey, there's ways that you could protect yourself and her without getting the state involved. What do you say about that? Do you think it's cope too when those guys say that they're not going to get married?
It's an interesting thing because if you're a secularist, you're not religious or you're agnostic. Either way, I don't care. Just going to use a blanket term here because we all know what it means. I would believe that contract marriage is probably the way to go, and being very smart about those contracts, which what Thor is talking about, is the right way forward. Yeah. If you are a religious, then I think again, I don't know why you want the state involved in your marriage, and why you would go through that. However, in some places that is the law of the land, and therefore at some point you have to involve the state to some degree. I would do it the minimum level possible. It requires research and time spent, which, I mean, hey man, It's your life. How, you get out the value you put into it. So if you take 5 minutes to decide to get married and just it's easier to go down to the courthouse and sign a piece of paper and go, that's probably the value of your marriage. If it takes you 5 months of figuring out what you need to do to structure it the way that works best for you, that's probably the way to go. I am not a marriage counselor. I don't play one on TV, and I don't want to be one. I am a simple person who just questions why someone who does not have a religious component, there's no group, no church involved to help you get through, move through things. There's no counseling. You have no support system. I question why you would want to involve the state any more than necessary, because at that point it's you and your wife against the world, right?
Yeah. No,
and this is and this is what Andrew alludes to this a lot, correct? Like this is and I'm not using his I can't use his argument because I really don't. He comes from it from a little bit different perspective than where I come from.
Well, he comes from a very orthodox,
right. Yeah. He comes and he's, we're just different people anyway. Look, I have a very specific view of it all, and there's really nothing that's going to maneuver me one way or the other too much on it, just because I've seen a bunch of different sides of it.
But see, my question was going to be like to Thor, like the way that you set up like the trust and stuff. A Christian guy could do the same thing and still have a covenantal marriage.
Yep.
Or
he can have that contract written through his religion. It's not a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I know polycules that have done that because their religion allows for multiple marriage. They end up doing, domestic partnership on the legal side with the trusts. But I've seen it work just as much as not. Now, religions are going to say that's bullshit. It's always horrible. There's a lot of ways to go about skinning this cat. You have to care and want to do it.
Now, like, could you set it up? Could you set up the trust with the and still go through the state if you wanted to?
Well, a trust is going to be filed with the courthouse, so it is an official. There's a lot more to this, and I'm not offering any legal advice. But when you set this up, there's things you have to do to protect the assets. Number one is most attorneys are going to have you use your name. Do not do that. Contain it within a corporation or change the name to some legal entity like a land trust. There's reason for that. I'm not going to go into it, but it protects you from other creditors. Okay. But there is no reasons that stop you. The trusts are going to protect your assets and spell out exactly what happens in the event of a divorce or a death or massive transfers of wealth. You're not going to get away with just moving stuff around. Okay? Perfect. And your bank account entities live within that. And you could even go further and you could have it live within your LLC that contains the properties on whole, because that reduces your insurance burden when it comes to liability. A lot of guys here are going to go, what is this guy wearing a vest that looks like a pirate telling me all this stuff? It's okay. You can find out more if you want. I'm going a little deep. If you want a good LTR with good principles that will help you maintain attraction, I dropped a link. You can watch my 4-hour lecture on it. There's a lot of reference material in there about, what happens after the honeymoon, what happens when you start getting the dead bedroom, the contempt, why you should always game, why you should always be, your ultimate goal is to have fun. And when shit goes south, suck it up, buttercup, because it never lasts.
Yeah, we actually reviewed earlier today. I reviewed the Trident episode 1, dead bedroom.
There you go, good. But this whole trust thing is once you learn a little bit about it, it'll become second nature. It's how you set up your bank accounts. You're going to go through the extra steps to have it filed with the courthouse for those protections, and then it's basically you're going to fire and forget it. Any new assets, any new bank accounts will be assigned to the trust. You have the paperwork, you take it to the bank, you're done. You scan it in, you're done. You're the executor. You're the manager. Get at it. What's this one?
This is from Arthur Dia. She says, RP Thor, do you have advice for physicians who are often advised to put their house or assets in the spouse's name because it protects them from medical malpractice suits, i.e., they can't come after.
All right, so I'm going to give you a complex answer. Yes. The second thing you can do, and I'm not legal at all. Listen, you can open up different trusts. I would open up a land trust under an LLC, separate from my property. Has nothing to do with my medical practice. And then I'd carry umbrella insurance at a far reduced rate on it. They can't touch it. And the number one thing, if my name is Dr. 123, I'll be damned if my trust is going to be named the Dr. 123 Trust, because now it's a public record they can search for liability. It's going to be called something like the Mars 619 Land Trust, or the Address Land Trust, or the something Family Trust. Or if you're wealthy enough, name it a revocable trust and have a trustee manage the whole damn thing for you. Rentals and all. No, you do not pass that in trust to somebody else. You're exposed to a divorce now to protect a piece of property because you're afraid of malpractice. Why wouldn't you spend the $1,500 and just open another trust? You need to get educated on this. I would suggest Mark J. Kohler out of Orange County, protection attorneys. Go ahead and look them up.
I think it's on the East Coast.
Yeah, she's in Florida.
He has offices out here. I've used him for my protection after Missy's accident. Mark J. Kohler. He has offices all across. But he's very good at understanding how to equity strip things you're talking about that would, as a doctor, anybody that makes over 100K a year or 300K really need to understand, because your exposure, if you were in a car accident or anything, is far too high. Far too high. You have to get these protections. That's how wealthy people stay wealthy, my friend. Also, with the trusts and with the LLCs, you reduce your tax burdens. You need to get your income tax shifted into other categories, not just income. You need to get passive. You need to get royalty. You need to get other classified. You need to get capital gains, other capital gains. There's good reasons for this. Yes, it's going to take you a few hours, a few Saturdays. But if you are an adult person here that is starting to make some money and you're concerned about marriage and a family, these are priority lists that you don't have to do right away, but you can take that 6 months and do it. I hope you guys understand. I hope I'm not boring your audience. This is stuff that I usually do in lectures, just to get some.
No, I think people are interested in it. I see people responding like, living trust is the way.
A living trust is good. Absolutely. Be smart about it.
I'm rich, bitch.
I mean, I've seen folks, like, for instance, it's the Dr. 123 Family Trust, and then there's a big accident. Guess what they do? They search the courthouse for assets, and guess what comes up? The Dr. 123 Trust. Now they know all your assets. Guess what they do? They file the liability suit, and they go after it. You sue anybody for anything. If you can't find the name, you can't find the asset. There's nothing wrong with changing that.
The only problem with some of that is that, especially if you use an LLC, if they can pierce that veil, and they will, then your protection is stripped. So
you're correct. You need to find a state that doesn't disclose principles. Make it hard.
Yeah, you absolutely
Isn't it
have
like Delaware?
To.
Like Delaware
There's several. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful with this, because just setting it up it's not enough. There's some other things you can do as well. You know, my trust, for example, is not managed by anyone in the family. I have executors that manage the trust.
Oh, okay.
So
now you're exactly 100% right. Hence my recommendation for somebody that's approaching those resources and incomes of going to someone like a Collier and Associates that are protection attorneys, because they'll get the details out for you, and then they'll give you the report.
Yeah,
and it's pretty.
I've been sued a lot, so I'm pretty good at this.
You don't want to be good at this, Grid.
Nobody wants to be, but somebody has to be.
What you want to do is you want to get that fence dialed in right up front.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's ever. I mean, that's an interesting topic. So I've been sued. probably
Well, before
5
that,
or
can we say
6
hi to
times.
Clover?
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Can we say hi to Clover?
No, don't say hi to Clover. He knows
Okay.
he's here. He knows
Alright,
he's
bye.
here.
Bye, Clover.
He
Glenn's just-
asked to be here.
Glenn's nicer than Grid. That's all it is. Grid's an
He
asshole.
knows he's here. I am an asshole. Thank you for recognizing my prowess.
Thank you for recognizing my good traits.
Right.
So I've been sued, I think, like a half a dozen times. Like, good laws, like big ones. And all totaled, I've had to pay $1,800 in only because to
I
fight
got Jack
that
Napier calling me. I'm gonna hop off or just pop off the camera right now.
to fight that stupid lawsuit was going to in court was going to cost me 15 grand, or I could just pay $1,800.
Makes sense.
It was a simple decision.
I understand.
Yeah.
I've lost that.
But the rest I won.
Yep.
I mean, it didn't open you up for stuff later on, right?
No, I'm pretty good about I have a pretty good understanding of what needs to be done, and I had really good lawyers. So,
Right.
basically, we made sure that all of any and all claims were listed, so they couldn't come back against me.
Yeah.
And then once they signed the paperwork, that was the end of it.
Well, I think anybody that's been in business for themselves any length of time has been sued.
Yes.
That's just the nature of I
It
think
just
over
is.
20 years,
is.
years, I think I was probably 4 or 5 times. Never lost, but they attempted.
Yeah.
But we talk about this in marriage like it's the crux of everything, but it's really not. This is just some simple protections because red pill guys say don't get married, don't get married. Obviously, I don't advocate a Western style state marriage, but I do advocate the concept of an LTR that fits the realm of marriage, or that's very beneficial and a useful stratagem in life. I know I've been married for 30 years, It works well. Only changes I'd ever do is the protection. And then looking backwards, I have 4 children and 13 grandchildren. I would have added to that family. I would have added wife.
that boat.
I would have added children. And knowing what I know now, that was always open. And I like that because if I had enough children, enough wives, if any one of them wanted to get stupid and take stuff away, they actually detract from the rest of the family. So it discourages that. And that's what I've witnessed, a lot of times. And if people are being treated well and being left better than when they were found, it's not the problems that people think. Obviously, one man, one woman works best in the majority. And I won't disagree with the tradcons on that. Their approach, though, to blame men and to just make this kind of blank slate equalism is to deny the actual nature of men and women. And they want to make red pill guys the bad guys and do moral judgments on them. Whereas really, the red pill and red pill marriage, it just is what it is. It is what's useful. It's rule 0. What is useful? It's the bottom line. And that's what we adopt. I don't understand this fascination with the tradcons and marriage and the red pill viciousness. I just don't get it.
I think marriage is just one of the things that people tend to look at is mainly because, and I don't know that you will agree with me, but my perception is, my observation is that red pill, even before Rollo defined it, was and called it red pill. It's been around.
Yeah, you want to know the truth? The truth is So Suave and Pook is really where almost everything came from. I won't detract from Rollo, but
Rollo did a good job of defining it and laying it out. And
he took his 3 graphs. Those are his genius moves with Marty Hazelton. And he took he identified so strongly the cardinal rule that he made an incredible mark from that step up from Book of Pook and So Suave and those guys. I won't deny that.
But as Rollo defined it, it's a really good list of things that men should do. They're really good ought claims, right? Like you ought to do this, you ought to do that, you ought to do this. The problem I think that we run into fairly right away, or not, pardon me. I got distracted. I
No,
apologize.
they're non-required. They're non-required
Yeah.
efforts that enhance your relationship statuses.
Yeah. So what kind of immediately, or not immediately, but kind of happened, I guess maybe it was over time. I don't know. It went from kind of this men's advocacy, you know, and good, all good, positive things. Get in shape, have a direction in your life, try and educate yourself to be better, you know, and just all good things, right? There's nothing really bad or inherently corrupt in the red pill tenets. But you have people that have co-opted those. I mean, I call them charlatans. I don't know how you would put it, but and they're grifters. They're selling programs. They're selling books that are basically kind of Rollo's book with just like two things added or something, you know?
That's true.
And so at this point, instead, and the thing is to get the market share, if we will, or the headspace or the airtime or whatever, however you want to, you know, whatever you want to use to get to be heard, I guess, they have to have that little extra. And the problem is that little bit of extra tends to be more toxic because the shock value sells. Wes Watson, for example, you know, is a red pill guy, you know, and and there's a lot of things that he says that are very good, but his behavior and his demeanor and the way that he approaches things is just horrible. It's just horrible. And
I'll tell you guys a little secret history.
Sure, man.
So I spoke at all these events, and there was a time where we were all very altruistic about this stuff.
That's a great word, altruistic.
It's not what you guys think. This was men. Men were, you saved my life, this, that. And then we entered the discussions in Miami. How do we go mainstream? I mean, Myron and I started together creating courses. It was great. But how do we go mainstream? We wanted this information out to people. Ultimately, discussions were talked about. It looks like the only way we're going to do it is with controversy to get the eyeballs here. We know this stuff, and there's salacious parts of it that we can amplify. That will bring people in, and it absolutely has. The issues we all identified at first, tradcons will love this because it works, and they are all looking for something to fix the dead bedrooms and the blame that men take in the church today that they're fleeing from. They will turn into our enemy to virtue signal. 100% guarantee. We actually predicted this 2 years ago. Now, I didn't hear anybody hit the button and say, okay, let's go controversy. But after a lot of those fun meetings, enjoyable dinners, that's what happened. And then it elevated into this combat debate, eyeballs on us, and it worked. The algorithm worked. They cracked it. Andrew Tate cracked it. And once that happened, everybody knew. And now everybody essentially grifts to get something salacious out there to go viral.
Yeah.
And then after they get the thought behind it is if I go viral, I can bring them into the good stuff. And that's true. You can. That's a judgment call. That's a judgment call for you guys. I choose to be the rising tide because it's too late in my life. I don't mind. I don't care whether I have fame or not. I'm living the dream every day. So, but I love watching everybody else go through this. And the tradcons really need a bad guy. And we are red pill guys make themselves ideal targets. Ideal. You take somebody like a Ryan Taraban, they can't tear him down because he's well-spoken. He understands how to project emotion on this red pill stuff. He's one of the few. And a lot of guys, they hear guys talking and they hear Myron, my good friend, Andrew Tate, and they want to hit that salacious button. And it just gets everybody's hackles up. He said to fuck 50 girls. Oh my God. The degeneracy. He's so dangerous. People are going to die. Children, pedophiles. Oh my God. That's all bullshit. It's all salacious entertainment.
Yeah, I don't think that I have a problem with that. I think, you know, of course, I'm I don't actually have a problem with red pill in and of itself. Again, I agree with the basic tenets. I've, in my life, I ran a bunch of shops, I did a bunch of things, and mostly I worked with young men, and I've seen their struggles day to day. And I've tried to, obviously my nature is that of a teacher to begin with. And so I tried to teach them to be better human beings. And so red pill, I appreciate the tenets, the execution, the current way that it is represented by specific individuals. And I'm sure that, the majority of, I don't, and I would never name names anyway.
No.
That's just poor form.
This is the problem with the perception of the red pill is people think it's a movement. Even you kind of allude to it when you speak of it in that match. It is not a movement.
Yeah, I don't think it's a movement per se.
We ascribe that to it.
It's more to me. It's more of a. To me, it's something that I wouldn't say it's a movement. To me, red pill has been what basically what it was. It was a great group of tenants, a great book, a great not really even self-help. I really hate the term self-help because you're not really helping yourself. You're taking somebody else's work and applying it to your life, and they're helping you.
Well, it's a method. The red pill is a method of taking known observations that you can verify, notes, so to speak, that have been applied in the real world, and have a probability of success that's just outside of the Pareto bell curve. That gives you enough probability that you're the casino and you're the house. You'll win. That's really all it is. You make these observations over time and you live in the top part of that Pareto curve. You don't want to go into the exceptions. You want to stay where that curve is so that the odds are always in your favor. And you're going to live one hell of a good life, And that's really the beauty of the information that the PUAs brought to us that was folded into MGTOW because of the anger, and now into what we're calling red pill truths, which piss a lot of people off because people don't want to be called out on their bad behavior. And a lot of blue pill.
That's always been true for sure. Yeah, that's always been true for sure. Yeah, nobody wants to be called out when they're being a dick.
Yeah, and are they grifters? They're passing information, sure. Is some of it repeated? Sure, but are they not just trying to get the information out and make a living? I mean, I sell a book. I spent 3 years writing a book with the best intentions in the world. It does not make a living, but you know what it does? It pays for its server. It pays for the Dragon ship. It opens up the Dragon's membership to guys that need help on certain level. But it'll never be that, Am I a grifter? I'm okay with it. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not trying to steal anything from anybody. There's always a value exchange. So if there's always a value exchange, how could it ever be a grift?
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't. And I'm, Glenn sent me a link to your book, and I was going to do the Amazon download, but I just have not.
No worries.
I just haven't done it. I'm actually in the middle of like 3 other books right now. I
will
get to it.
You can save money if you go to Become Durable. There's a video version that's half price.
No, I wouldn't cheat you out of the money, sir.
It's not about that.
But I just haven't had time to do it, to be honest with you. I've been.
You know what? It's perfectly okay, man. I'd like to hear your thoughts when you're done.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't be anything but the most brutally honest. So I don't mean that. And Glenn knows this, and Clover knows this. I don't ever mean to actually hurt anyone's feelings. I'm just not a particularly good person, and so I fight every day to be at least palatable.
You know what? People. I have struggled with that too. So I've changed my inner monologue to say something to myself out loud and to those that I know to help fix that. If you're interested,
sure, go ahead.
Knowing that I'm not a great person or a good person, I have changed my way of thinking to say I am a great man, but I'm a really bad fucking boy.
Yeah, no, I'm not even a great man.
Why not?
I'm very fortunate in life to have gotten to where I am, and I'm very appreciative of it. And my first response to everything is violence, and so I have to temper that down a lot.
I'm like you.
So I have to like recalibrate to the right response.
I was always like you. You know what fixed me on the violent side?
What's that?
7 years of Brazilian jiu-jitsu to a purple belt,
Mm.
getting my ass kicked constantly.
Yeah. Well, my kidneys have bled too, but I try not to I try not to beat myself up quite as much anymore. But I shot multi-gun the day. I was on the range.
three gun?
I shot, yeah, 3-gun.
Badass, dude.
Yeah. I shot 2-gun today because like I'm not gonna bring the shotgun if we're not gonna do a lot of shotgun and these
What do you got,
local
a Benelli?
matches. I do have a Benelli, and
I do it.
I shoot a 1301 most of the time, a Beretta.
All 3-gun guys.
Yeah. Well, so I have a funny. So I'm a contrarian as well. So I only use shit that works, and everybody's like, "Oh, the Benelli's Benelli," and I'm like, I've never had a fucking Benelli actually work.
I know,
And
but all 3-gun guys have them.
They all have them because it's legendary. But and so I have this 13. So I had a Versamax and it never had a problem.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, "Oh, it's so heavy," and I'm like, "What the fuck do I care?
Yeah.
You know, work out a little more. It's fine. You don't mind the weight."
What's your
And,
sidearm? If you don't mind my asking, Sig or
sorry?
What's your sidearm?
I use a 2011 right now. I have a Bull SRS saw.
Okay.
So it's but I built so I build my own guns.
Sure, me too. Yeah.
I had especially when I had the race shop, I had a machine shop. So I would buy gunsmith blanks and I would machine up the I did the rail to the slide to frame fits and everything. I've been like clear, I built the guns and
oh my god, I'll have to tell you a story about my yard.
Yeah. And so I built I have an aluminum frame 2011. As a matter of fact, it's right there. I just can't touch it.
Yeah.
Because we're on YouTube. But I have an aluminum frame 2011 commander length that's my carry gun.
Yeah.
And then I have an aluminum frame competition gun that I use. Or I used to use. I don't use it much anymore. And then I have a steel frame version of the exact same gun. It's just more. I mean, it is so heavy it just doesn't move. Like it's literally like shooting an airsoft gun.
It's shooting darts.
Yeah, it's just so. And then I've got the ammo dialed into that gun that it's just like there's no muzzle flip. It's just a simple rock back and forth.
Nice.
And it's very good. And then for the rifles, I build a new competition rifle every year or year and a half. And right now,
what's your favorite caliber right now? 300 blackout. What do you got?
No, I do. All my competition guns are in 223, 5.56. So my favorite caliber just to go out and shoot shit with right now is 6mm arc, but I have a 6.5 Grendel. I've got 300 blackout. I have.
Do you have a 50 Beowulf?
I do not. I shot one. What I want is the and Clover, help me out. What's that Wilson caliber? 450 Wilson or what's that?
450 hammer?
Yeah, 450 hammer. I want the 450 hammer.
Those are sweet. I shot one of those a few weekends ago.
All right, you guys are talking my language. We're done.
Yeah. I want a 450 hammer really bad. And
I'm still partial to the 458 SOCOM. I just like the suppressibility.
Yeah.
I did Form 1 build my own suppressor for that because at the time, this was in the late. It was prior to, I don't know, 2010ish maybe.
You did a Form 1?
Yeah. Oh, I've got several.
My respect for you has grown.
Yeah. I've got several Form 1s, but at the time, what was it? Bauer was the only one that made a can that was rated for that supposedly worked with the 458 SOCOM that was like $1,300 or $1,400, and I just couldn't see spending that kind of money when I could build one for maybe $200 or $300 in materials, right? And do it and be sure it worked. Lay it all out,
guys,
calculate the volume.
Well, what you guys are talking about is amazing. That we're disparate. We never met. We've been in this space. We do a lot of the same things. I have mentored men in this space where we literally build the 80%ers in my garage.
That's awesome.
And enjoy. So, I mean, I had some of the best time. I can't mention everybody by name, but I spent a day with Sterling. I spent a day with MLD, with John Fitch, in the joys of exothermic binary chemical impactors. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And an amazing time for men to live where we are, and to hear you guys speak like this. None of us are alone. This space is pretty cool.
Well, except for Glenn, he's pretty lonely.
What?
Glenn's right in the other. He's right next to
California.
me.
I'll go
You
back.
can't own anything cool in LA.
What are you talking about? I'm not even in LA right now. I'm
Oh, you're
far,
not. Well,
far
not
away.
right now. You're
He's in
not.
Valhalla.
I'm in
Glenn,
Valhalla.
Glenn's got a few
Yeah.
pointy sticks. He's okay.
Yeah,
I got
Glenn's
a
all
couple
right.
boom boom sticks. So guess what? Jack's in.
Jack is in. I need to call him.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
But we'll call him tomorrow morning. So
I will.
yeah, I just talked to him.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't mean to interrupt the stream. There's a project.
That's all right.
Yeah.
This is a chill stream. This is just
Cool.
cool. Yeah, we're just being cool, talking.
There's a project we're working on that has an extreme potential to shake the sphere eventually. And it's not a bad thing. It's a very good thing, because we're often accused of getting our descriptions right, but no prescriptions. This isn't about prescriptions, but it's about experiences. And not one person can do it. So we're just talking about that project now.
Well, I mean, actually, I would actually say it is about prescriptions in a way.
Well, I would say experiences that you could apply to yourself.
Yeah, but these are suggestions that could be prescriptions.
Hopefully there'll be the stories on how they work out, so people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they're more about like how it was applied and it was successfully work.
Yeah, instead of do A, B, C.
It's like it's not a step-by-step one, but it's more like, this is how I applied this, and this is how it was useful for me.
Yeah,
and so yeah, I mean, it's still kind of a prescription, more of a testimonial,
not a triplicate one. All right.
Yeah,
not a controlled substance one.
Yeah.
Although I think they'd like to make the red pill controlled substance.
What do you say? The red pill is anally inserted?
Well, the red pill is actually a suppository.
Yeah.
And you guys also know that the red pill always fades black. You can't stop it.
That's where you get the nihilist.
But the problem is once it fades black, it starts to clear up. And this is where you get acceptance.
I say the red pill is not a destination. It's a pit stop. It's a gas station,
A suppository in a gas station. Right on, Glenn. You're definitely an LA guy.
Yeah.
Are you over there in West Hollywood?
That checks out. That checks out.
No, because think about it, because people think like red pill is a destination. The guys that come into the space and they don't want to end up going out.
Yeah, when you're out, we were talking about that. They want to ascribe an ideology or a philosophy to it so that it's centered for a target, and it's none of those things. It's, it is a series of, like I said, experiences and observations that live inside of that 85% Pareto curve. That's probable to happen. It's the most probable. And when you apply those in life, and they can be prescriptions and or descriptions, you're most likely to have the outcome that was stated by observing those behaviors. Because what we do in a praxeology is we believe that all human behavior is intentional. Even if it's not intended to be, it is intentional on one level or the other, whether it's evolutionary or it's thoughtful or current. And if that's the case, we can ascribe probabilities to it, having enough observations like we get from the dating applications or from real world observations. And then you can select, you can amplify that any way you want. And of course, that's what irritates everybody. F 50 girls and you'll be more successful. That's because we observe guys that do F more than 50 girls are way more successful. We don't know why, other than we can guess. We have probabilities, but that's where this comes from.
But see, like they're way more successful in one area, but we don't ever talk about the risk or the complications that they may end up dealing with in another area. In like the we will say like, oh yeah, they're way more successful sexually, but they could have now also complicated their life more in another area, right?
So okay.
Huh?
Okay.
So it's like really address like both sides of the coin.
Why
Like
should we though? We're just addressing because that's the big problem, Glenn. That's the
Well, I
problem we
think
have
it's-
when we ascribe morality to it. And
Well, it's not
ideology.
morality. It's actually like saying, hey, yeah, I was successful banging all these women, but you know what? I did get falsely accused over here too. And
Well, that's okay. You're ascribing. I think we do. Absolutely disagree. I think we absolutely say that a lot. That's why we get accused of hating on women, because we do actually bring that up. But what we're doing is actually just bringing up the observations that exist within these circles. I think we do. Maybe we don't do enough for some guys that are just coming into the space and they're kind of angry. They want to hear more about it because they're afraid.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. But having been here for 2 decades, I think it's enough.
Do you think it's a bunch of cope with the guys that are saying like, oh, they're too like they don't want to approach women because they're afraid of being like Me Too'd or considered cringe and have to hear from Karen in HR?
Some guys will always be blue pill, white knights, and sneaky fuckers. There's going to be that. Some guys are never going to change and see the truth, and this is a big masturbation of them, Glenn. But yeah, at least they have the information.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: they'll eventually figure it out, or they won't. And ultimately, I see in that Pareto curve, almost all the guys that enter this space, you know what they want?
A wife.
They want what you and I have.
Yeah.
They want to live our lives, and I admire them for that.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't? Hell, I mean, you and I know famous people we can't disclose that want to live our lives.
This is true.
And I'm happy to know them and maybe help them along the way.
Yeah.
At least climb aboard the dragon ship.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, and this is what's cool is about like you and Grid actually connecting in this way. You both have very different approaches to certain things, but you're still getting the same outcome.
Oh, cool.
Like that's the thing is like your goal is still the same in the sense of equipping men to be men and stop bitching about women. Like Thor, one of your big things is like stop hating on women. Like we love bitches.
All of them. The fat ones too.
Well, no, I didn't say all that. That's
not
your
Glenn.
No.
We're gonna do some conditioning therapy with you. We got
no. Two fours do not equal an 8.
They do. That's my savage math. It only if at the same time.
No, not. I'm gonna be sandwiched.
A 5, and a 4 equal a 9. Gonna tell you.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll pass. I'm shallow how on that. But the goal is like.
That was such a great movie. Shallow Hal was a fucking great movie.
It was a good movie. But I think again, you guys come from it two different ways at times, but also you guys have a lot of crossover in do the work. Just do the work.
Yeah. That's an important principle.
So it kind of like for those that are watching, now you may see two completely different guys, but they still both end up at the same position, both happily married, both very well off, both got their shit together. Like both are doing what they want to do when they want to do it. Like there's more than one map to get there is what I'm pointing out.
That is true. It's always true.
So since this is getting a little serious, I want to take a picture. I want to show you a picture of my buddy at the match today. This is what happens when you should have won but you lost.
Oh,
see his chamber flag?
Mm.
This is loser on it.
Hilarious.
I caught that
Looks
picture.
like a dick and balls.
It's a dick and balls, and I caught it just as he's stroking her. Right?
Yeah.
This is the kind of adult humor that you can expect, folks, because this was fucking funny. That's my buddy. He's a He's actually like, I think he won the day, to be honest with you. But he lost a championship, and as part of a side bet for the championship, that he has to have that for the next year as his chamber flag at all the matches.
That's funny.
That isn't that fucking funny?
It is.
And that's what men do. That's
It
what like we will put each other through fucking hell just because we can.
You rock.
Thor likes to go blow up Tannerite.
Wow.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
We call it binary exothermic chemical treats.
I make my own binary.
Yeah, me too. It's really cool.
Yeah.
You understand the cold packs then.
Mm-hmm. And a little bit of magnesium, not to give much away, but it's kind of cool.
Sure.
Too.
Clover, did you tell Thor what you do? Like what your channel is?
Well, it's kind of obvious if he's
not really.
We did talk guns a little bit. I mean,
what did you think of the picture, Clover? Was that not the best chamber flag you've ever seen?
Oh, that was pretty awesome. What's cool is he held his word to do that because a lot of people wouldn't, and that's awesome. I would own it. If I agreed to it, I would own it.
I just don't want to meet the guy that modeled for that.
This is true.
Yeah, Clover reviews guns, right? Clover, you do a bunch of gun reviews.
Yeah, I'm a gun tuber. Yeah, I'm a gun tuber, basically.
Awesome.
Yeah. I just hang out over here with all the DGens. I mean, straight laced people.
The successor to FPS Russia, huh?
I don't know about that. I know that he was one of the first. So was Gun Websites.
Yeah.
And Pete Gun Websites is a very good friend of mine. Been a very good friend of mine for a long time. Down there in Arizona. But of course Hickok, shortly after that blew up, became huge, and so I know probably the Glenn Lawrence of the gun tuber community because I know just about everybody.
Yeah, you do any of the prints too? You doing the printing, or you understand the printing?
Yeah, I mean I do. I actually just got into 3D printing in general. Man, how long ago has it been now?
It looks fun.
2 years ago, about the first part of the year, a couple of years ago, I bought a printer after an Ender 3 with a whole bunch of upgrades. After threatening to do it for about 3 years, finally did that.
Fun.
It sat here at the house for a year, a little over a year, before I actually put it together. I put it together and I wasn't getting any work done because I was spending all my damn time printing stuff. But I printed handguards for some things and, barrel shot extensions. And I was printing all kinds of stuff. It was awesome. Now I haven't in the last few months, I haven't printed much, because like I said, it was all or nothing with me. Unfortunately, once I got it set up, it was so addicting and I had to step away from it. It's like, I got work that's got to be done. So I'll come back and play with this once I can get caught up on some work. And unfortunately, in the last few months, I haven't been able to. So,
hey guys, we're gonna hop off here in about like 5 minutes. I'll probably come back on a little bit later. If we can still be on grid.
Yeah, I should. I don't know how long I'm going to go, but I should be on.
Okay.
Thank you guys. It's me. Just coming off a strong chemo dose. I'm pretty tired, so I'm gonna jump.
No worries, man. Got to get better.
Thank you. I will. We'll fight this fight.
Yeah,
I know I'm kind of bruising up randomly, but hey, that's how it is when you're swinging your hammer down the valley.
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons I wanted to jump up, Thor, is I haven't been around, over here in this part of the community. I kind of got my own little world. But have for quite a few months now. Your name's always come up. I've heard it through Glenn and a few others. And then I think this morning when you were playing that video, Glenn?
Yeah. It was this morning I was reviewing
That was the first time I'd ever seen you or heard you say anything. And I'm like, this dude's legit. Like, this dude is like, he's speaking the truth. I like it. So I'm gonna have to dive into some more of your stuff for sure.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. My website is becomedurable.com, and I think you in particular are going to find a couple things on there quite fascinating. I have a webinar on weapon safety, both handheld weapons, firearms weapons, range safety,
Good.
explosive safety. Go ahead and take a look at that. That's a lecture that I performed for the Men's Empowerment Network. And then there's the body language stuff. I heard you guys talking about handshakes. I go into some extreme detail in video about why that is one of the most dominant things you could do without being obvious. Go on there and take a look. That's all free content. So is the workout stuff there. So that'd be a good place to learn.
Oh,
there.
I'm pretty sure Siege is gonna pop back up here and talk about the kettlebell workout.
Okay, that's a hard one, man. I can't wait to get back to it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Siege is gonna hop up because he loves that kettlebell workout.
It's a tough one, man. It's good though.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm gonna go ahead and like just cut the mic and camera off, and I'll be back on in a little bit. So I'll just leave myself on grid.
Yeah,
and I'll just
stay in the studio, right? I mean, you're gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay logged in. I'm just gonna
okay.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick and
All right.
all that stuff. So I'll be right back. Good.
He's out in Ball Hall, which is about 30 feet from me. It's him and my brother, Miko Hughes, built me that studio so I could start to stream. The energy levels aren't really there for me. I like to be prepared and be on topic. So it's coming. I got a green screen here, but he's in the actual studio. There's actually a couch with a wolf skin. It's pretty cool. They did it for me. It was nice.
Yeah, he told us about that.
Yeah.
The Farney was asking if he is curious if you're a Christian, Thor.
I was raised a Christian, absolutely. I am not currently a Christian.
Okay.
Sorry to say that, guys, but I read enough of the Old Testament and Jehovah that no. But I don't disrespect it. I am extremely esoteric and spiritual. There's a purpose to the universe. I mean, if you've done any reading, esoteric or even mathematically, you understand that there are things in our brain that quantize, that gravity collapses the wave function and creates consciousness that is amazing and feeds our pineal gland some amazing information. What are we connecting into? Could it be Christ? Yes. Is it described as it is in the Bible? I don't know that. And I don't like the fact that Jehovah sent people to be killed, enslaved, and murdered. That's not my God. But there is a loving God that's in the Bible. And I was raised a Christian. And I went to 2 years of Bible school. But no, I don't describe myself as a practicing Christian now, but I am a very spiritual man.
Yeah.
Okay. I had something else and I forgot what it was. I got
Hope that
distracted.
doesn't offend the audience. I know everybody's strong Christian, and I don't have any aspirations to disparage them. I don't.
I mean, I'm a fallen Christian. I tell I'm a Southern Baptist, and it's interesting because I've had some criticism because of the way that I speak and the way that I approach different problems and the way that I address people and the way that I address them. While I guess there are people out there that maintain that I am a like super Christian or something, and I'm really not. I'm not a I do the best I can. I really do. But at best, I consider I'm fallen. I lived years as a degenerate. And I knew better. So regardless of what I do now, those things aren't, they didn't just, not happen. So
for me, I will tell you guys, I believe there is God, and it might be the universe itself that is distributing consciousness to all of us so that we can understand ourselves. We have God in us. The universe is in us. We can prove it with the quantitubules in our brains that open and close in superposition. What is that crap? That's amazing. You can really dive deep into this spiritually. There are things that sound waves do that are unexplainable. There are spirituality. So I am spiritual in that sense. Is it as described as a Christian? I will not go there so far. I think there's lots of good stuff there. But if I wanted to delve into Christianity, I also know that Jesus spent time in the Himalayas. He went to the mystery schools. All of those things are very interesting to me in the studies that I study, but it has not changed my religious beliefs. I believe there's a God in the universe. And for me, I mean, that's why I am a below average God amongst men. I have a piece of it, but I am not that. And some people don't like that I say I'm a non-Christian. I am not a practicing Christian, but raised a Christian. How about that?
Well, if you're a fan of science, and I've always kind of been a fan of science, right? Be it physics or space or just whatever, right? Biology, whatever. That type of stuff has always kind of fascinated me.
Great.
And there's so many things like you're talking about that are there's so many things that are unexplainable, right? From a scientific standpoint, there's so many, and like the probability of all of those things just randomly happening, like it mathematically, like you said, it's near impossible.
It is near impossible. I'll tell you this about polarity. Polarity, we're going to call it love and or good and evil, but polarity is an interesting thing because it comes back to you. You cannot deny it. There's not a man here that doesn't see polarity.
That's funny.
Them. It does.
You can only get that at Glenn Lawrence Presents Production of Men at streamlabs.com. That shirt is going out like hotcakes right now. It says I cuss and shit, but I love Jesus.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
You guys know the hermeneutics behind the word Jesus, right?
I don't.
So Jesus in the Greek, he's Jesus, right?
Yeah.
And the Greeks had the god Zeus. His name means Hail Zeus. How do you guys like that?
Okay. Is that a dad joke?
No, it's an endless joke that when you dig enough and start researching this shit, you can go on forever.
Yeah.
So every time you guys say Jesus, you're saying Hail Zeus.
Well, his name's supposed to be like Yeshua.
It is Yeshua, and in Greek, yeah.
Yeah.
It's translated that way. Yeah. That doesn't mean it is. It's just translated.
Yeah.
I'm making fun of it.
Oh, I know. Yeah. You're always good at
that. Yeah, I got to make a little fun of it. Hey, the even better one is when the Jews were enslaved by Ra. The Pharaoh's name is Amen Ra. And the reason you say Amen at the end of your prayers is because it was by the law. You would say his name. So now every time you say Amen, you're actually worshiping Ra, the Egyptian god. You can find that out if you want. You may not believe it, but that's where it came from.
Weird. Actually, I did read that when I was in. Yeah. I did read about that.
Crazy.
Before. Yeah.
Us humans ascribe these things, these meanings, and when you ascribe things meanings, they have weight and they have purpose and they work. And when Glenn prays for me and says Amen, I am blessed and I have no problems with it. And Glenn, thank you for your prayers.
Yep. I pray for you.
They work. They work.
They do. They do. And then you end up praying for me.
I do. I don't know if Odin's swinging that hammer, but it's a good thought.
I've actually been looking for a new kettlebell workout, so I may have to look into that.
Oh, Thor has a good one. You have like a few, don't you?
I do. I have a short one, a 6-minute one to start with. That's when I was 50. And then I got the one I did when I was 59. That's the killer. That's the Viking kettlebell routine. That's 21 minutes. See if you can keep up for 5. It's a hard one. Be careful. Don't get hurt.
Like, what was the weight for the kettlebell that you used too? It wasn't like that really heavy one either.
Right? The one I used in the 21 minutes is 35 pounds.
I have a 35 pound. I have a 20 and a 35.
Start with 20. Because you don't want to tear shoulders and stuff.
Well, and so I hurt my leg about 1.5 years ago. I tore my knee and hip up, and I couldn't work out or do anything for almost a year. Yeah. I'm just now, if you talk to the orthopedist, I'm at like 85, 90%. But I feel like I'm fine.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I've just been lazy.
Right, that too. I'm busy, but mostly
But hey,
Uh,
Clover, you did
don't like
get
to get
back
hurt.
to the
Bro, yesterday was the first day. Today
I
was
know
the
you. I
second.
was saying you
Today
did
was
get
the
back to the
second day.
gym.
We
See?
went back today, dude.
See, look at you, 2 days in a row.
Yeah, baby.
And then did you still spend like an hour, like last time?
Yeah, we spent about an hour. Yeah, total.
Good.
I had to. Yeah, my wife and I had to hammer down a little bit today though on that. Yesterday was cool because she typically goes, and this is where I decided like we're gonna go together, and
Mhm.
she typically will go and just do cardio.
Oh yeah, women tend to be
And
cardio
it's
queens.
just like, oh my God, like she just does not get where she wants to go. And I'm like, yeah, you need to get some weight in there. And today she wanted to like meander around the gym and play around and like I couldn't monitor what she was doing. And it aggravated me. And finally I had to let her. I was like, come on, we're like doing this together. We're going to do this together because I don't know if you're getting any kind of stress or you're just just swinging something with no weight ain't gonna do you any good. So yeah, I had to put the foot down a little bit today, but she'll come around. She'll start getting some results.
Well, I mean, like Thor will tell you, like Thor used to train competitors, and I used to be a competitor. Like cardio is nowhere. You don't need to do hours on end on cardio.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes is good.
Yeah.
20 minutes a day is good. You'll burn more calories. She will burn more calories lifting weights.
Oh yeah.
Than she will ever do.
So my orthopedist told me to go back to weight training. Do not run.
Yep.
Do not he was like, the bike's kind of iffy, but go ahead. You can do that if you really want to. But he was like, you'll doing the even, and now he's saying, obviously no heavy weights, right? But just high reps of lightweight.
And that's all you would need to do anyways, because like it's time under tension.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like Thor, you're the one that was telling me like
but you got to have tension, right? And that's what.
Yeah, you have to have tension.
So you got to figure out that area where you actually have tension.
Yeah, and like Thor, you're the one that was talking to me like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. You're telling me like go lighter, and you're like go more reps, and you'll see like
and go slower.
Yeah, and then go slower. That's the other part I was missing. It's like so it's lighter, more reps, and like longer. Like the count should be longer. It should be like a 3 count, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 rep.
With no relaxation in between. Like if you're pulling on your bicep, as soon as you take this muscle and hit parallel, you offload the muscle and load it onto the bone from here to here. You didn't do that. You got to keep it loaded the whole time. So,
and Grid, the Bible tells us not to run, so you shouldn't run anyways. And Proverbs, I think it's Proverbs 29. It says only a fool runs when no one's chasing them, and no one ever chases me.
Oh, I did a lot of running today, but it was on the clock with guns.
Yeah, in truth, actually, with the greyhounds that I have, I actually don't run with them. We just go on like a mile walk, half in the morning and half at night. Walking is just a good form of cardio, and running too often will just get rid of like your muscle mass. So just walking can do the best. And Glenn said it best that only a thief runs away or something along those lines.
Nope, only a fool runs when no one's chasing them.
Got it.
Yeah, I get a lot of walking. I get a lot of walking in here on the property, and you're up and down, creek banks and hollers and things, and so I get a lot of that.
Thor walks on his treadmill on an incline, and that's all he does. And like,
I can't do that.
Well, 2 weeks ago, I got myself back up to 100 freestanding squats, 25 behind the neck pull-ups, and 25 push-ups. But we had an issue with a heart circuit, and we're back at square one right now.
That's when I was up here, you guys, last time.
Yeah.
We're good though.
Yep.
Yeah, you definitely have one of the coolest gym store. Before you had like Valhalla Studios, you had one of the coolest ones in the background.
It's still here. Yeah.
Yeah, you had the cable machine. You had.
What is the gym called again?
It's called the Glorious House of Gains, gentlemen.
Yes.
You guys, it's good. You guys like it. It's really I use it. I'm trying to get back there. We will get back there. I mean, I'm 190 pounds right now, but before this incident, I was 213 pounds at 10% at age 61. So,
Wow, you don't look it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thankfully, I got into I didn't even know the awesome worlds of kettlebells until I saw RP Thor's playlist on a home gym using resistance bands as well as those perfect push-ups, but especially using the kettlebells. I'll send you that playlist, Grid One. But I think starting
Sure.
off for like
Yeah,
regular.
I'm a little tired of my current kettlebell workout. So
So if you
Here
heard of
I'm
Dan John as well,
I'm pasting 2 of them, and I'm pasting. Before I ever had that gym, I had my bands. I'm pasting the entire course of bands you can use at home and kettlebells, and I'm pasting.
Thor,
that.
can you put that in the private chat so he doesn't have to
Oh.
grab it from the regular chat?
Okay, yeah, I'll put it in the private chat.
actually
just
have
make
it
it
if you'd like
easier.
me to do it.
And those are videos. So you
Yeah.
have those, and the kettlebells are there too. And there's a bonus for my Christian brethren here. I read from the Book of Odin. It's quite red pill.
Nice. Yeah, and Grid One will also show you another because Thor introduced me to kettlebells, but I've been checking out this guy named Dan John who works on just basic kettlebell movements. Once you're able to like master those, then you can move on to RP Thor's Viking kettlebell workout. It involves a
juggling?
lot of strength and a lot of coordination, especially in
Yeah.
some of the movements.
Oh, the juggling's cool when you get to it. It's pretty cool.
Oh yes, still working on those. Since Glenn is up there with you, I'm gonna do another Viking kettlebell video, and then I'll send it to him so he can show you.
Perfect. I think Glenn might use the gym tomorrow too. I'm not sure. I'm ready.
Yes, I am.
He's gonna walk. I might walk tomorrow too.
Yeah,
or
we're gonna do
the
some
stair
walking.
stepper. Maybe the stair stepper and the red light wall. I'm not really sure. We'll see where the energy levels are because I'm only 3 days out of the chemo, and usually that's just 2 days.
We're gonna do something real light. It's not gonna be anything strenuous.
Can you bring those strippers?
That would be strenuous.
Well, I would need your help, Glenn.
Yeah, too cool. Well, Grid One, I really appreciate you for letting me up here. I know I've been backstage for a little bit just because it looks a lot better when 4 people are up. And anyways, I really wasn't saying that much, but it's just really good to be able to really listen to some grown men talk about some real masculine stuff. And this is what a lot of young guys like me need to be able to hear. So definitely thank you for bringing me up. And Thor, Clover Attack, Glenn, thank you again for all your help. Thor, definitely get better. Clover Attack, been awesome talking to you, man. And
Yeah.
Glenn, I'll be and loves supporting you, man, especially the Production of Men podcast and anyone else who helps us out.
Hey, thank you guys. I want to say something about Glenn. Glenn's been my Viking son for quite a while. We met when I was giving a lecture at a convention in San Diego. We hit it off really well. And, he's been a close friend. And I can only say that he's been honorable and honest to me. No matter what beefs have been out there, Glenn has been straightforward with me. And whenever I had shit with him, I could say it. And we can fix it. It's one of those things that we bounce everything off of. And that's the kind of friendship everybody should strive for. And I just got nothing but good to say about him. And want the best for him and success on his production of Men. And I can't wait to see the workbook he comes up with.
Oh, Pop, stop it. You're making me blush now.
Because I know that your acting expertise, while it might piss people off the practice routines, I think it's going to be really beneficial.
Oh yeah, no, like I have already started, like I told you, I started already outlining it, each section, and there's gonna be a little bit of comedy in there. It's gonna be like, don't do this, and then do like the real overdone.
Oh,
version.
the overdone mirror exercises.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a fun time with the mirror.
Yeah, video is actually better, but yeah, you know what I mean for the face.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do video for the mirror. It's so like mine's gonna have like the workbook plus video.
Cool.
So it's gonna be a little bit different.
So thanks, Glenn.
Well, thank you, Pops. I've always told everybody like you're like a surrogate dad. You know, so everybody that's been on, like everybody on the panel has heard about like you and what you've been going through, and you know, even the people in the audience have definitely have kept you in your prayer, or kept you in their prayers as well.
Yeah.
So they all have been very, very supportive, and
We'll be on
like
the
they will
bike.
hit me up randomly like, hey, how's Thor doing? Is Thor doing better? You know, like I get those comments and messages all the time.
I want to be on the bikes this October when we go to the conference on masculine excellence.
Oh, you want to ride? You want to ride a Tahoe?
If I can, I think we should.
You know, I'm game.
Too cool.
I mean,
I
last
used to
time we
live
were
in
in Vegas, that's what we did.
Yeah, we did Vegas that way.
Glenn and I are like bench pressing and shoulder pressing women in Vegas. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's actually where I discovered Glenn for the first time. Your guys' Rule Zero Access Vegas edition. I was familiar with you, Thor, but definitely discovering Glenn. It's been awesome getting to discover his content and really getting into your content as well. And I discovered you guys through like the air quotes controversial creators of ours first. But again, they're pretty awesome. But I just really get a lot of value out of you guys. And I probably wouldn't have discovered the content had not been for them as well. And so I really appreciate all of that.
Yeah, guys, the controversial guys, since I know them all personally, they're all human beings, and I consider them all good men.
Right.
Because I've witnessed them in real life. They're easy targets to talk about. I'm fine with that. And you know what? They're probably fine with that too, to be honest with you, because they are the guys that are trying to make a living and get this information out. Most of them have really sincere intent. I can't say too many of them, although there are a few that the intent is really to raid the area. The majority is not like that at all.
You know, it's weird with I got kind of a similar story with ending up over here. Just because mine was actually through Access Vegas as well.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and Andrew was on, and then that led to Grid, I think, which led to Glenn. And it's interesting because it was the sensational whatever controversy thing that fills the algorithms, that puts that stuff in front of you. You know what I mean?
It does.
And then you identify somebody there that you feel like you have something more in common with. You're like, oh, I really like what this guy has to say. I'm more, you know, we're kind of on the same wavelength, so to speak. And then so you start following that person and checking them out, and then that leads to somebody else, So it's really weird how you can come into that controversy, but you don't really stick around in the controversy. You find more meaningful people to discuss things with and have conversations with. And I think that what that tells me is that even though those channels may deal in some controversy, there's obviously a benefit to it. They're still bringing people in, and you hope that those people ultimately end up in the right places for them.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Agreed.
A lot of guys.
Yeah, and Thor, I hope that you can be able to tune in a little bit more often. I know you're definitely recovering and everything, and definitely take as much time as you need. As you can see, Glenn and I have been working on a lot of stuff, working with some really great people like Grid One Motorsports and Clover Tech to really kind of create another section of the sphere that we're in. And I would definitely love to have some of our mentors and some of the OGs be able to come with us as well. Like we also got to get in contact with Donovan Sharp as well as with this.
Yeah, I meant to call him today.
I did talk to him today.
Yeah,
Oh,
I talked to him yesterday.
I'll just say this: he is very excited and on board with the new project.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, like I actually plugged Grid in with Davrick when Grid went to Vegas, and Davrick's been dropping some of those clips already. Your conversation looked good, Grid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then Donovan's gonna do a stream with Grid here.
Good.
And, you know, he was gonna do one the other day when he was reviewing the Andrew and Destiny debate, but he just couldn't get it all set up yet because he's still moving into his new place. But
so, I gotta tell you guys something funny about Donovan Sharp yesterday when Grid One Motorsports rated his stream. let's see. Some guys were just saying raid in a chat, and DS was wondering, like, what does a raid mean? What are you guys doing here? And then I had to DM him to be able to clarify that means he redirected his chat over to his, and then he just admitted to being a boomer with the technology. That was just too cool. But yeah, he's
There
definitely.
you go, making fun of us boomers again. I'm actually not a boomer, man. I'm Gen X, bro.
So is DS, but he was just
I
calling
think I'm the only boomer.
Yeah, you're the boomer.
60s, yeah.
Yep, you're definitely the boomer.
That's what the girls say when I whip out that meat hammer.
Yeah.
especially the sub 25-year-olds. You guys think I'm joking, don't you? Keep thinking.
No, it's too awesome, Thor.
Keep
too
thinking
awesome.
that. You gotta love them all and leave them better off than when you found them. That's the secret.
Exactly.
See, like that last part. See, that's the part that doesn't get discussed enough.
No,
You know, leaving the women better off than you found them, even when you break up.
that you're absolutely right, and that's one of our biggest problems right there.
Yep, that's the part that makes us look like He-Man woman haters.
Well, part of it is
not
when you
practicing
do that, you open yourself up to feelings. You just got to recognize you're going to get feelings for all of them. Even the big fat ones, Glenn, you'll get them. That's why you avoid them.
No, I avoid them because they're disgusting.
And because you'd catch feelings. We all
not at all. I'm going to feel like I'm going to
You keep lying to yourself, son. That's okay.
No, I'm going to feel like I'm going to catch pound cake and then get fat myself. So no.
Oh, man.
Just think of all the calories you'll burn.
Trying to get up underneath her, getting her off of me. Yeah, that's a lot of calories I'll be burning trying to squirm for my life.
You got to have some BJJ practice, you know.
I did jujitsu.
Yeah, but 9 years ago doesn't count. We got to get some fresh on you.
No, I'm good.
All right.
See, these old knees, they don't work the way they used to.
It's okay. You know what? MILFs love Glenn. And you know what? I'm finding that now that he's 40, he is a GILF magnet.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
The GILF magnet of GILF magnets. Wait till you see him in Vegas, man. The guy's all action with those GILFs.
They come to me. I don't come to them.
Yeah, they do.
I try to just mind my own business. They say, come say hi all the time.
They do, and you're actually really good with them. So, yeah, thanks, guys. I'm going to have to jet. I appreciate you very much, all of you. And hope to see you.
It's good having you on, Thor. It really was. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, hopefully I can come back and we'll see you guys on the Dragons too. So,
oh yeah, that would be. You know what, Thor? Like real quick before you jet off, you know what? You should have Grid come on and as a guest speaker on one of the Dragons meetings once a month because he could
do a lecture. Yeah,
like as an entrepreneur and like all the stuff that he's done.
Okay,
he has a pretty cool story like to share with guys that are wanting to get into stuff like that.
Yeah, send him. We'll hook him up on Telegram.
I'll hit him up on Discord and let him know more about it.
Yeah, do that. It's the Dragons meetings is the second Tuesdays of the month at 4 p.m. Pacific. We do a 2-hour webinar, and it's pretty good. It's behind the paywall stuff. So, you know, most of the guys will rotate presentations on subjects that they're very familiar with. It's part of the mentorship program. To, you know, the next steps after you've learned this information is very much like each one reach one. You become a mentor rather than a mentee, and that propels you to the next level. That's why so many of our guys now are panel members and starting their own shows and exploring this on their own, because the potential for growth and wisdom is huge when you can convey this information to another person, and the gratitude that comes with it, it's immeasurable and fulfilling for any man. So that's kind of the purpose of the Dragons meeting.
Yeah, community is really important.
Oh yeah, certainly. You got if not community, then like a network of like-minded individuals, like brotherhood, man.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. You're the best. Skol. See you next time.
Be good.
All right, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. See you, man. We'll keep your chair warm, I guess.
Thank
or
you.
not,
Thank
or
you.
not.
Or not. We'll just throw it out in the back. Either
Right.
way.
That's kind of
It'll
rude,
still be
but
here.
you know, that's fine.
It'll
I'll just
still
go.
be here
I'm gonna
somewhere.
take a shit on your yard.
I mean, like every
Somebody's
other
gonna have to
dog
pick
in
it
the
up.
neighborhood. Why not? All right. We'll see you, Glenn. Or Glenn's not going to go down. All right. Clover, how the hell have you been?
But I've been around. I ain't been too terribly happy with but man, hopefully the rain stops and I can get some shit filmed because
Oh, yeah.
so behind on content because of that. It sucks being weather locked or whatever the hell you want to call it, you know.
Yeah, I have we finally got some
I'm not Paul Harrell. I'm not shooting in the fucking rain.
I brought my all-weather gun. So it's funny because we'll have people when we're we'll shoot a match and you'll see guys with their like guns all wrapped up and the plastic baggies over them and shit. And I'm like, I brought my all-weather guns, bitches.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
mine will be fine. Thank you very much. And
I did go to the local gun shop again today.
Yeah, what'd you get?
So, I spent a big chunk of money on 5 guns. What was that? Was that last weekend or the weekend before? I don't even remember now.
I mean, I don't know if it was a big chunk. You made it sound like it was a big chunk.
Yeah, well, $1,700 is a. I mean, it was
That's
a deal.
good chunk, yeah.
It was a deal, but that was still a chunk.
Oh, I got one for you. Oh my God.
I went and spent several more hundred today because there was
didn't have any ammo?
there was a Gen 1 Glock 17 in the Tupperware box that came matching serial Tupperware box that came in.
Oh wow.
Original tag on the box that matched the serial. Yeah. So I had to go get it. The OG, very first ever Glock. Like, yeah, I gotta have that. Did I need it? No, but I had to have it.
So my buddy is he is all interested in the Desert Tech bullpups.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, my only problem with bullpups, especially in a bolt action rifle, is they never get the triggers right.
Yeah, it's hard on a bullpup period to get the triggers right.
It's just hard. Plus, the bolt is way back by your cheek, and I'm like, it's just ergonomics of the thing just don't work for me.
They're bullpups are cool. I don't own one. I think they're cool. I think they look cool.
I love my RBB. I've owned so many bullpups. I want bullpups to work,
but I don't own any. I don't own any. I just can't. Not to say that I won't ever own any. But I mean, I get to shoot so much stuff, be it working through the gun shop or going to these events and doing what I do, that it really, I gotta really want something to go out and buy it, right? It's got to be something that at this point that, and the 5, last weekend or whatever, and the 1 today, they all fit the collection. You know what I mean? It was a collectible aspect to it. It's something that I'd wanted for a long time. They're not easy to come by. There's some history behind them. That's the type of things that I typically buy because any of the more modern stuff, I get to play with it on a pretty regular basis. And it's just I've never played with the bullpup that's like, oh my God, I gotta have one of these. Like I've never once.
So I love the Steyr-AUG. I've had 2 out of the 4 versions of the Steyr-AUG. I had the original version with the 16-inch barrel, and the fixed monocular, or scope,
little 4-power,
and then I had and it wasn't removable; it was built into the gun.
Yeah.
So I had that version, and I hated it. The trigger sucked. It wasn't particularly reliable. Reloading it was just a pain in the butt. And I just, at that time there were no Magpul mags, so using metal mags in the gun was just kind of weird. Didn't really, and then it kind of worked. And then I had so I sold it. I bought another one a few years later. I had and the trigger still sucked. This was the Gen
Right.
3 or whatever that had the it's a rail, it's got a pick rail, and it fixes a lot of the things that was wrong with the first one, but the trigger still sucked. But it was pretty reliable, and it's heavy for what it is, so I didn't like it. I sold it.
Yeah.
And then
They're
I bought a
cool.
Tavor.
And they're also iconic. Oh, the Tavors.
They are iconic.
So if
bought
I was going to own one, at this point, the Tavor probably would be at the top of the list.
All right, so I bought a Tavor from one of the first crates that made it into the country.
Uh-huh.
I paid like $3,000 for that piece of shit.
May have been a bad move. One of the first ones is almost never a good move. It was
a first crate to get here, but I mean, it had been out for a while, right? Like, the problem was they wouldn't let the Tavors be shipped in, so you couldn't buy one.
Yeah,
and
importation things.
Yeah, so finally they got approval, and IWI brought them in. Yeah, and
IWI had to have a presence here to be able to do that.
Yes, and they became and they got one. But the Tavors came in, and it sucked. Like, everything about that gun sucks. The trigger sucks. The reciprocating charge handle sucks.
Right.
The way the gas exits the receiver sucks, especially when it's suppressed. It's the worst gun I've ever shot suppressed.
Like the blowback's real bad.
Yeah, it's just horrible.
Yeah.
And
those were not tunable either. I don't know if they are now.
I don't believe that. Well, the one I had was not tunable, and if it was, I never figured out how to tune it.
Have you shot any of the more modern ones? Have you shot any that's been produced in the last couple of years or so?
No. Then I had the RDB, and I still have the RDB because, in my opinion, it is the best bullpup, period. Can't change my mind. It fucking works every time I pull the trigger. It doesn't care which magazine I put in it. It will not take a D60, but that's okay. The trigger sucks, but it doesn't suck that badly. The accuracy sucks like every other bullpup, but it doesn't suck that badly. And so far, there's no gas in your face ever. And instead of throwing casings left and right, it just drops them down at your feet. It's very nice. Love it. And then I bought an Imzar, which is a Steyr AUG, but supposedly better. It sucked. Sold it. And every time I buy one of these things, it's like $1,800, $2,000, $2,000 for a piece of crap. And I get my money back out of them, but it's just such a disappointing, disheartening thing.
Right.
For them to, it's just not there. So, I just dislike. Now, I have not shot any of the new Tavors. I know that they've changed some things. I know they got the PCC one that looks really cool to me with that weird handguard looking thing on it. It looks slick.
Yeah.
It looks like a dirt bike masquerading as a rifle.
Yeah.
And I like it. But I just don't know that it's going to be any better. So I can't bring myself to buy one.
I'm trying to think if I've shot any of the more recent ones suppressed, and I don't think I have.
I had a deal on a Scar, which is not really a bullpup, but
Scars are nice. I like.
I had a deal made on a Scar, and then I shot it, and I realized that they kill scopes.
Yeah.
And I decided that I didn't do that. Didn't want that. So I didn't get a Scar.
Yeah, you can't cheap out on a Scar,
Yeah, they just kill scopes.
Yeah.
So I just, man, I just stick with the AR platform. It fucking works every single time. No problems.
Yeah.
Today during the match, I was late because reasons. and I get there. My kid and I like hustle up. We get up there. My kid shot pretty well. And then I shot reasonably well. The first stage was start in a box, and there was a target literally within reach of you. So if you just leaned a little bit. So I literally just drew and shot from the hip. I did a total Taron Butler gunslinger move on that. Yeah, shot it from the hip. In double alphas on that, and then punched out and got. And there were some other targets, and I actually did pretty good for. I haven't not shot a match in a couple months, so I was pretty happy with my performance right out of the gate. And then in the entire match, I only dropped one penalty, which was I left a target, and it was a stupid target to leave up. I only needed to take one more step to like the left, and I would have seen it, and it would have been fine. But
yeah,
I didn't, so I missed it. But I shot. My rifle work was good. I shot we were shooting a kind of like a mini accelerator kind of thing, except they were like really tiny hangers. They had two tiny ones. So they had two that were like 2-inch or 3-inch at 50 yards.
Oh, wow.
And then two that were 4 or 5-inch at 50 yards. Yeah. And they were on a beam. And I shot those standing offhand at about 50 or so, whatever it was. I think it was a 50-yard bay. So yeah, I shot those pretty good. And yeah, I had a good time, man. It was a great match.
Now, are you running an LPVO, or what are you running on your AR? Yeah.
Yeah. So currently I have the Athlon
1 to 10, 1 to 6.
The 1 to 10. It's the
But
Aries.
you probably never go to 10, do you?
Yeah, I do all the time.
Do you? Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really?
So there's and we could really go down a deep end on the deep dive on like world shoot shit that things that we do wrong in competitive rifle shooting here in the US that gets us that fucks us over when we go to the world stage.
Yeah.
So one of those things is the way that we handle our recoil in the rifle. And there's a guy named Kyle Litzy who has a company called Unrivaled. And he's an engineer for Ford, and he kept going every year to the world shoot, and he's like, what the fuck is with these guys' rifles? Like, why are our rifles, and we designed this rifle, why are theirs better?
Yeah.
And he figured out that it's like magnets and shit and the buffer system.
Oh, speaking of that, yeah, I had
and so he designed this Unrivaled. He designed his own buffer system. It is called the Unrivaled buffer.
Yeah. I actually had a conversation with that guy a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Kyle's a bud. I love that dude.
Yeah.
So that's what I use now. I order them as whenever he has them in stock. I'll order one up.
Nice. And I haven't got my hands on one yet, but yeah, I had at GunCon.
Yeah,
I was talking about that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So so my gun is like really slicked out. I didn't want to go into this when Thor was here because it sounds like I'm like super bragging, but like I'll walk you through my all.
Well, I mean, you are. Let's be honest. But
I'll walk you through that.
What gun guy doesn't brag? What fishing guy doesn't brag? I mean, come on.
Yeah. Well, I'll walk you through the gun, and you can just kind of tell me, give me your input. So we'll start at the muzzle. I use the Ultratech or Ultradyne, whatever. Yeah, it's Ultradyne. Pardon me, Ultradyne Apollo S Max.
Yeah.
And then it's literally the best brake I've ever. Like I've tried all of them, and it's the best brake I've ever used. Like the recoil mitigation is amazing. Yeah. And then so then I use a black hole weaponry barrel. Mm-hmm. I use a 18-inch fluted stainless steel barrel, and it works perfect.
Oh, you go.
And it's like a 1 in 8 twist. Okay, it's 1 in 8 twist.
What grain you normally throw through it? 60.
So I have near identical accuracy with 55 and 75 grain.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So and actually, there's a reason why I use I actually my actual long range ammo is 73 grain ELD-M.
Right.
With the 73 ELD-M, I have the same point of impact at 400 yards with 55 grain that I do with 75 grain.
Yeah.
The 55 grain shoots flatter, but they literally hit the same spot.
Now, are you
And it's
using
only-
the same rifle for your 3-gun?
Yeah, I only use one rifle.
Oh, okay. So you're doing your long range and your 3-guns both with the same rifle.
400 yards.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I shoot 3-gun out to 600 yards. I've shot a. I hit it.
Oh, okay. So you're not talking about a separate competition. You're talking
No.
when
I'm
you're
talking. Yeah.
okay.
So when I talk like
Okay.
long range, and when I say like when I say I hit a 430 yard target,
It's within the
that's
context of 3-gun.
in the context of 3-gun where you're
Oh,
running
okay.
and gun. You're not. This isn't PRS where you just like walk up
Okay.
there and throw your bag down. This
Okay.
is like
Okay.
I'm hammering it, right?
Okay.
And so that's why my gun's a little bit different. I use a SLR gas system or adjustable gas block. I don't care whose gas tube I use, but I always use the SLR adjustable gas block because it's the best I've found.
Yeah.
And then I use and then I for handguards these days, I like a lot of the Samson stuff, but I used to use Gun Tech, except I can't buy it. They don't sell direct anymore. I have to find a dealer, and then it's just it's a kind of a hassle for me. So I'm actually, and there's a new company here in the U.S. in Tennessee. Well, it's not new, but there's a company I discovered recently in Tennessee called Cross Machine and Tool that make amazing handguards.
Cross is good stuff across the board. Yeah.
Yeah.
No
So
pun intended, I guess, but
they
make they make a lot of different parts.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And I got so I that's my normal cross machine and tool. That's my new normal handguard, and I run a 15-inch handguard on an 18-inch barrel.
Yeah.
For upper receivers these days, I'm using Juggernaut Tactical uppers.
Yeah.
I just like them. They're cool. I used to use Venom Defense and Design. They're super lightweight uppers, but Sam went out of business, so I can't get those anymore.
Yeah.
So whatever. And then let's see, for the lower, I use Juggernaut Tactical right now, but I have lowers by everybody, like Palmetto. I've got Tactical Innovations. I have everybody. I have everybody's damn lowers.
Yeah.
And I used to use the super lightweight ones and I still do. My current rifle uses the super lightweight version from Venom Defense and Design, but he doesn't exist anymore. He went out of business, so can't use it. And bolt carrier, JP LMOS. I used the Novetzke
bolt and carrier.
Yeah, well, I used the JP LMOS bolt and bolt carrier assembly, but at least one of my rifles has the Novetzke bolt in it.
Bolt, yeah.
Gotcha. At least one of them does, and I haven't noticed any like super improvement. So
whatever. most people run the assembly. But every now and then you'll get folks that'll change the bolt out. They prefer the extractor in something different or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know that I can tell the difference, but it is what it is. I have I use the I want to say it's not Yankee Hill, Springfield. No, not Springfield. Sharps maybe, but it's the round. It's the roller bearing cam pin.
Mm-hmm.
So I use that, just make it slick.
Oh yeah.
The charge handle. I'm pretty ambivalent. I've got Raptors. I've got Gunfighters. I've got whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Warfighter. What is that? The Break Arms Warfighter. Pretty.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one.
They're
don't have
pretty
that.
faulty. I like them. I'm probably going to be picking up a couple of those here
Yeah.
in the next week or two myself.
Yeah, I like the I like the Raptor. I like it a lot. My buddy has one that I have one of them. He made these for somebody local in Denver that was selling them, and then the guy went out of business. But it actually, when you pull one side, it releases both sides of the hooks, so it doesn't damage the receiver.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
And unlike most of them,
the
so,
Warfighter does that. Yeah.
yeah.
And I've got a man, like, was that the first 300 blackout I ever built? But Yankee Hill Machine they didn't have the charging handle, but they had the latch kit that did that, that you could put into a standard Milsurp or whatever charging handle back in the day. That's on that one that does essentially the same thing. Trigger?
So I use 3 different triggers. Just depends on what I have in my hand right at the moment. So I normally use Elftman.
Okay.
The Elftman 3-gun super comp or whatever the fuck they call it now. It's changed names a couple of times, but it's always the same thing. And then I use the Timney Daniel Horner, or I use a Trigger Tech Diamond.
Okay.
So the Diamond I've outrun. So I've actually outrun the Diamond and broke one. So don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm partial to Hyperfire. I like the stuff.
Hyperfire is good. They're not my. This is not my favorite.
I've got 2 here from. Let's see if I can figure out the company. What is this company? Let me get my thing out. That company sent me 2 of theirs to play with.
While you're looking for that, the lower
ballistic engineering.
Oh, I don't know.
It's a new company, but I've got their regular version and their match version. That's got the flat shoe and all that. The fancy one too, right?
Yeah.
They sent me one of each to play around with. I got to get those. One of many things I've got sitting around to play with.
So then, the lower parts kit, I typically use like a Rock River Arms.
Yeah.
They usually have really competitive pricing and all the parts are good. For the grip, I really like the one that Venom Defense and Design did that they called the Milnor. I just can't buy them anymore because they don't exist. So I'm gonna find a new grip that I like, but there's plenty out there. It doesn't matter.
I haven't bought parts kits. I've got so many from back in the day that I had bought. And I used to buy.
I generally don't have to buy but just a couple of pieces here and there. Yeah. But when I do buy a parts kit, I buy the parts kit from Rock River as a just a parts kit. There's no grip. There's no
right. Yeah. Right. Because you're going to change all that shit anyway.
It's a pins kit, really. That's what it is.
Yeah. Now the ones I've got, they do got the trigger. I mean, the trigger and the hammer and all that. But way back in the day, and we're talking early 2010s ish, or probably even before that. But you could buy like a 10-pack of the Spikes enhanced part kits. Like, sweet, man. And so every time I'd buy them, because I would help buddies build and do other things anyway.
Yeah.
And so every time I needed a kit, I would get down to like 2 kits. I would buy 10.
Right.
So
right. Yeah. Why not?
There's no telling how many Spikes and enhanced kits I've got sitting over there.
There you go.
I don't even know I don't even know what they make anymore, to be honest with you. That was a big name way back in the day, but
yeah, I haven't heard of Spikes in a while. I think they still make lowers.
I think they still make stuff. there's so many companies now that they've lost a lot of their market share.
Sure. So then the buffer assembly, I use the Unrivaled buffer assembly.
Anything special with the tube?
No. Well, yeah, kind of, because both of my current guns use the Royal Arms stock, and it comes with a proprietary tube.
Yep. Right. Okay.
And
Yeah.
And then some of the other I do some other stuff with the like I've got a gun with a Luth carbine stock. I've got the SIG carbon fiber stock. Stocks are just kind of whatever.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at there with that stuff. I typically and I think that's pretty much the shooting match. And then optics are just whatever. I've got a Night Force attacker that I need to put on. That 1-8, I think it is. But I only shoot now. I'm very specific with scopes. I only shoot first focal plane, and I have to have 0 stops because I dial on the clock.
Right.
And so I have to have 0 stops.
Yeah.
So not resettable 0. It's weird because people a lot of times they'll say, "No, I've got 0 stops," and I'm like, "No, you don't." And they're like, "Yeah, I do." I'm like, "No, you don't." And so you'll turn it, and you can go past 0.
Right.
And I'm like, so what you've got is you can reset to 0, but you can't stop it. Mine, I can just without looking at it, I can turn it back to 0, and it is at 0.
Right.
So I do. I've been, and so I was an early adopter of this. It used to be that everybody's like, first focal plane doesn't matter. You don't need it. There was a bunch of bullshit back in the day when we shoot 3-gun. With people, basically they were pimping out the scope to use was the Vortex. What the fuck do they call that thing? It's not the Venom. The Vortex, whatever it is, the 1-6. Yeah, it's a 1-6.
Not the Crossfire. No, that's a red.
No. There was a one with the Jerry Mikulik reticle.
I don't remember. Yeah.
I'll remember it in a minute. But
I know what you're talking about. But yeah,
I never bought one. It was basically like $1,500 back years ago. And I'm like, that's expensive for a Vortex. Like that's way too much.
right.
And and they've come out with it a couple. They've changed a version they've changed it a couple of times. So there were a couple of things that really pissed me off about it. First, it had a covered elevation knob.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that you had to use holdovers on the clock, which a lot of people will swear that holdovers are faster, but I see more people miss using holdovers than I do just dial and pull the trigger.
Yeah, I've got to wonder how long they've been shooting and what type of scopes they've been shooting. And I got it because for me, I typically I can run second focal plane. I'm indifferent honestly when it comes to first and second. I mean, I see benefits to both. But I'll run mil dot. I like mil dot and second focal plane, mil and second focal if I'm doing it because that's just what I'm used to.
Sure.
And I see the dots almost as graph paper, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if I get a mark shot. I'm dead nuts the second shot for sure, and that's assuming that I missed the first shot, but I'm going to be dead nuts the second shot. I mean, I'm going to have my range, I'm going to have everything just because I'm so used to it. So
yeah, so the thing is so all the guys that were saying that all you need is second focal plane, you didn't need turret locks, you didn't need exposed turrets, any of that, target turrets. They were all using the Vortex 1-6 Razor, which then became the 1-10 Razor.
Yeah,
which is exactly. So I was using a 1-10 a long time ago, and same deal. And I went to, so I had this there's a point in time in the 3-gun game where the Swarovski was the scope to have. It's a $3,000 scope, but it was the scope to have. It was the clearest. It had a reasonable reticle choice. It had 0 stops. The clicks meant something, and it was first focal plane. But it was literally the most fragile piece of equipment I've ever owned.
Yep.
And I understand why everybody that owned one owned 2, because one of them was most likely headed either to or from repair.
Yeah.
And so that happened to me. I had one. First of all, I only bought one because I didn't see the value in buying a second one, so I bought one. And I just went through scopes. Like I would just buy them and figure them. I was like, I don't know about this, whatever. So I bought the Swaro, and I thought, all right, cool. I got the best scope on the market. This is going to be great. Let's rock. And then it broke, and I sent it back.
Yep.
I bought a cheap scope. I put it on my rifle. I shot a couple of matches. The Swaro comes back. I shoot a couple of matches. Swaro breaks, goes back.
Yeah.
Back. So I was going to hard as hell. It was my last match of the year, and I did not have a scope for my rifle. Well, I did, but it was like a 1-4 Bushnell first focal plane. Like it wasn't a good scope. It was a good scope. It just wasn't what I needed at hard as hell, because I knew that we were going to have like some 500 and 600 yard shots.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I needed a 1-6 or 1-8. I knew that I did. And I was about to just go ahead and buy the Razor. And for like the entire year, Mark at the fuck is this? Carbon Arms. Mark at Carbon Arms had been telling me to buy the Burris XTR2 1-8 first focal plane.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's only at that point it was like an introductory price, and it was like $800 or something.
Yeah.
Like there's no fucking way an $800 scope is going to get it done. Like it's just not. And because I'm looking at like Mark IIs and Mark IV loopholes, right? Or Mark IV, Mark VI.
Yeah.
And I'm like, at that time a Mark VI was like $3,400 or something. It is expensive. And no one had one. You couldn't buy it, but if you could buy it, it was expensive.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do about this? And finally I just broke down, and Brownells had the scope in stock on sale. It's like $800 and something. I had it shipped to me, put it on the gun, sighted it in, and left for Utah to shoot hard as hell like the next day. And it was badass. It just fucking worked. And I still have that gun mounted. I mean, I still have that scope mounted on a gun today. It still holds 0 perfectly. I have beat the living shit out of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It just held up.
Burris has come a long way. A long way.
Yeah.
Burris stuff is pretty salty now. Once upon a time, 20 years ago or whatever.
Yeah.
Not so much. But
well, I mean, I had problems with Night Force like 20 years ago. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
And I have a Night Force now. So I had actually this goes to how companies either evolve or they go the fuck away.
Usually, yeah.
So I had
higher end companies, I would say, yeah.
The one thing that I will give Vortex, which is, look, for guys that don't know, Vortex is a cheap brand. They're all offshore made scopes. I think they now have to make one in the U.S. because they got the U.S. Army contract.
They spend a ton on marketing, though.
Yeah, they spend a shit ton on marketing. And the key that when I first bought, and I used to actually put Vortexes on like fucking everything. They were cheap, but they had a lifetime warranty, and it was no questions asked. You could literally run that shit over with a truck, send it in, and they'd send you a new one.
Mm-hmm.
No questions asked.
Yeah.
There was a guy who his house burned down with his binoculars, like in the windowsill or some shit. And he sent it to him. They sent him a brand new pair of binoculars.
A lot of companies will do that nowadays, though. That's not, once
Yeah,
upon a time,
and Vortex is
that
really
was
the reason
rare.
why.
Yeah, once
Yeah.
upon a time that was rare, but there's a lot of companies that'll do that now.
So I had a Vortex, or pardon me, I had a Night Force 1 to, I want to say it was 1 to 8 or 1 to 10, or I don't know what I'm drawing a blank now. It might have been a 1 to 6. It doesn't matter. I had a LPVO Night Force, and I was shooting a match with it, and I started missing. I just thought it was me, and then the next array, I started on a plate rack, and I shot the far right plate because I was gonna go right, just go from right to left. I shoot the far right plate, and then I'm missing as I move to the second plate, and I'm like, where the fuck am I hitting? And I'm like shooting, and finally out of the corner of my eye, I see, or pardon me, I moved a little bit. I was holding like far right edge of this plate, and I hit the far left plate.
Holy crap.
The erector had broken, and so it would just randomly move all the way left.
Yeah.
Which is like 6 feet of adjustment, right?
Right.
And so I was like, or 4 feet, whatever the fuck it is.
Holy shit.
And I'm like, holy fuck. So I was obviously fucked that match because it would randomly, and it would randomly move.
Yeah. Right.
And so I sent it back, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I fucking waited some more, and I waited some more, and eventually they sent it back to me with a bill. And I was like, it's not my fucking fault the damn glue or nut or whatever the fuck in there came loose, right? Like I was using it in the prescribed manner.
Yeah.
So it's kind of pissed. And I didn't buy Night Force for a long time. Like I was really super pissed about it. And especially since they would change the reticle for free, which would have meant that they would have replaced the erector if I had sent it in just to have the reticle replaced.
Right.
So I was like, yeah, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
So, and Leupold was kind of the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vortex happened, and all of those, and they back then warranty work was like, yeah, whenever we get to it, we'll let you know.
Yeah.
And
yep.
the one good thing about Vortex is they forced every single company to move to that level. Like every single company had to basically within just a couple of 3 years completely revamp how they shipped things out, the warranties they had, the warranty repair work that and what they their policies regarding how fast it got done. And I mean, and a Leupold can make the accurate claim that their scopes are more expensive, and so it takes longer to fix them, and it and it may cost something. Okay, but you got to communicate with the customer, so they've made everyone level up. Vortex has.
I would agree.
So I had this. I've had this Burris, man, forever, and I like it's still on a rifle today. I would still go out and shoot 600 yards with it, no problem. I'd hit it. And but a year ago, 2 years ago now, I guess, or however, at some point recently, it blends together after a while, but
a little bit, yeah.
It was basically, I guess the whole thing started around COVID. A buddy of mine worked at the time, worked for Athlon. He might be back at Athlon now, and he was in there. He was in their corporate sales, but he's a 3-gunner, and so he reached out to me one day, or he reached out to a bunch of us one day, and he's like, "Hey, we need like 500 people to purchase a scope, and we're going to get them in your hands, and we want you to just test them and tell us, what's going on." I'm like, "I'll do it." And so I eventually, it took 2 years to get the scope because just all the nonsense with COVID. But once I got it, And now I'm going to tell you, I did not have high hopes for this scope. Athlon, my opinion of Athlon up to that point was it was like a bargain level scope at a mid-level scope price, and it just wasn't going to be that good. That was my I just unvarnished truth, right?
Mhm.
I just was not. I was prepared to be completely underwhelmed by this piece of equipment, but it's legit. Like, I don't know if I just got a good one, if I got curated, or and they just did it the right way or whatever. I don't know what the fuck, but I'm telling you, that thing, I dial on the clock. The knob works as it should. It's not gotten loose. It still clicks, click, 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 just like it's supposed to. It returns to 0 like it's supposed to. I shoot. I will dial for my typical 3-gun deal is I dial for the longest target. 200 and in, I don't dial at all. 300, I may or may not dial. Generally won't. But anything past 300, and we're in dial range. So like at 430, that's a 2 mil. That's a 2 mil up. That's or 2.1 mils up. I can already tell you because I've already done the math like a million times. So 2.1 mils up is going to put me just dead nuts. Just at point, pull trigger, done.
Right.
And then I just I just turn it back to 0, and then I'll hit my 250 and in targets, just dead nuts, bang, 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 bang. And it's I'm really, really favorably impressed with that optic. I like, and again, I thought it was gonna be a cheap piece of shit because I think I paid $900 is.
Yeah.
I think I paid $900 for it, and it was fine. And then I had
John Smith's comment.
Yeah, I saw that. I shot standing offhand at so I shot standing offhand at 100 yards today at a 4-inch hanger and hit. I had 2 makeup shots.
Oh yeah.
In 9 targets, 2 makeup shots and 9 targets.
Yeah.
On the clock, moving. So. No,
I
would not.
6-inch. I shoot 6-inch steel at 6-inch round steel at 100 with handguns and shit, even all the time.
Yeah. So I was at the range last
if
week.
you're used to doing that, if you do it all the time, it's not really that big a deal.
No, right. And if you just know your equipment, right? So like I was at the range right before I went to Vegas, and so we had a target at the 50 yard and 100 yard. 50 yard. Because we had some 22s we were shooting. And just for the fuck of it, I pulled out my iron sight 9 mil. It's a Bull SRS saw. And with the 10 barrel and everything. And just 9 millimeter. That's a special. And I put 12 out of 12 rounds in the danger zone at 50 yards, basically rapid fire. Like just bang, 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 bang. And, that was nothing. And I used to shoot, I used to really piss people off on the rifle range because at the rifle bays at Dead Zero, I would shoot, they have 8 or 10-inch plates at 50, and I would just bring those things, just bang, 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 bang.
Oh, that's huge at 50. Yeah.
Like that's like, why? How can I miss that?
Yeah.
And,
right. Yeah.
So that was cool. That's always cool to do. We had targets today we had pistol targets out to about 30 yards today, but you had to run. So, and there were some oblique angles that you had to deal with, but I love competitive shooting. I think that anybody that shoots that doesn't shoot competitively is just shortchanging themselves.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's so much fun. It's the camaraderie. Oh, and I meant to tell you, I picked up my purchases. Because that's one of the reasons I went to the match today was to pick up a bunch of guns, and so I picked up my purchases from my buddy, and that I got better on that Colt than I thought I did. So it's actually a Colt Mark IV Model 70 in stainless Gold Cup trophy version.
Nice.
And I paid $1,200 for it.
Nice. That was a deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that one's going to be worth a little bit more going forward. So we'll see. I like it. It's got the blue grips on it, which I hadn't seen before, so I really like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I had a pretty good match. The one thing that I feel like that a lot of people don't practice their weapon manipulation enough.
Oh,
and I'm like,
yeah, definitely.
It never fails that when the first time somebody sees me run a stage, they'll come over and they'll say, "Man, you really got that wrist flip dialed," and I can throw a magazine like so far. I'm just like,
yeah, right.
That thing's gone. Get the hell out of here.
Uh-huh.
And because I don't need it anymore.
Right.
So, and it's pretty funny. But I had it was a good time today. My son had a good time. He shot pretty well. His accuracy, for as little as he shoots with a handgun, his accuracy is really good. Like, it's really, really good.
Yeah.
Like, I was pretty fucking surprised. Obviously with rifle, he's using my rifle, so it's not like, it's dial. I actually hate to let people shoot with my gear, because then they wonder how I miss. Like, how fucked up do I have to be to like miss?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because the gear's so good.
Yeah. Boulay out there talking about, all the different types of matches, even cowboy action. Yeah, I mean, you can get into like any type of shooting that you enjoy. There's matches. There's matches for it. And the cowboy action is fun. I want to get into. There's a cowboy action league fairly close to me here.
You would be good in that, because you would be one of the guys that would buy the black powder pistols and then buy the cartridge conversion cylinders for them, and then you would buy and then you would start.
Oh, they dress up. So they dress up, and they all have their names. They come up with their cowboy names or whatever.
Yeah,
it's just a good old time, and most of them have really good food out there to match.
Yeah, and then
I've visited several times and went and watched, and they're just so much fun.
And then you can get, you can download your ammo to where you're like, there's like no recoil at all involved.
Oh yeah,
so
absolutely.
You
want it to smoke. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah,
you want it to be real smoky, which you can use Trail Boss usually for that.
Right. Yeah, I have some
smokeless, and that'll smoke pretty good.
Leverevolution, whatever it is.
Yep.
So with multi-gun, right? 3-gun, whatever you want to call it. Dude, they have a 22 class. Like, you could have shot 22s today.
Yeah.
At the 22 pistol and 22 rifle. I thought about it, because I've got that new SIG 22. And it's so light, and there's no recoil, and it's pretty accurate. And it has the same magazine capacity as my 2011. It holds 2 less, right? So it's 20 instead of 22.
Right.
Or 20, or I guess I get 23 if I really try in my 2011 mags. But it's such a light little gun. There's no recoil. The ammo's cheap. You can carry the whole thing in a backpack. I was like, man, maybe because I have a dedicated 22 AR. So I was like, man, maybe I should just do this. Maybe I should just shoot 22 today. Right. But the high power stuff always wins me over, because I like big bang. Mm-hmm. Big bang. I like it. All the bang. So, yeah. It's good times, man. It's good times. So what do you think of my rifle description there?
It's solid. It's solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I don't.
Nothing negative.
I don't really have it. Yeah, well that, but I don't have anything that would even really come close to that. Most of my builds are purpose build. Well, I'll take that back. No, they're not. Most
Mine
of
are all
my builds are more aesthetic builds. So I
Not
was going for a certain look, right? And then next would be purpose build. But yeah, I've got several. I've got an A1 Dissy, clone basically.
Sure.
Before you could buy a Dissy, now there's several companies that have the Dissy copies, out there. This was original Dissy with the triangle handguards, though.
Ooh, nice.
So
you have like the long, so that's a 20-inch barrel with the.
No, it's a 16 where you use it's a 16-inch barrel with the rifle length handguards, which make it look like it's an SBR, but it's actually not. There's just more barrel under the deal. So what I had to do was I had to use it. This was before, like I said, this was back.
So I thought the dissipator was it was a 20-inch barrel with the super long handguard.
No, the Dissy is a well, no, no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right, no, you're probably right. I mean, I haven't thought about this in years, so you're probably you are definitely.
No, the original is an 18-inch barrel. The original A1 was 18. Was it 18 or was it a 20?
That was 20.
It may have been a 20. But anyway, so I've got that one. So back in the day, in order to do that, I had to use the front sight post. First of all, I had to find an A1 upper. But I did. I was able to find an A1 upper. You can't hardly find an A1 upper at all anymore, or even an A2 for that matter. Like built-in carry handle uppers, like good luck.
I thought
there's companies.
Machining or somebody did one.
Yeah. There's companies, but they're not nearly as plentiful as the A4 stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Nobody wants them, so
actually the way this worked is I ended up with an A1 upper, and I'm like, what am I going to do with this? And I thought, oh fuck me, I'm going to make a triangle handguard Dizzy, and I'm going to make it in 6.8 SPC. Just because that 6.8, this was kind of before the 7.62 ARs were ever really a thing, and that 6.8 is very similar ballistically to a 7.62, right? Or an X39.
No. The 6.8 is like the 6.8 is way more powerful than a 7.62.
It's well, the SPC2. Now the original, because you couldn't get the bullet weight out of just the original 6.8 SPC. Now I have reamed the chamber. So it has since become an SPC2, and I don't even think they delineate anymore between SPC and SPC2.
Yeah, because it was the thickness of the brass that was the issue, right? Because you
had to run it. Yeah, you couldn't run a heavier projectile, is what it was.
Yeah, because you couldn't run. Well, you couldn't run it at full chamber pressure because they made the brass so thin it would split.
Yeah. But anyway, so the original 6.8 SPC, like I said, it's similar to. An X39. I'm not saying it's identical or anything, but it's similar. But anyway, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go with that. And so it's like, okay, how am I going to do this? So what I had to do is I had to go with a low pro. So I used the carbine length. All the barrels were carbine length. Could not find a rifle length gas system anyway. And especially, I would have to have chopped the barrel. Do what?
Oh, you're talking about a 16-inch.
On a 16, right. Because I wanted a 16 with rifle length handguards, right? So it's like, okay, so even if I did find a rifle length in the 16-inch, or a rifle length, it would probably be a longer barrel, and I would have to chop the barrel and thread it, and I'd have to. It's like,
oh no,
how am I going to do this?
Criterion makes a 16.
Dude, this was 20 years ago, bro.
Oh, okay. Never
mind. So yeah, like
I missed it 20 years ago.
Yeah, stay with me. Like this was right when the assault weapon ban ended, within a couple years.
I got
or something,
you.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, there wasn't. I mean, you had Model 1 sales selling parts, and Yankee
East
Hill
Harco.
Machine, and there was very few companies out there. Anyway, so I thought, okay, how am I going to do this? So what I did is I went with a 16-inch carbine length barrel, and the triangle handguards, if you recall, had the aluminum shielding on the inside.
Yes.
So I took a Dremel tool to the aluminum shielding where the gas block would sit, right? That way it would still clamp around. And then it's like, okay, now how am I going to keep the fuckers on here? So what I had to do is I had to take me a front sight post.
Cut it off.
And no, I take me a regular front sight post. And what I had to do is drill through the bottom. It's got the two lugs for the bayonet. On the bayonet lug, it's got the two lugs, right? So I drilled all the way through from the bottom and tapped it. And then
in your mill, of course.
And then and then tapped it, and then set it up on there, dimpled the barrel, double set screwed, actually. Set screw and then one behind it to lock it. So it looks like it's got a gas block, but it doesn't have that's not the gas block. You know what I mean? The front sight post.
Yeah.
Where that would originally, it's non-functioning. All it is a sight post, because the gas block is actually under the handguards, which is kind of neat. And then I got the teardrop forward assist, and the A1 length stock, and and then it's Cerakoted. It's all Cerakoted OD green, which is kind of cool. But I've got bills like that. I've got one that is I don't remember who put it out, but somebody put out an Army, a Go Army or something lower with the Go Army logo thing.
Yeah.
And so I took and color filled all that in like the Army colors, like the yellow and green they were using at the time for their logoing. And then I bought yellow and greenish colored wood laminate. This was an A2. This is an A2 setup with an 18-inch barrel, with a 3-prong flash hider. So this is more like a post NOM era M16 look, but it's laminate. It's colored laminate furniture on it. So just weird things like that. And then one of my favorite rifles that I've got is an XM177 copy that I built, or clone, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Which is of course the 11-inch barrel with a 5-inch flash hider,
Yep.
Or 11 and a half or whatever it is. And that's one of my favorites.
Pinned and welded, of course.
It's just so obviously. It's just so minimalistic. You know what I mean? Like it's just so basic, but it shoots so good. And you can throw that sucker behind the seat of the truck or whatever. Like it's just a solid rifle. So
that
a lot of my stuff, a lot of my builds are like that, right? They're like, hey, this looks cool, or I want to kind of pay homage to, some other thing, but maybe put my own little twist on it. And then I got a couple other things. I got one that I built specifically for projectiles I bought. So I was on Midway USA one night. No telling how many thousands of dollars I've spent over the years on Midway USA. But anyway, I was on Midway USA one night, and they got, every now and then they will sell projectiles. They come in a blue box. There's kind of bulk whatever projectiles. And it's like overflow, or I forgot what they call it. And they had 100 grain 224 projectiles. I'm like, what the fuck? It's a 100 grain what in the hell? And I'm like, I want to shoot those out of a freaking rifle. Like, I got to build a rifle that'll shoot those. So I've actually got what's the barrel length on that? Is it 24-inch? I think it is. I've got a 24-inch. This is what I call my bench rifle, but it's a It's a 223. It's 223 chamber, a 5.56, 24-inch, 1-in-6 twist, and basically built it. And it's got like a hydro dip, like silver and black skull pattern to it, which looks pretty cool. Because it's a bench rifle, I made it pretty, right? But holy crap, dude! I've still got quite a bit of those bullets left, but I think I bought like 5,000 rounds of those or something. Well, come to find out, those projectiles, and those are cool. If you've never shot 100-grain projectile through a 223, holy crap! It took some load development to work that up, but it took me forever to figure out what the deal was. And I was at a show. I don't remember if it was shot or not, but I was at a show of some sort, and just so happened Midway was there. And this was years later. I never did. Everybody's always asked me, how the hell, 100 grain 223, 224 projectile? And it was one of the very first shows I'd went to. Midway had a booth, and I cornered a couple of guys and got to asking them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, hell, I remember those." And they're like, "No, here's the story." They said Black Hills, which Black Hills at that time did not make any of their components. They loaded the ammo, but they didn't make any components. So
Right.
those projectiles
You're about
were
the Mark
produced-
262.
Yeah, those projectiles were made by Sierra for Black Hills to build ammo for a government contract they were seeking at the time.
Mm-hmm.
That fell through, and so they had all these hundreds of thousands or whatever it was of projectiles, and Midway bought them really, really cheap and resold them, basically. So that's what the deal was. And I was like, holy crap, that's freaking cool. So that's the story of the 100-grain 223s. It is a real thing.
Yeah. So John Smith for $5. My cousin has a lever chambered in 4.58. Would really love to try it, but the 4.58 is so rare. Beautiful to hold, at least.
458
Yeah, I mean,
SOCOM.
Thank you, John Smith.
The 458 SOCOM, John Smith, is that the Bishop?
Hey, John Smith, you ready to come back on? You want to trade places with me? Did you get your beer, man?
Yep.
I'll just hop off. I'll talk to you guys later. It's cool.
Okay, thanks, Beej.
Be good, see.
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's the 458 SOCOM that Bishop Ammo makes. I know those chicks well.
There's a 458 something else that
there is
for lever guns.
Yeah, there is.
So the only kind of like specialty AR builds that I have done, I've done a couple of Mark forgeries, right?
Mm-hmm.
With 11.5-inch barrels. And I've done, well, it's actually a Mark 18. So I've done a couple of 16-inch Mark forgeries, but I don't like them that much. They're just not really that great. And then I have a couple of and I actually right now I have the pencil barrel, which is thinner than a Mark IV barrel.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I have the pencil barrel, and I'm just kind of doing like a modern interpretation of a dissipator with a long handguard, but free floated, pencil barrel, everything like super lightweight. I'm trying to kind of get down into that.
Yep.
That same kind of like super lightweight, 4.5, 5 pound, kind of deal.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I built my youngest daughter for her 14th birthday. We built her an AR basically to hunt with, because you can't hunt with 223 here, and she's a
Mhm.
dead nut shot. So she would
Yeah.
headshot him. Headshot on a deer was nothing for her at 100 yards, and from a
Right.
stand. And yeah, I went with pencil barrel on it. It was just 16-inch. I want to say
Yeah.
16-inch. And all I did was target crown even on it, right, to increase, the accuracy factor, and obviously that's less weight, not having any kind of muzzle device on the end, and yeah, it's really, really super lightweight rig for her too.
I've got a bunch of different weird calibers in ARs too. So I've got a 6mm AR.
Yeah.
I had was it 6.5 Patriot, I think is what they called it.
Oh wow, yeah.
I still have the 6mm by 45, what they call 6mm AR.
Yeah.
I still have that,
Dude,
and it's a target crown, huh?
I don't remember how many. I looked it up one time, and it's been years ago. I'm sure there's more now, but I looked up all the different chamberings you could do in the 15 platform, not the 10, not the AR-10.
Yep,
That's a different
just
ball
the
game,
15.
but just the 15, and it was insane. It was like 112 different chamberings you could do or something.
Yeah, I mean, I've got
Crazy.
6mm arc.
Crazy.
I have 6mm AR. I have 6mm arc. I have 224 Valkyrie. I have
How well is that run for you?
Oh, awesome. But
Is
it's a long barrel. I mean, it's meant to shoot out like 800 yards and shit. I mean,
yeah, that's the thing is that come out. It was super hot when it come out, and they never really could get the bullet weight barrel twist. It didn't seem like nailed down real good on it, and a lot of people gave up on it. And I think they've figured that out. I haven't researched it a lot lately because I was interested when it first came out, but I was not interested in trying to figure all that shit out myself.
Right.
I had already
I
been
waited.
through that.
I was not an
300
early
blackout.
adopter.
Yeah, I was
not
a
an
very early.
adopter.
Yeah, I was very early to 300 blackout, and I ended up being the.
I was too.
I
had 300 whisper.
Yeah. Well, me too. But when I say blackout, I meant when they moved into the AR platform.
Yeah.
And for years, I had people from literally all over the country call me to help with issues with 300 blackout. And it's like, I do not want to fucking go through this with 224 Valkyrie. Like, I don't got the time to spend.
Yeah.
And so I too gave up on it like a lot of other people, but might be something I may want to revisit one day.
Yeah, so I think my Valkyrie barrel is like a 20 or 22-inch barrel.
What happened to John?
I don't know. He was up and then he left or dropped. I don't know.
Get back.
He heard me coming.
There we go. He's back.
Glenn's back.
So then I had I've got
There goes the party.
There he is.
I've got 6.5 Creed. Well, not Creed. Not 6.5 Creed. I've got 6.5 Grendel.
Yeah.
6mm arc, 6mm AR, 300 blackout, and probably two more that I've just forgotten about. And like most of them are that 6mm AR is hand load only. Like there exists no factory ammo for that at all.
Yeah.
And
6.5 Grendel's such a good cartridge, man.
Dude, it is. It's like it's almost perfect.
I mean, it does not get the love it should get.
Well, it did for a while, and then it just kind of fell off. So
Hold on, time out. Did I hear Glenn say that I left because I was afraid of him?
That's right, John Smith.
I thought you were so quiet
Pocahontas.
this whole time because you were taking a dump again. That's what I thought was going on.
It was.
No, I was helping Thor. Thank you very much.
Hey, whatever you want to call it, Thor.
Taking a dump. Yes, whatever.
Yeah.
I was constipated, okay? I was constipated. I had to dig it out.
Yeah.
With the
Oh.
Yeah, no,
TMI.
but to answer that one question, no, I don't remember what lever action it was. I think it was a, let's see, because I was telling him about Henry, and I was like, man, I really want a Henry repeater. And then my cousin busted out his repeater. I think it was Marlin or something. Absolutely gorgeous, like brass fittings and everything.
Okay.
And then he showed me the ammo for it, and it was, I was shocked how big that ammo was.
So they make
Yeah.
currently Marlin makes the 4.58 and the SOCOM and the Magnum.
I think it was Magnum. I was trying to edit my comment so many different times to try to get it to actually accept the super chat, but yeah, it was
I would
Magnum.
not shoot that gun. There's
Yeah,
no way.
he said it was super expensive to shoot and super rewarding, and it kicked like a mother. So
Yeah, how
That's a
long
big
was
game.
how long was
That's
the
a big
cartridge?
the cartridge. Okay, so if you, how do I make this not sound sexual? If you're an average man with an average size hand, it would be about the length of your middle finger was the entire cartridge, and
Yeah.
maybe the last
That
knuckle was
sounds more
entirely
like
lead.
SOCOM.
Yeah, the entire last knuckle.
No,
was
SOCOM
just
is
lead.
shorter. SOCOM is shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 458's it's 458's pretty
Dude,
big.
458 Magnum in a lever action would just
458 is
punishing.
458 is more akin to like a 4570 size lengthwise.
Yeah, it just looks I just looked it up. It
Maybe
if
even,
it
maybe even bigger.
yeah, it just looks like it would just punish you in a lever action.
That's a
Yeah.
big game. That's a legit big game cartridge.
Yeah,
That
he
is.
said,
That's
you know,
like
he said he
something
got it
Michael
for
Bain would
specifically
fucking
for
give
hunting
you.
big game.
That's
too,
like
so.
yeah, that's like you take that shit to Africa with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your Alaskan gun right there.
I don't even know that you need it for anything up there, but yeah,
Just bears.
that water buffalo and elephant,
And
it's
the only lever action I shot before that was just a 45. I was out shooting with some friends that were in the military. They had the the brass lever action, which I thought was
that'll
gorgeous.
spoil you. 45
And-
Colt.
Yeah, 45 Colt.
Yeah.
I unloaded my 1911. We loaded his repeater. I forget what it was though. But yeah, it was just a 45 lever action. We shot that thing.
Yeah.
We shot all the ammo through that thing. Like screw my 1911. Everyone can try that. But that lever action, man, what a treat. That was beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, that's a jump going from a pistol cartridge and a rifle to a big game cartridge for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I've never tried it. I really want to. But yeah, he showed me that he only
Yeah,
has
that's
one
gonna be
box,
brutal.
and so we're like, we're not gonna go shoot this. That one box is for you until we find more. So
That
You only
the
feel it
thing
for a
that-
split second, Grid. It's all good. I mean, you'll feel it the next day, but while you're
you're
out
gonna
shooting,
feel it for the next week, brother.
while you're out
with the
shooting,
lever gun. So my buddy had
go
one
work
of those.
out. You go work out and bulk up. Be all right, man.
What's that 300 size caliber and like the H&H or whatever the fuck it's called? It's they chamber a lot of lever guns in it. It's like 375 something Magnum.
375 H&H.
I think that's it. I think my buddy built this
357? I don't know.
my buddy built this gun for this guy in Africa and it's a lever gun.
Mm.
I mean, dude, there's no weight in that gun. That gun was like, I don't know, maybe 10 pounds, maybe.
Yeah.
And dude, that cartridge belongs in like a 12 or 13 pound bolt gun. Like the amount of recoil in that thing had to just been ridiculous.
So from what I'm looking at, and I don't know if this is accurate, but the 336 inside of the Marlin 336 has a bunch of complaints about that. The gun is so light and the cartridge is so heavy.
Mm-hmm.
That might be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people complain about 4570, and I love 4570. Actually, my youngest she was shooting. She loved the 4572, and she was shooting my 4570s at, I don't even know, man, like 10 or 12 years old. We're talking about a girl at 10 or 12 years old. And I know grown men that, I can't handle 4570. So I don't get it. But to me, the bigger cartridges, most of the bigger cartridges, let me back up. Most of the non-Magnum bigger cartridges, the recoil impulse to me is just totally different. Yeah, I mean it's a heavy recoil, but it doesn't have any sharpness to me, to the impulse on it, and so it doesn't feel that bad. Now you get into some of the Magnum stuff, and yeah, it'll rattle your teeth a little bit.
Yeah, so it's actually 370. I found the picture of the gun. It's a 375 Winchester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not as bad, but it's still. I'm looking for the weight on that rifle.
That's more rare than the
7 pounds, dude. 7 pounds. That thing's gonna beat you to death. Like you are not going to be happy about shooting that thing. Like you're just not. So I had this experience at the range. Tell me if you've had this experience, Clover, because this is great. So I was at a range one time and I was shooting my 300 short mag, and I shot about 60 rounds through it that day, which is, I mean, that's expensive and that's a lot, but I needed to do it.
Hopefully you loaded those. It wasn't factory.
I did.
Yeah,
I did. I loaded those.
It's cheap if you load them.
Yeah, it's relatively cheap, right? But the guy next to me was sighting in his Ruger American 30-06 synthetic stock rifle.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how familiar you are with that particular rifle and that stock, but that stock is like a fucking razor blade.
Have one. It is not comfortable.
It is not comfortable. Is exactly right.
Yeah.
It is not. It's a shoulder separator.
Tell you what I did to mine, and as a matter of fact, one of the very first, it's a 2-part video, but one of the very first videos I did on YouTube was with that. So I bought, when the Ruger Americans first came out, I bought one in 30-06 and one in 308. And quickly took both of those bitches, because at the time they had just came out. There obviously was no aftermarket stocks or anything like that for them. Took the stocks off and proceeded to fill them with used epoxy and lead shot to add weight to the stocks, and they were fine after that. I've had they're fine, but right out of the box, and the 308 not so much, but that 30-06 sting a little bit. Yeah.
This dude was shooting his 30-06, and he would fire one shot and wait like 3-4 minutes before the next one. And I'm sitting here just like bang, 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 bang.
Sounds
and he's
like
looking at it.
Me.
What's that?
Sounds like a quitter to me.
Yeah.
What a pussy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, I won't shoot it, but
it's just your arm. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. So I actually had a Ruger. Is it a Ruger? Yeah, it's a Ruger in 308 stainless. They called it the mountain rifle. And it was great. If you had to carry a gun all day, that's the gun you wanted, because it wasn't real heavy. There wasn't a lot of stuff sticking off of it. It was actually a pretty good gun to carry in the field all day until you had to shoot that thing. And I shoot a lot of 308, but that thing just hurt. Like it really hurt me. And I ended up going and getting a slip-on butt pad for a shotgun and kind of like making it work to get some relief from that like shoulder separator that it had going on. And I hated that gun. I was like, one of the happiest days of my life was when I sold it. And I had a Mossberg bolt action in 308 as well. And that was another one I was super happy to get rid of. So
the worst
for an AR-15, because I was looking at some Bravo Company Manufacturing, BCM. A Recce 16 was what I was looking at, and for the last 3 years it's gone up $100 every year. But it was going to be 5.56 and 7.62. But I'm just wondering if anyone has more experience than me, because I have zero experience with an AR-15.
BCM's good stuff.
I mean, what would you chamber it in?
Your very first one?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, first and last, hopefully.
If it's your very first, 5.56. Go 5.56 chamber. Yeah. or
Yeah.
223 Wild, which is what it's probably going to be anyway. It's probably going to be 223 Wild or 556.
Well, yeah, they give you the option
Yeah.
when you're ordering it.
Yeah,
Other than that, though, my other question for you guys is, what would your dream gun be?
that's such a tough question.
Because, well, okay, so I just started
I have
started
very
playing.
exotic dreams.
Yeah, so this there's this game
I want
I've
the
been
Mark
playing. It's been
V.
around.
I want the
sorry.
Mark V Planet Disintegrator from Marvin the Martian.
Yeah,
Okay, it's but a real one.
the space modulator.
The space modulator.
So
I want a plasma rifle in the 40-watt range, please.
Yeah.
Well, so
And-
I started playing this game that's very realistic with historically with their guns. It's called Hunt Showdown. It's a few years old, but I barely started playing it, and I was very impressed with how accurate they are with their renditions of the guns of that era. And one of them is the Lamet carbine, which is it's an 8-round revolver. So picture, basically a rifle, lever action almost. But instead of being lever action, it's a revolver, and it has 8 rounds of revolver shots, and then in the center of it is a shotgun shot. And so I've been trying to rock that thing. I still get my ass kicked, but like I'm having a lot of fun using that gun. And I'm like, is this real? And I look it up, and that thing sold for $20,000.
Yep,
like
they're rare.
I mean, it's from the 1800s or whatever. But still, I was like, man, they made this thing back then. Is it real? Does it work? And like, apparently.
I have shot one.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they're cool. I had a buddy that had one for a few years or so. He had one, and he gave better than 10 grand for the one he had. Now, he didn't have the carbine. He had the revolver.
The pistol version, the handgun version. Yeah, still the same thing, just shorter barrel.
Still super fucking rare and expensive, but yeah.
Also, yeah, you're shooting a shotgun from just one hand, so still.
Well, it depends on it's black powder. It depends on how much you load. We loaded it fairly light because of the price and the age and everything else. We didn't want to tear it up. So it was loaded pretty light, but they're freaking cool.
One of the few guns I regret selling is I had I think it was Rossi revolving carbine.
Yeah.
And it was so light and it just shot so good that I never really used it. I didn't have any real purpose for it. And it was always like, well, if I'm going to I originally bought it.
Talking about the 410 45 Colt. The circuit.
No, I'm talking about the 357 revolving.
Oh, an actual. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
The revolver. Yeah, the revolving carbine with like it's an 18 or 20-inch barrel, something like that. 18 or 19-inch barrel.
Right.
They're so light and they're just so much fun to shoot. But and I bought it with the argument to myself is that I carry a 357 revolver occasionally when I'm in the field. Because it's a revolver, and why not? It's 357. And so I had at one time a 357 lever gun, but I never really liked it that much. And I got rid of it because I do that occasionally. Or I used to do that. I actually don't sell guns now, I just buy them. I never get rid of them.
You ever feel that way about cars? You had a car you really liked, you fixed it up, you sold it, you regretted it?
Oh yeah.
I bought one's like, nah. I burned through so many cars, I regret nothing.
So I bought a
another one.
I bought a 68. This was a very, very long time ago. But hell, 30 years ago or more than 30 years ago. I bought a 68 GTO for $600. Drove it home. It had a very light knock in the top end.
Are you telling me you made the worst decision of your life here?
So I drove it home. No, I mean it made it home fine and what have you. But anyway, drove it home. Tore the top end down. It had bent push rod. One of the lifters was jacked up because of the push rod. And it didn't have it had about 60,000 miles on it. I say didn't have. That was for those old engines. 60,000 miles was actually quite a bit. But anyway, So I'm like, you know what? I've already got the top end down. Fuck it. I'm gonna pull this thing and I'm gonna rebuild it. Might as well. I mean, back then, jegs and whatever the hell, parts were cheap. And so anyway, good thing that I did because ended up having a cracked piston and some other things. So I'm like, well, fuck me. So anyway, got all that put back together. The interior was pretty ratty in it. So rather than I was really on a budget, so I had an uncle that owned a wrecking yard at the time, and so I basically put the interior in the 68 GTO. Put an interior out of an 85 Pontiac Grand Prix in a 68 GTO. It was very interesting.
Whatever works, man.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, from the outside, you're like GTO. And you open the door, and you're like, okay, this doesn't look like a GTO. But anyway, so I had that car for a few years. It was primer gray. I never did paint it. Never did spray it or nothing. And one day I sold it like on a whim. Like literally, I was mowing the yard. I'd pulled it to the front of the front drive to the hill, and there's a highway there. And I guess the guy thought maybe it was for sale or whatever. I don't know. It caught his eye, but this guy comes up the driveway and he's got a trailer, an empty trailer. And I'm like, what the fuck's this dude doing? He gets out and he asked if it's for sale. And I'm like, I never thought about it. He's, well, I just sold I forgot now what he said he sold, but some kind of old car, muscle car type thing.
He was trying to flip right then and there.
He's like, yeah, he said, I just delivered it. He said to the guy that bought it, he asked if I could deliver it. He said, I got cash in hand. He said, I got an empty trailer. You gonna sell it? And so anyway, I kind of quickly figured out what I had in it in my head and everything else and threw him an offer and he paid me cash and he drove off with it.
How was this?
Oh shit, dude. This was going on 30 years, 25
Okay,
at
yeah,
least.
that's what I'm thinking. It was a while ago because
so
nowadays you wouldn't do that though. A GTO.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, that's
hell
what I'm
no!
saying. That was a
I'm
while
saying
ago.
this is what I'm saying. I hate that I did it. But anyway, so so I'm getting gas, and this is not that long ago. This was literally like maybe 5 years ago. I'm getting gas, and this truck on the other side of the pumps pulls up on the other side, a truck with a trailer, and there's a GTO on the trailer. And I'm like, something just told me they're like, it was like, that's your fucking GTO,
Yeah, that's my car.
And so, and it was painted, the original blue color that the car was. So anyway, he's like, I'm like, I go over, I say, hey man, that's a sweet, it's a sweet GTO you got. He's like, yeah, man, I just bought it. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. He's like, it's so and so. I won't give the town, but guy so and so. And I'm like, no shit. He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, like 20 years ago or some shit, I sold a GTO to that guy. He's like, are you kidding? I'm like, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, can I look inside it or under the hood? He's like, yeah. And I didn't even have to look under the hood. I just got up on the trailer and looked inside, and there was all my 85 Grand Prix interior still in it.
So no one ever changed
the guy basically shot a coat of paint on it. Was all he did. Yeah. And so anyway, I got down and I'm like, dude, that's my fucking GTO. He's like, no way. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, man, do you mind if I ask you? I said, I know what that guy paid for it years ago. Do you mind me asking what you paid for it?
Oh God, that's a depressing answer, man. You can't ask that.
So I gave $600 for it. I might have had like 1,000 or 1,200 in it when I sold it, right? I sold it for $3. That was more than double my money, and back then I was tickled. Young, had a family, everything else. $18,000 is what he gave that guy for that car.
Goodness.
$18,000.
The reason I asked this is because I've the amount of cars I've owned. So from the JDM golden era, right? The amount of JDM cars that I owned in the 90s that are now selling for 15 to 35 grand It's like, man, if I would have held on to that for only half my life, it would be worth, 35 grand. But I had 4 MR2s, Mark II MR2s. So the Ferrari looking stuff, right? I had an NA, blew the engine, sold it. And I sold it for about double the amount that I bought it for. So $2,000, sold it for $4,000. Used the $4,000 to buy a turbo.
Yeah.
Turbo is entirely bullshit, and I fixed so much nonsense on that thing. Man, I put a Berg exhaust on that. I did so much stuff to it. I was pumping out 350 horsepower on that little thing, with very minimal upgrades, and sold that for $8,000. And then with the $8,000, I went and bought another MR2. It was NA, but it was a 2ZZ engine. So not a 2JZ, but a 2ZZ.
You're in the MR2 world, you know my buddy.
No, maybe I do, but my goodness. So I own this white MR2 with like a custom roll cage inside. And if you know what car I'm talking about, a roll cage on the interior means there's not much room for anything else. It's a little 2-seater with a 6-inch roll cage on the inside. So and I had 2ZZ engine. I kept up. I raced I did a drag race with my friend in his WRX boosting at 18 pounds, and I kept up with him until he hit 6th gear. And then I lost him like the last 2 seconds of the race. But that little 2ZZ engine revving up to like 9,000 RPM and VVTi kicked in at like 6,000. Well, it was a monster in that little car. What a beautiful little engine. And I sold it. Bought it for $8,000, sold it for $9,000. And then I regretted it years later. Bought another MR2 NA for like $2,000. Engine blew. I replaced the engine with one from Celica because it's the same engine, and then traded it while it was running. I traded it, and the next week the guy told me that he blew the engine, and I was like, right, I mean, I can't help you. But I say that because a lot of cars, people are like, oh, there'll always be another one. You can always get another one. But like an MR2 or a Subaru Brat or something like that, something rare and unique.
Brats are sweet.
Yeah, the Brat was my first ever car. But there's not always going to be another one. So that's why I'm like, do you regret selling a certain gun or selling a certain car because there's not going to be another one?
I rode to school many a day in the jump seats of Brat. There was a kid down the road. I was in elementary school. He lived probably a mile or two down the road. And my neighbor, which happens to be, it's all family on this piece of the property pretty much, but neighbor, which happened to be my cousin, was his age or pretty close. So they started dating, and we would always catch the bus. If we didn't ride our bikes or some shit, we would always catch the bus. Like she would walk up and just catch the bus with us. That way the bus only had to stop once, right? And when she started dating him, he would obviously pick her up. And so we got to ride in the jump seats, provided it wasn't raining, to school in the Brat. It was pretty awesome. But, talking about old cars, one of the things, my uncle having that wrecking yard, we raced dirt track in the 80s and 90s quite a bit. And the amount of fucking cars that we went through, like Cutlets from the 70s and 80s, right? Cutlass Grand Prix, Monte Carlos, that are no telling what those fuckers are worth now. Like that we literally trashed on a dirt track, and it makes you sick. You're like, oh my God, like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cars probably that we trashed back in the day.
Yeah, even nowadays, the old EF Civic hatchbacks and EG Civic hatchbacks are selling for 10 to 15 grand. And I own 3 of those as well that I all bought for $2,000 each. And it's like 50 grand, man. Holy moly.
One of my very first cars was an 80. What is the do you remember Employee of the Month? You remember that movie with Dane Cook and who's it? Dane Cook and the chick, the singer.
Damn it. That one chick.
Jessica Simpson.
Yeah, that's who I meant. Yeah,
or
for sure.
whatever. But anyway, the dude in there, the bad guy or whatever you'll call him in there, has got a little Honda Civic. It was the same model as that, 81 or 82 maybe or something. Was one of the first ones I had. I paid $200 for it, and it had to replace the timing belt in it. And it caught on
Did
fire.
you say it was like an 89?
No, 81 or like an 82.
81. Shoot, I don't even know what they would call that then.
Yeah. It was a Civic
Prehistoric.
hatchback.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it was a Civic. It was a Civic hatchback, and it was 81 or 82. Yeah, and it burned to the ground, man.
And Grid 1, most of the stuff, the last video I saw that you were talking about, you raised, it was a RX-8, right? Is that still running a rotary engine?
Yes.
Yeah. And what advantage, I guess, do you see in the rotary engine versus the typical ones that everyone else is running?
They don't break.
But they eat oil, don't they? Or at least that's what I heard. Is
Who
they
cares?
consume
I put
it.
oil in. Replacing engine parts is terrible.
So would you say not for a daily driver, but for a racer, it's going to rev up like crazy? I mean, at least that. So when I watched a video about this, they were saying the rotary engines can.
I don't know who they are, so I can't. I have no point of reference. But the amount of oil a rotary. So
I guess what are the benefits of the rotary versus a piston?
it doesn't break.
Does it also rev higher then? That was one of the benefits I heard.
Yeah, we
Okay.
shipped it at 9,600 RPM.
That's what I was thinking.
And we could go to 10,000.
Right. And so, like, for example, for my MR2, that was revving up to 9,000. That was like a special case. That's like,
Yeah, well,
not
you can
normal.
only do that so often.
Right.
But we did it every shift.
Right.
On a road course for an hour. So,
So you would swear by the rotary then. You'd be like, nah, this is it. This is the answer.
Well, you don't ever see a piston come through one. So
True.
Yeah. So the only problem as far as the oil consumption, so in a 50-minute session, we would use, depending on how much time we spent at high RPM, we would use maybe a half to a quart of oil. But you understand that most piston engine cars could use that much as well. Piston engine cars do use oil. Yeah,
they will burn it with the amount of heat coming through there.
No, oil goes by the rings all the time.
Okay, and so is there a reason, other than marketing, why would you choose a RX-8 over an RX-7? Because the RX-7 is way prettier. So,
well, the big problem is the rules. So we weren't allowed to use a car that wasn't in production.
I see.
So,
would you have preferred it?
It was professional racing. It wasn't. We weren't chasing cones in parking lots. This was pro. So the rules were that it had to be within the in the series model year, or within, I think they gave us like a 2-year grace period where we could run cars that went out of production while we built new cars.
I see. So then, in your professional opinion, right?
Bacon Quagga, the rotary is not a bad design.
Right. So, in your professional opinion, right? Vin Diesel pulls up in his '69 Charger. Paul Walker pulls up in his Skyline GTR.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's gonna win? Because it ain't about the driver. It's about family, right? Like, which one do you think would win?
Oh, I have no idea.
There's GTR or Charger.
There's too many variables. Either one of them would blow the engine.
Well, we're taking out all the machine guns. We're taking out all of that.
I don't understand the question. All right, GTRs are not particularly fast cars to start with, so you have to really work at it to make them fast. They're heavy. They go fast in a straight. They can go achieve a high top speed, but have you ever actually looked at the 0 to 60 on a GTR?
No, I
It's not a
haven't.
new one. The R35 is actually not bad, but like an R32, R33,
Yeah,
R34.
let's talk about R32. Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
one.
so if you're looking at R32 0 to 60 time, it's probably right up there with your MR2.
That is so slow. My MR2 was not that fast. That's very disappointing to me.
Look it up. I mean, I could be wrong.
No, I'm just gonna believe you. I'm gonna start spouting this everywhere.
But they're just really heavy. I mean, they had super high cast, they had all-wheel drive, and a transmission. I think the transmission in a Skyline weighed like 180, 200 pounds. You know, you're talking most modern transmissions weigh about 100, 110 at that, if that, you know, usually like 75 pounds. Something. Those things are massive.
Well, yeah, right, because it was all-wheel drive and it wasn't like a parallel all-wheel drive like Subarus where it was I don't know what the word was. They had to pull off some torque from somewhere else in order to make it all-wheel drive.
So when we're talking about racing, any kind of racing really, it mostly comes down to who wants to win the most. Not always, but mostly. And the I gotta watch that in a minute, Glenn. Give me I'll get to that. So like the reason we ran the RX-8 instead of a Honda is because the Hondas cost a fortune to make fast. Like
right.
The engine that they used in the cars that we raced in, that engine didn't exist. You couldn't buy it in a production car. Okay. So to make the Honda competitive, they had to use the K24 bottom end with a special cylinder head. It made like 275. They had to have 275 horsepower to compete with my 224. And they got to weigh less.
And so I watched this video about I think it was Pikes Peak about the Subaru rally team getting up there, breaking world records and stuff like that. Does your team or does the RX-8 compete in anything like that? I know it's a completely different build and all of that, but is that something that you guys would do?
We ran Pikes Peak with the RX-8.
Oh, okay. So how did you guys?
Well, the driver was banned for life because he made some comments.
Oh, well, shit.
Unkind to the series.
Okay.
To the
so driver aside,
it might have done very well.
Would your car have done very well aside from the driver?
I don't know.
I guess, yeah, we don't know. But this next one, maybe we'll find out.
No, I'm retired, dude. I don't race anymore.
Oh, well, dadgum. How am I supposed to learn this nonsense then? Because one of the Subaru cars fell off the cliff, and then the other one, I guess the Junior actually beat the record, and so that's why it was such a big deal. And it popped up in my feed, and I watched it, and I was like, "Wow, this is amazing." And then,
well, they had an Evo that went over the side. I don't know if a Subaru's gone over the side at Pikes Peak.
Yeah, I thought one of their STIs went over the side. The Junior's STI actually surpassed the teacher, and won. And that's why. And this may have been like a few years ago, but that's why it was such a big deal. Was he broke the record and overcame his teacher? So it was the whole narrative there.
There was some team. I got a video pop up. It hadn't been that too long ago. It was maybe a week or two ago. There was some team that was building like a Hyundai Ioniqs or something for Pikes Peak, like all electric.
Yeah. Oh, they did. Yeah, they have an all electric class.
Oh, do they? I was like, oh wow, I didn't know they did that kind of shit. Yeah. That was kind of neat.
Yep. It works out pretty good. Pikes Peak is a very different kind of race, especially now, because without without the dirt, the speeds are much higher and the room for error is a lot lower. And so they've had a lot of cars go over the side, and it's going to probably keep getting worse.
What's the death rate when from something
Very
like
low,
that?
surprisingly. Although
You know
there's
what,
a great
Clovertac,
video.
one is too much. Okay, we can all agree one is too much.
Whatever.
Right?
People die.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just curious what the rate was. I don't hold a position either way. I was just curious. I mean, it speaks to how well the cars are built and everything. So that's why I was kind of.
Have you never seen Jeremy's video where he flies that Evo off the peak?
I mean, I haven't. No.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. I don't like this guy, by the way. Just so this guy's from Texas, by the way. Not that you should hold that against him or anything.
So what are you saying?
Hold it against him. You mean you shouldn't bias your opinion in the positive because of it?
I don't like him. I don't like the guy.
I understand. We all have people we don't like. It's all good.
Yeah. I just don't like him.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
he's
still live with them and let them cook for us and do our laundry and such.
There's this guy named Glenn. I think his last name is Lawrence.
Yeah, I've heard of that guy.
I really, God,
like
that
that guy
dude.
either?
I do not like that. Nobody likes him. I talked to dozens
I don't
of
like
people
that
today.
son of a bitch either. He's a
Right.
fucking-
Preach, man.
when I see him, I just want to punch him in the face.
Exactly.
Like he has the face that you want to punch in the face. And when you see him, you're just like, you have this sudden
You're
urge
not
to
wrong.
punch him in the face.
You're not wrong. All right, let's watch this. You guys are gonna like this. And by the way, he is an idiot. So I don't think there's any sound. Oh, maybe there's no sound. Here we go. We'll do it again. Hey, idiot! You need to turn. Whoops. Get another view. Oh shit! We ran out of road. Hey, forgot to turn again. Do they not have the whole thing? Oh, there it is. There it is.
Are we sure a woman wasn't driving that car? What's going on?
No, it was Jeremy.
Oh, that's way worse than last year.
Sheesh, that's rough.
How long does it
Yeah.
take somebody to get down there to him or whatever?
I don't know. I didn't care.
Well, I didn't mean to him, but like when that happens, you got to think that's pretty. They can't just drive a ambulance down there or anything.
No, well, he walked away from that. Both of them did, the driver and the co-driver.
Yeah, but you would think, wouldn't some kind of medical personnel go down there? I don't know.
I mean, maybe.
I don't know. I'd ask him.
I don't know. They walked out. I assume that they have like very specialized equipment. They do have a helicopter on site.
It'd be like, oops.
Yeah.
Oops, my bad.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah,
did he do wrong there other than he missed the
He's an
Turn.
idiot.
He didn't turn.
I explained it in my first
No, I'm
sentence.
kidding.
I explained it in my first sentence. He's an idiot.
I thought maybe there was more to it.
So no, not really. He just forgot where the fuck he was, and he went off the side of the damn mountain. That's what you know. He was too far out right, had too much speed, couldn't correct back left. Over the edge he went. And there's
Instead
a lot
following
of
the road. He followed his dreams. That's the problem.
He followed his road to be an off-road racer. So there's a lot of things behind this that were a big deal back when it happened, because like his co-driver's seat was just bolted through the sheet metal, so it tore up. And it tore through the sheet metal, and then his seat was rattling around in there. It was. Here's a good. I think this is pretty good too. I'm trying to find the best version of this. I actually had the best version of this in 2012. There it is. Oh no, that's not it. Yeah, here it is. I think this is it. We'll see. Anyway, so really what ended up happening with Jeremy is he's just an idiot that puts shit together last minute and just kind of fucks himself. So I'm going to put this up here. Now, this is my buddy Paul Dollenbach. He is not an idiot. In this case, his throttle cable sticks. This car, which is it's just a fucking ridiculous car. This car is 11. I think it's 1,100 horsepower and about 1,200 pounds. So it's brutal. It's a brutal car. Angry. It's a fucking angry car. And you guys will see. Just give me 1 sec. We're there in just 1 second. There we go. And we're going to turn the volume up for this one because I want to hear it. Now, this is one view of this. Now, the throttle stick here, and right.
That sucks. He didn't even get started good, did he?
No. Yeah, let's watch that again. Just because it's over so fast, I don't want you to miss anything. This is Paul Dollenbach, a buddy of mine. Now the throttle stick. Now this is the mechanical failure. He didn't do anything wrong here. Boom. Through trees, folks. Through trees. He took trees down. So let me I got another one. I had another one up for you. Now this is another angle, same crash. Let me put this up here. No, that one sucked. I thought that there's one that shows how far he went off the damn track.
He didn't even get a chance to turn, boy.
He took down small trees. There's the car.
Tell them to get up here. Somebody tell them to move up here. Guys, come up. Leave him there. Everybody get out. Go. Get out of here. Nobody's touching you. We got fuel. That's fine. Get out. Okay.
That medico's just like, get the hell away. You hear the woman crying.
You guys see him? You see the crash?
Yeah, we were right before.
Can you get him out of there?
They'll get him out.
You know him?
Back up!
Everyone back! Hey, bring it.
Anyway, yeah. So he went very far off the road. I was looking for a better. All right, here we go. Maybe this will do it. Well, that's not the crash. Oh wait, no, here it is. Yeah, look how he's steering it with throttle. I mean, that thing just has so much power, it just rips everything.
Oh my God!
You see the
Dude,
tree
I'm
go
just
down?
thinking people metal up
Holy shit!
Go Bird, happy man. You just got out the door.
Holy shit! That's how they go get him. He walked away from that, by the way, folks.
My goodness.
Went in the trees at 130 miles an hour.
He said he kind of died, but then when he was down, he
That's insane. Had some stitches, and that was like it. Crazy.
Yeah, had some stitches in his hand from where the something cut him. Probably pieces of bodywork flying off.
Oh yeah, no telling. Yeah, could have been limbs or anything.
Yeah. Well, he went through a tree, so
that's what I'm saying. It could have been anything that did it. Any number of things. There's all kinds of shit flying around. So like, who knows?
Yeah. No, that wasn't brake fade. That was just the throttle stuck. He's along for the ride. He's got no control. I mean, the best he could do is he maybe could have spun it out, but then he would have went in the tree sideways, and that's terrible.
So there's no way to like just get it in a neutral and blow it or something.
Well, I think it happened so fast. I mean, he's doing 130 miles an hour. Like,
oh yeah, you don't have time to.
I mean, he hit the. I'm would guess that he was in the process of hitting the off button as it went through the trees.
Yeah, that's true. Probably. Yeah.
Just the
yeah,
amount
that's
of
true.
time it takes you to process what's going on, you know?
Yeah, it's easy to second guess it, but at that kind of speed, I mean, you don't have time to, do much. Wow.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I've had a lot of fun at the Peak.
Wow. All right, well, gentlemen, I'm gonna jump. Y'all have a
good,
good,
I'm getting ready to end the stream myself, but we may get somebody else up here just really quickly. It's what time? Oh yeah, it's 1:30, man. I gotta go.
Yeah.
How did the throttle stick? He didn't turn right into the dirt. That would be interesting to talk to him. So the throttle is my understanding, if it's like all of the other throttles on all of the other Pikes Peak open wheels cars, the throttle is a mechanical linkage to a cable. So the throttle's up front. So it's got a cable, it's got a little linkage up there, and then it goes back under the car, back up into the fuel injection. And my guess is that it got close to something hot and it melted or something and stuck. So I mean, you can talk to Paul. He's a nice guy. I got his phone number. But yeah, he never lets off of it like you never hear the engine slow down. It's crazy. But it is what it is. Yeah. The transmission is that car was a manually shifted like IndyCar tranny, which is behind, obviously it's a mid-engine car. So
Whoa,
that was
you can't say tranny, bro. You can't say that.
I can say whatever I want. So anyway, yeah. So it my guess is that the cable there's something happened with the cable, but I don't know because I didn't take that car apart. I have no idea. You know, I'm guessing just like everybody else is guessing. So, but I mean, he walked away.
That's
So,
good. That looked like a horrible wreck. I mean, we saw the humbled creep piece of junk that car became. For him
right.
to walk out, like, that's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, the cars are safe, the drivers aren't. So, you know, the unfortunate part is the drivers survive and the cars don't. So that's, you know.
Hey, Unreasonable Man, I don't know if you mind me doing this. I wanted to ask you a question that might be, I
Sure.
mean, it's totally off topic, 100% off topic,
man.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, we're getting ready to close down anyway, so off topic is great.
Totally off topic. Ask you a question that's going to take 6 hours to take apart and thousands of years for someone to figure out. No, I'll wait till next time.
No,
we
go
can have
ahead.
a conversation. Okay. So the question is, you know, I've been watching a lot of different religious videos. You're Christian, right?
I am kind of.
From
Yeah, I mean, I'm fallen. I mean, I'm not a good example of a Christian.
But you subscribe to what the Bible says.
Yeah.
And from my experiences with Glenn as well, same thing. My question is, so I've been watching some videos from this guy Sam Shamoun. Have you heard of him?
No.
He's I mean, I think he has like a photographic memory, because the way that he can just pull up scripture from the insides of his brains, whether it's biblical scripture or Mormon scripture or Jehovah's Witness or Muslim scripture. It's all perfectly memorized. Someone brings up some kind of objection to him, and he will quote to them the same scripture that they're talking about and show them why it's wrong or why it's right. It's really amazing. This guy's brain is amazing. But as intelligent as he is and as normal as I am, I find myself disagreeing with him on something. And so I want to talk to other normal, ish guys to see if I'm.
Let me hear what you got.
So, okay. So and Glenn, if Unreasonable Man's got to get off, I don't mind getting on with you to continue this conversation further. But
Well,
I really
I
got
have
a question.
I have a stream in 15 minutes. So
okay, well then maybe I'll hop on with you. But this thing's really been bugging me, because I was listening to a podcast or a video on YouTube about it, and he's talking about the Book of Life, right? And his thing is, everyone's name, 100% of people, everyone's name is written in the Book of Life. It's not until their name is blotted out that they are no longer in the Book of Life. But then we get to Revelation, where it says, those whose names were not written in the Book of Life, which was written in the beginning. So I'm like, okay, you say everyone's name is written, but they're blotted out. But then Revelation says those whose names were not written. So how do you consolidate this? And he has a few videos actually answering this, but I don't think they satisfy the question. But this is just something that's
you ready for
bugging
my
me
answer?
today.
Yeah, you ready for my answer?
Yeah, sure.
Or it's actually my question to you. Does it matter?
I would say yes, it does.
Okay, now why does it matter?
So for some people it would matter because, for example, like King David lost his child before the child was born, or right after the child was born, and he said, I will see you in heaven when I am there. That would give you evidence that the child's name was written in the Book of Life. Another case would be and on the Calvinist side, which I disagree with, but the Calvinist would say, yeah, God definitely wrote everyone's names in the Book of Life before the beginning of time, and there it is, proof in Revelation. And I'm like, no, that's I disagree with that. But then you also have Sam Shamoun saying that people's names are blotted out.
This is what I mean by doesn't matter, right? One, we don't know when God is going to write it, because it doesn't say when God wrote people's names in the Book of Life, right? We are assuming that he did it before, or we're assuming that he's writing it in as he decides your fate, right?
I agree. I think that's where Sam Shamoun gets it wrong, but he's so much more intelligent than me that I can't really.
No,
It's
he's
like,
actually. I mean, anybody trying to affirm like they know, like God wrote everybody's name in the book of life before everything. You know that for certain? You were there? You witnessed this?
well, okay.
Oh, you
So let
know.
me explain it this way.
My thing is like it doesn't matter. And the reason why it doesn't matter, it's not a salvational issue.
It is if you're talking about preborn.
How is it a
have died.
salvational issue?
Because if there are babies that die before they're born, or let's say someone died when they were 3 years old.
Yeah, God said he takes the care of the innocents, right? We
Right,
know
right,
God's-
and I agree. I totally agree. Except that now Calvinists, because of that verse, can say, "Oh, well, if they weren't written in the book of life, which was written before the beginning of ages, then then they're not." And so then it's like, okay, so now how do I counter that Calvinistic point of view?
So it's like, okay, I see Stephen like it's literally a salvation issue. No, it's not. Because when God decides to write your name or anybody's name in the book of life, right, is not known. We don't know if it's before. We don't know if it's like when you're at judgment day and he's like, he's rendering judgment on you and he's either determining to say, come in, my good and faithful servant, or I never knew you, right?
Well, almost right, I would say, is what they would say, because they would say if it was written before the beginning of the ages, it was written. Your name's already there. Whether that means that it was right before your deathbed or not, that's what they would claim. It could have been written and it would just say before, like 2 minutes before death, he was written in, is what they would say. And I disagree
But
with
again,
that.
I would
But I
just say
can't prove it.
you can't prove it either way. That's the thing. Nobody could prove it either way, and that's why it's not a salvational issue. Because does your faith depend on whether or not your argument of when your name is written in this book of life?
Okay, so
that's why I'm saying it's not a salvational issue.
So let me back up.
My faith.
I'm gonna let you guys regroup a minute and
okay, yeah, sure. Sorry,
consider your
I didn't
argument.
mean to
I'm
try
gonna
to
just
take
answer
over.
Lauren's question. It's been up for a while. I was letting you guys go, but I wonder if I could tolerate reviewing a street takeover. So here's the thing. I actually participated quite a bit in actual street racing back before there was the Fast and Furious franchise, which was interesting because the way that whole movie came down. The street takeover stuff is not about anything that I ever did, so I don't understand it. I don't get it. And so I don't know what they're trying to accomplish other than just piss everybody off. And so I rarely endorse anyone like pissing everybody off, right? Like it's annoying. So it's just, I just don't think it's not something I would endorse. I don't know that I can get behind it at all. I would probably, my personal opinion is I condemn it. I don't like it. It's not racing. It's not, all you're doing is just being a bunch of dicks. If you're going to be a bag of dicks, somebody's eventually going to get tired of you being a bag of dicks and do something about it.
You just got to be the biggest bag of dicks there is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does it matter if you win? Are you still a bag of dicks?
Are you winning in a street takeover? Because isn't all they do is just like block the street and do stupid shit like burnout contests and like do little.
We used to do 1/4 mile races and stuff.
Yeah,
but they're
that's
talking
what I
about street
did.
takeovers, which is a phenomenon in California and some other
Yeah.
places where
What's
Yeah,
a
we used to like
takeover
shut
then?
down the
Can you
street and
describe
do a
that?
quarter mile. Like,
yeah, but
you
that's
know,
not really a takeover. You would just go do it, right?
no, we would
We-
take over that whole quarter mile. Like cars will be parked along the side, and we'll have 2 cars go. You know, no run.
But you're talking about a road out in the middle of nowhere or
Yeah, that's
late at
where I
night.
did it. Was in the
Well,
middle
we've
of
done
nowhere.
it downtown in LA.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. Holy
Well,
moly!
I mean, it's the
Y'all are
same
crazy.
thing at 2:00 in the morning. There's nobody fucking out.
Yeah.
So I'm
No, we
talking
just
about
take the-
guys in the middle of the fucking day or in the early evening, blocking traffic, whipping, rolling burnouts and, drift kid shit.
Oh, like during the day, like yeah, no, that's stupid.
Right. I mean, have
You
you
should
not
get
seen the
stuck.
videos of these jackasses doing this shit?
No, we
No,
did
I've
it at
seen
night, like right after the club will close. Like there's nobody out. Like
Oh
downtown.
no, dude! I'm talking. These guys are doing it just like it's just. I mean, a lot of it's just random. They'll just like roll up, take over, block off an intersection, and then just sit there and do.
Not in
donuts
East
and
LA,
drift
smoking
and
spaceman. You haven't been
drift
in East LA. People are, they're not all out and about. And there's a lot of roads out there that are just kind of shut down.
Glenn, I am
Yeah.
appalled. Are you even Christian, sir? Are you? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I have no love for the takeover guys. Matter of fact, I think it's fucking dumb, and I just there's
We blame Fast and the Furious. Okay, we're supposed to live our life a quarter mile at a time.
yeah, but they didn't really do the street takeover thing, right? Like
that's where they got the idea from.
No, I don't think it is.
I agree with Grid 1 because every street race I went to, there was no girls in short skirts and bikinis. It was always some other Mexican dude raising his arms and saying,
Yeah,
no.
I was always
extremely
disappointed about that.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
Hector, man. He was waiting for his twin engines, bro.
I was always looking for like the hot chicks in like short skirts and like bikini tops, and then
and it was never.
It
there.
was like this essay with his khaki shorts on and his socks up to his knees and shit. And
and he's like, no, and I'm like, why would I listen to you telling me when the race starts? Where's the chick?
Where's the hot chick that drops her underwear or something?
That's
or
the
scarf?
only reason we're here.
So when I was when Fast and Furious came out, I was in Morgan Hill, California, working for a race team out there called Merco Racing. Albert passed a few years ago, which is unfortunate, but I was like really close to where all of the actual street racing went down. And when the movie came out, it went even crazier than it already was. Now the back then it was you would cruise around, right? You would basically go down, turn right, come back around, and then maybe you would race, maybe you wouldn't, or you would meet at I'm not actually, I don't remember whether it was like a Sonic or Taco Bell or whatever the fuck it was. And then they had there was another couple places that you would kind of line up and wait your turn to go. And it wasn't that big a deal. And I remember there's this dude named Ronnie that had a new at the time, a turbo VW Beetle that he had like, I think APR had tuned it. Like
that was so embarrassing. That little VW Turbo smoked so many of our street racers in high school. I'm so upset about that still.
So there's this guy named Ronnie, and he had like an exhaust cutout on. I mean, it was actually for what it was to be like a legit, honest to God, like daily driven like street car. It was really quick, and he surprised a lot of people. He actually, I mean, he did good shit, but, and there was a lot of cars like that. There was, and the interesting thing is like the way that everybody looks at it now with these guys bringing out like drag cars on slicks, and we've got now we have street, like the new Corvette ZR1 has 1,000 horsepower stock off the dealer floor. And that just didn't exist back then. Like, you were lucky to have, like, if you had a Honda with a turbo kit making 300 horsepower, you were doing pretty well.
Yeah, and
Right.
also I don't respect it. I don't respect someone going and buying a Corvette with 1,000 horsepower versus someone who built like a
No, you
69
cancel my
Corvette.
order then.
Like, I mean, if you had a 69 Corvette and you built it up to 1,000 horsepower, I'd respect that more.
It's
That's just me, though.
1,064 horsepower is what it is. Yeah.
My God, I mean, it's impressive, but I can't respect it if you just bought it off the lot and now you're
It's
a
got a
racer.
warranty,
Like,
bro.
no thanks.
It's got a warranty.
You're not a racer just because you bought it and it's on
Are you
paper.
sure?
You got to earn it, man.
I don't buy that at all.
All of your cars that you put in races, did you build them up?
Well,
Yeah, there we go. Thank
yes,
you,
I did.
John Smith,
I mean,
random guest. You're right.
technically, the Dodge I bought built, but I sold it and I never actually raced it, so it doesn't matter. But
I mean, would you have the same
when I ran Porsche, we bought the cars from Porsche, factory race cars. They were back then they were like $350K a hit, and they had to be air freighted from Germany to Colorado. So by the time you're done, by the time we finished those cars, each one of those cars was about $450,000, and we had 3.
Okay, I think we're also getting to a different thing about racing in your class.
I actually don't respect people that mail order cars. Your example of a 64 Corvette and you build it in your backyard, I don't respect that at all unless you like actually did the work. If all you did was like order an engine, order a like all of the Chip Foose builds. I actually don't. I mean, I respect Chip Foose's design talent. I don't respect any of his builds because he doesn't build the fucking engine. He buys a crate engine. He buys fuel injection.
Then is that on the I guess doing it yourself, getting grease under your nails type of thing?
Well, you either built it or you didn't build it. If you assemble it, you can say I assembled it.
I agree with you. You can say I assembled it. For example, if I bought this exhaust for my car that gives it 10 extra horsepower, I'm not going to say I built it. I assembled it. Yeah,
you assembled it, right?
Okay. So I agree with you there. So,
or I have bolt-ons, right? Or I bolted this car together. I mean, and so I actually don't respect most hot rods because the hot rodder spirit's gone. I actually see more hot rod spirit in guys going out and buying like, piece of shit Euro cars and bringing them back to life with big blowers and shit on them. Like that's cool shit.
Here's, I think, what I would respect the most is if someone bought that 67 Impala that I was talking about from Supernatural. 67 Impala, worked on it themselves. There's not some bolt-on bullshit. There's no tuning bullshit. Yeah, I mean, it's carbureted, so you got to tune it yourself. But again, that's grease under your own nails. But when you're trying to bring about the full potential of a car as is, I think that's respectable. As soon as you take a 67 Impala and you shove a Corvette engine into it, it's not a 67 Impala anymore. It's something else. It's another beast entirely, right?
No, it's still a 67 Impala.
No, it's not. It's just a body on top of another engine.
No.
Okay, so if you took this was in one of the Fast and Furious movies, actually. I think it was, what was it, Tokyo Drift? They took that old 65 Mustang and shoved that
still a 65 Mustang.
Yeah, they took like a 65 Mustang and shoved a super engine into it, I think is what it was.
Well, actually, it was a Nissan. That was an RB25, I think.
Okay, yeah, so that one. They shoved that engine to it. Is it still a 65 Mustang or whatever year it was?
Still a 65 Mustang.
Is it though? I mean, the guts in it are completely different.
I mean, first of all, cars don't have guts. Second, cars don't have souls. It is what it is. It's a 65 Mustang. Now, you can say it's a 65 Mustang with a Nissan motor, but
I see the practicality in the way you're labeling it, and it makes sense. But the emotion in me, which is, I guess, Glenn would say, that's the feminine side. Don't talk about that. But I'm like, I don't know if that's still a Mustang or not anymore. Is the motor the heart of it, or is the body the heart of it? There's
no such fucking thing as a heart in a car. It's it's an assembly of parts that goes around a track, hopefully, and doesn't break.
Okay, so then would you call it a Mustang with a Nissan motor?
I would
or
call
you
it a
call
Mustang.
Or would
I
you
call
call
it
it
a
a
Mustang.
Nissan motor surrounded by a Mustang body? Which one would you call it?
Aren't both the same exact thing?
Well, yeah, they would both say the same exact thing, but the way you describe it, I guess, would
That doesn't change the way you described it. You just described it the same way both times. To you, it may mean something different, but I bet if you said that to just somebody off the street, they'd be like, yeah, it's a Mustang with a Nissan motor. Who
I
cares?
think you're right. I think it's mostly a sentimental thing. Because I prefer JDM, I would say, oh no, that's a Nissan now. And because someone else would prefer American Muscle, they would say, no, that's still a Mustang. You just bastardized it into a Nissan motor.
Did they, though? You know that Mustangs came with inline sixes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they just swapped a
Yeah, it's
Japanese
just different
inline
inline six. Yeah. Still 6-cylinder Mustang.
Well, shit. Why don't we make all of them like that then?
You can buy a 65 Mustang body today, brand new from Ford. It's part of their I don't think they call it the Heritage program.
I'm so upset right now that I have no argument to that.
What are you upset about now?
It's just he made so much sense. It's absolutely correct.
Mm.
Well, I mean, I did this. I mean, I like other people talk about things, but I literally did this every day for a couple of decades.
So you guys just imagine like Grid was Vin Diesel.
I have too much hair, bro.
He lived his life a quarter mile at a time.
I don't live my life a quarter mile at a time.
Not anymore.
So I did. I didn't discriminate though. Like I built a lot of drag cars for people. I built my personal car would easily run 10s. And I changed cars a lot. I had a street race car that was like it was probably 10 years ahead of anybody in my area. Like not even kidding a little bit. I built a Honda that changed the rules in NYRA. It literally because of my influence on another and the work that I did.
I think I saw that YouTube video about that because I was watching videos on things that changed the rules, and one of them was like the what was it, the rear spoiler changing degrees and stuff like that, and so there was like a list of things that changed the rules. Holy moly, are you one of the ones that did that?
I was one of the ones. Well, I mean, I changed a lot of rules. That's what I do. Again, I destroy worldviews. So,
sheesh.
So I in what was it? It was probably 90. No. Probably 2000, 2001. NYRA, which was the National Import Racing Association, which was only formed because NHRA would not let the imports run, and they wouldn't. And at the time, they claimed that they couldn't certify their cages down to like 8 seconds or whatever. So NYRA came about, and then IRA came about, and what and one of the things that happened early on is that they had no fucking clue. So I had I was working in road racing and I had access to a lot of technology. And one of the pieces of technology that we had were these ECUs from a company called DTA in Europe, and they were being used in a German touring car series. And they had traction control, boost control, anti-lag, all of that. And we're talking about this is like 20 years before most people had this stuff available, right? Like, and actually the most systems didn't have any of the things I just talked about easily available or readily available to them until like 2000. So this was like probably like 02. Most people didn't have the same technology available to them until 05, 06, 07 into 08. So So one of the things I did is I built this Civic, and it had a turbo motor. It was what we considered a non-VTEC B16. So the Civic Type R in Japan had a B16 that was non-VTEC. It was a very specialized motor, but they didn't sell that here. So you could buy it, and so we bought one and put it in this Civic, and we used Integra hub ends or Integra axle ends to stub axles, whatever, to convert the Civic Type R transmission to the existing Civic hubs. But we also, when we did that, we also got wheel speed sensors on the front and rear. So once I had wheel speed sensors on the front and rear, I had traction control. And we used traction control in a very interesting way, and that is that we would two-step up. So on the line, we would build, say, 13, 14 pounds of boost. And that was in that car, that I think that was like 250 horsepower, which is way more than you could launch a Civic on. But because I had access to the wheel speed sensors and because I had this advanced ECU in there, what I did is I went in and I set up the ECU allowed me a percentage of wheel slip, okay, front to rear. So if the front wheels are not slipping and the rear wheels are slipping, it would retard timing, and it would also open a valve. The valve opened the pop-off valve or blow-off valve using a solenoid. So basically, the turbo's still building all the boost it can build, and the valve is just letting just enough of it out to hold the horsepower down. So even though the turbo's blowing enough air through to make 15 or 16, 17 pounds of boost, the pop-off valve is bleeding that air off. So we're actually only making about 7 pounds of boost, and it's way faster than anything else that you could do. And Indy cars use this actually. And so the launch procedure for that CRX was to put it in first gear, mat it, put both feet to the floor, clutch and throttle, and just let it fucking go. Just let out on the clutch. That's all you had to do. And the car would just fucking leave. And after that, they banned traction control in Naira and Ira.
That's what I was about to ask. So did they ban you for that?
Oh, they banned the shit out of it. That car ran a 10-2 at Fallon, which is pretty.
Of course they banned Grid, because Grid was the one that was doing all the shit. He was in the gray area with the rules. That's the thing.
He was pushing it, right?
Yeah, right. So here's the thing. I come at this with a different point, right? Because I raced for manufacturers. So typically the rules kind of trickle down into where Grid raced, and Grid had to actually look at what he could possibly do to make his car faster. In every single way, he had to look and spend a shitload of money to make his car faster, because he has to kind of follow in those rules. So this is why I joined the panel, is because this is what I'm saying. I can look at this from looking at Grid's standpoint, and he's 100% correct, by the way, in everything that he just said. But you always need to go faster, and the only way that you go faster is you envelop the gray area until they say, okay, wait, now hold on, stop it, we're going to ban you.
Right.
Or
yeah.
That's really what it is.
Yeah, I saw a video on that about the whole, tweaking the spoilers that were, they changed based on what turn you were in and stuff like that. I watched this whole video about that and how all that stuff was banned, and that's why I was like, "Hey, Grid One, were you a part of that? Like, did you do those things?"
Like, in World Challenge in 2002, I think it was. I was in World Challenge. I was running the Mazda 626 with David Leslie driving and for Albert Mirko, and we had two of these cars. One had been built by somebody who knew what they were doing, and one had been copied very poorly by people who didn't really know what they were doing. And that it was a heavier car. They used the wrong size tubing because they just overbuilt it too much because they were, they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't understand why you use a smaller diameter tubing and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, So the really good, so I took the good car was for the pro David to drive, and I took that car all apart. I put it all back together. We put a flat plane. So part of my job, my entire career basically was based around me being able to read a rule set and see what I could argue was legal or not legal.
Yep.
So I get there, and this is a car that has been developed. It's been run. It's never finished higher than I think 5th, maybe, in the entire time the car's existed. When I got there, the first thing I did is the car had already been it had taken a little bit of damage at Lime Rock to the front, to the front. So it was already getting repainted. So what I did is I took the brand new fenders and I mounted them on the car, and then I slotted the mounting holes, and then I took a hammer and I went down the ridge of the fender and I pushed everything down, and then I slid it back in so that the hood line looked right, and I lowered the hood down. So what that did was that effectively lowered the front profile of the car. Even though it looked stock and their stock fenders are all stock pieces, I effectively lowered the front of the car. I've also pushed the fenders down a little bit, and we're only talking about probably a 1/4 of an inch effective, right? But that 1/4 of an inch aerodynamically meant something. And then
that is the epitome of gray area. I fucking love it.
Right? Oh, dude, they after that car ran, and we ran 3 races in that car. After that, like there was a list of rules. So I'll go over it in just a second. So I did that. I then sealed the hood to the car with from underneath with foam blocks, and then during the race we would tape the hood and bumper shut so that there was no air, so it was completely smooth. And
that's awesome.
I built an aluminum push bar. I took the front bumper out. I built an aluminum push bar like Rocket Sports used in the Trans Am cars, and then all of my splitter mounting went on that. The rule said that I could have a splitter that extended 2 inches from the furthest point of the front bumper at any given point. So I literally took a laser and drew a line on a piece of plywood mounted to the car, and then we cut that, and I used that to make a mold to build a carbon fiber splitter. And I used everybody else was using plywood. Plywood's very cheap, and we damage these things. I used honeycomb, Nomex honeycomb, and carbon fiber, and vacuum bagged the whole thing, and then heat treated it, or heat cured it rather. And this was like $1,000 under splitter. But the most important thing is it covered the complete underside of the car all the way back to the rear subframe. And that's what the rule said. The rule said I couldn't go back past the rear tire. The furthest I could go back was like a couple inches behind the front tire. Well, unfortunately for me, that's where the subframe ended. So if you looked under the front of that car, it looked like a modern Indy car or Formula, like a really nice. It looked really nice because it had a complete under tray from front to back, and that cleaned all of the air up underneath it. And then I took the oil tank, which had an AccuSump, which was mounted in the side of the car. I moved that back, put it under the car in front of the spare tire well because I needed more weight in the back of the car. There's too much weight in the front of the car. One of the things about front-wheel drive cars is they suck because the front does all of the work. It does all of the steering, all of the braking, and all of the acceleration, and the back is just a trailer. So I did a bunch of suspension work I'm not going to go into, but I completely redid the suspension, and then we all of a sudden the car started turning really well. And when we went to, I replaced every hose in it, which had been stainless steel braided hose, with XRP. I forget what they call it. They're super light, whatever hose. That's Nomex air braided or Nomex covered Teflon inner sleeve. So we saved 40 pounds in hose, right? And so, and that's a lot of hoe. I'm just telling you. Your
See,
average
this is-
hoe, that's a lot of hoe.
So are you telling me that all those videos I watched about rule breaking and all the street racing and all that stuff, you're the cause? Is that
No,
is
no,
that
no.
what I'm
Okay,
hearing?
all right, wait,
And
hold
I'm
on one
talking
second.
to
I'm
you
a
now?
participant.
One second. So here, this is John. This is what I'll say to you. If I actually had a race principle, I would actually genuinely want Grid to be the principal. The reason being is because he exploits the gray areas, and they are the reason, and he's the reason why they make the actual rules.
Yeah, I
that's
totally
that's the
agree.
thing. So
Yeah.
he, like he said, with plywood, it freaking hell, man. If we could have the opportunity when I was racing and manufacture like GTLM and all that stuff, if we could use that plywood exploit and all that stuff, they would absolutely do that. But see, that's the thing is Grid exploits the gray areas until he gets caught, and then they make a rule about it because
Well,
he
yeah,
was
that's
too
what I'm
fucking
saying
fast.
is I'm just shocked. I just watched a video about this. And I'm
Yeah.
like, man, people were super creative. And now I feel like I'm talking to one of those guys that was super creative and did that. And it's like, no way.
No,
So you-
Grid would be the Grid would just really quick. Grid would
Yeah.
be the race principle that I would want. I'm telling you.
Oh, 100%.
I wish I met Grid when I was racing, because I would race for him in 2 fucking seconds. Strictly because he knows what the fuck he's doing, and he can exploit.
I
all
did
that
crazy shit. Like we took so we had a Plexan, so we had Lexan front and rear windows. So the rear window,
That's hilarious.
I mean, and that's just the way that when I got there, that's the way the car was. So actually, no, the front window was glass, rear window was Lexan. So one of the first things I did was I put a plastic divider behind the driver, right?
Oh shit, that saved about 10 pounds right there.
And then, so the divider was just to reduce the air volume, and in the back, I drilled holes at all right. So aerodynamically, as the air comes over the car, it wants to separate at the rear. So generically, you would use a vortex generator to suck the air back down over the back of the car and onto the rear wing. The rear wing was absolutely useless to us because where it was mounted, the air, it didn't get any actual useful air.
Yeah.
So what I did was I took a 4-inch hole saw and I drilled holes in the bottom of that plexiglass window. So that created high pressure air coming off through the car, exiting out over the deck lid, which sucked the air coming back over the car down onto my wing. And now the rear wing worked in a front wheel drive car, which is very difficult to do.
So if I can ask you a question, and I'm talking about make, model, year. Okay.
Oh no, hold on. Let me finish my thing on it.
Oh yeah,
So
sure. Go ahead.
One of the last there are 2 other things that we did with that car that was a little bit unique. So for the front windshield, since again we pulled the windshield out, I built standoffs all the way around the window, because this is a typical modern sedan window that's recessed and has a lip at the top for the rain to flow through, right?
Yep.
On each side, it has, it just wasn't completely smooth across. So what I did is I built standoffs, and then I pulled the window out, bolted it back down, and then ran silicone all the way around it and made it perfectly smooth in the front. Again, what I was trying to do is I needed air. Also, we had a cowl induction. So as the air came over the hood, we would get the air through the cowl induction. The separation of that air would go over the car back onto the rear wing. And again, this was all just to look, it was a Mazda 626. It's a limousine in a field of tiny cars, like Honda Civics, Integra Type Rs. We're literally the biggest car out there, right? Like we actually made the BMW, the 3 Series look like huge. I mean, they made us look like we were gigantic.
What
car.
made you race that car? Because that car
That was the
just does
car
not
the
look like
team
a race
had.
car.
That's what when I showed up, that's what they
Bro,
had.
if you could make that car a race car, I
We
have
got
no
pole
doubts in
position,
your
bro. What are
abilities.
you
at
talking
all.
about? Can I make it a good race
Well,
car?
see,
We got
here's the
pole-
thing, right? Is you can literally make any car a race car. You can make any car a race car. But the thing
No, you
is
can't. A
that
Chevy 350 van?
you
Come on now.
yes, you can absolutely make it a race car. You absolutely can. What are you talking about? Dodge put the Hellcat engine into one of their
Renault put an
SUVs.
F1 engine into a minivan.
Right. And see, here's the thing, right? So this is where this is the one thing, this is what I loved. I loved the BMW M5 back in the day because it used an F1 engine. Because it screams so fucking loud. But the downside of it, and this is where BMW got their bad reputation, is because it's an F1 engine. It's not meant to be just driven on the road. They always break down. You always have to replace the rods and all that stuff. But the thing is that if you actually look at it, every single one of the cars, regardless of whatever make it is, all the racing aspects, they all trickle down into the actual production cars.
Yeah, true.
They all do. Every single car does. That's why you have it typically in Asian car manufacturers. That's why you have the continuously variable transmission, because it can always move. And that's why the continuously variable transmission is banned in racing, because it can go into any gear that you want at any point in time. So if you're going to an apex, right, and you're in, let's say that you're in 6th gear, you're going into an apex, you're going in 6th gear, and then you need to drop down 3 gears because you need to brake hard. Well, guess what? Once you press that brake pedal, the CVT is already understanding what you're doing, and it's dropping down 3 gears, so you're even faster. See, this is the thing. This is what Grid does, is because he fucking had to actually exploit all of the rules that he had in his and whatever racing tier that he was in. He had to exploit those rules, so he freaking knew what to do. He spent a shitload of money on doing it, and that's why he was faster on the track. And that's why all the other racing teams said, this guy's faster, so we need to make some rules against him. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. So because of all my shenanigans with the 626, because we had a really good showing at Sears Point. We were outside pole at Portland. We were. I think we were. And we almost we had a transmission failure, or we would have won at Portland. And then at Laguna, we were leading the race when we went out with the brake failure. The crossover pipe and the brake caliper cracked, which was a common problem for Alcon calipers at that time. But because we had such good success, so we were so much faster than what we should have been. The very next, and I couldn't do it mid-season, literally the next year, you could not tape or seal engine compartments. You could, or trunks, or any of the body openings could not be sealed. That was the first thing. There was that was dead aimed at me because I was the only one doing it. And we even used body color tape, so it blended in. You couldn't really tell. We weren't allowed to drill. We weren't allowed to drill holes in the windows to relieve the air pressure.
Right.
There's literally a lot of the stuff I did with that car. They were like, nope, can't do that anymore. Can't do that anymore. Can't do that anymore. And it was really pretty cool. It was really.
So how do you?
And I'd actually already left the team at that point, so I wasn't even there anymore. I moved on.
How do you feel about how cars are being more and more digitized? I guess drive-by-wire and such.
I'm putting fly-by-wire in my airplane, so I'm okay.
Well, but for me personally, it's like if I can't fix it and I don't know how it works, I don't know how to deal with this thing.
Well, see
So if
here.
I'm looking at newer vehicles where it's drive by wire and something breaks and the throttle doesn't work, there's no throttle cable for me to mess with now, and now I'm
So,
confused.
okay, so John, wait 1 second, because I actually want to answer your question because I do this for a living.
Yeah, sure.
So, all cars at the moment right now, they operate on literal IP addresses. So that's why when you're driving along and then something fails, that's when you see something pop up on your display. That's when you see something pop up on your dashboard, whatever it is. They all operate on IP addresses. So the thing is that it is actually better to drive your car on a digital on a digital system versus actually on a physical system, because when a physical system breaks, that means you're just stuck on the side of the road. But
No,
when
it doesn't, because if,
yes,
for
it does.
example,
Yes, it does.
if a throttle cable broke, I could take my shoelace, tie it to the pedal, and then hook it up to whatever. It's all mechanical, which means as long as I can make the mechanics work, it works. If it's digital, it means as soon as it breaks, that's copper wire or something that's broken. That's a sensor that's broken. That's something I can't deal with.
Oh, all right. So that's okay. So I'll grant you that. Now, let's say that you're driving that car that you tied a shoelace to.
Right.
What are you gonna eventually have to change?
Well, I'll have to replace the cable, obviously.
Right, exactly. But what I'm saying to you is that on a digital system, is that the car can actually go into the what people call limp home mode. The car can actually protect itself, because let's say that you tied that shoelace and all that stuff, but if something's not working correctly, then it can actually mess up other things. But what the digital system does is that it actually prevents you from breaking
So,
the other
yeah,
thing.
you're saying it prevents it from breaking itself even further, because if I'm
Correct.
forcing a
Yep.
throttle open when it doesn't,
So
right? Okay, but from a fully analog vehicle, for example, the '67 Chevelle, where it's carbureted and everything,
Yep.
everything is fully mechanical, which means if I open the throttle,
which
the
means you get
carburetor
stuck on the side of the road.
Exactly
well,
right.
but
Exactly,
if I
Grid.
open the throttle,
Exactly,
the
Grid.
carburetor
Yep, you get
should
stuck
open
on
a
the
certain
fucking
amount of.
side of the road.
But all of that is fixable by me. I
All right.
don't have to resort to some specialist, right?
I mean, people say that all the time, but then they have constant problems with carburetors because carburetors suck.
They do suck. That's why that you see absolutely
So
no
here,
race
let me
that uses
explain to you how
carburetors.
easy this is for me to fix, right? So, as a matter of fact, I have actually probably a really good example. So, long time ago, seems like anyway, I had a WRX client.
Gay? I'm sorry, I'm just
and
kidding. I'm kidding.
it was an STI, so it was even more gay.
I used to have it.
It was an STI, so it was even more gay because it had the pink logos everywhere.
Did he have 2 dogs? Did he have 2 dogs?
But and the guy, the guy had spent a lot of money with me to build, what was it was a almost reliable 600 horsepower STI. And it was fly by wire, which meant that we had to use an ECU to control that. I had to program that and all of that. So the interesting thing about fly by wire is it almost never fails. And if it does fail, it's because of something that could get you killed.
Right.
It's, something like your throttle pedal is sticking, your throttle blade is sticking.
So you're saying it's more reliable?
It detects something out of parameters before it actually fails.
Yep,
Okay.
exactly.
And it limits you. So what it does is it engages limp home mode, which only allows you like 2,000 RPM or whatever, so you can get home.
A certain non-life threatening mode. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get home. You're not going to hopefully won't damage the motor.
That's what I was saying. Limp home mode.
And then you're done. So I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but even when I've had throttle pedals go bad, the car will still respond. It's just, you're not going to be doing 70 home. But
and maybe you can correct me on this, but it's because of my experience on the motorcycle. Throttle cable breaks. I can't go anywhere. Obviously I can push it home, or I can tie a shoelace to the throttle.
Maybe.
And
maybe you
make
can.
it home.
Maybe you can.
I have.
Where did your cable break? I just had a hood cable break on my So I have a Mini Cooper.
Yeah.
Which is
It's actually my wife's car, but I have a Mini Cooper. My wife likes them. I actually now have 3 of them, but that's a long story. And I closed the hood one day, and the hood cable broke. The hood release cable broke.
Yeah.
If
The
that
cable
happened,
that broke for me was the clutch. That's what it was. I couldn't
Yeah.
clutch in to change gears on the motorcycle. Tied my shoelace to it because it had broke so far down the line that I couldn't even grab it to pull with my hand as if it was still a clutch. So, yeah, I just tied my shoelace to it, and yeah, I was able to drive
I don't
home
think
and
you can
shift
do that in
gear.
the car. I
Yeah,
think it'd
not
be
in a
really
car.
interesting thing.
But that's
Yeah.
why I'm trying to equate this is with because what you're telling me is there's all
But
these
again,
benefits on the car, and I'm like,
I don't think
okay,
I don't
see
think that you can make that claim.
No,
I'm
I
not
don't
going
think
all
you
night.
make
I'm
the
about
claim
to end
either.
Intel Wild. I'm just about had it. So
I agree.
but there's no benefit to owning. Well, all right. So I talk to people a lot about this kind of nonsense where they say, well, my old whatever car, I can work on it with a screwdriver and a pair of pliers. And that's probably true. You probably need some sockets and stuff too. But okay, we'll give you hand tools. Can your car tell you if you have a bad cylinder? Because a modern car can.
Yep.
Can it tell you that your fuel pressure is low? No, it can't.
Correct.
So while you're sitting there thinking you have a carburetor issue when you truly have a fuel pump issue or a clogged fuel filter, or your tank isn't
modern
picking up
car would
right,
be able to tell you exactly what it is.
a modern car will tell you exactly what's wrong with it.
Okay,
Correct.
I can see that.
And here's the thing, right? Is John, everything that you're saying, I understand that you're just making the argument, but Grid actually did this for a living, and
I
he
did it with old
knew-
cars and new cars. I mean, I don't have anything.
Well, yeah, and that's
specifically against
why I'm asking is
old new
because
Right.
I was of this preconception that more analog cars that you could work that the common layman could work on by himself.
I don't think
was
the common
more-
layman can.
Well, the I don't know what you call them. People like me that could work on them by themselves.
Can you?
I felt like it would be more viable than going with a digital car that all of a sudden I couldn't work on, and maybe that's just my own bias. But that's why I'm asking you. Is
Do you not have a modern car? What do you drive?
So my wife's car is a 2016 Mazda 3, and she bought
Okay.
me a motorcycle. So that's why I got a motorcycle. There's nothing digital on that except for the fuel injection, which, by the way, I will never give up the fuel injection on a motorcycle. That's way too sweet to give up. But when I'm looking at
Your dash isn't digital. You don't have a check engine light. You don't have a
I got a check engine light and stuff like that. The
yeah.
dash
So,
is not
so
digital,
somewhere on
but-
there, there's a diagnostic port where I can plug into that ECU and see everything there is to know
Right.
about
And
that.
so when we're looking at buying a truck, and that's the question I was going to ask you earlier is what model, make, and year truck would you buy? Because I'm looking at all of these forums and stuff, and everyone is saying, okay, anything prior to 2016 of the Toyota Tundra TRD is the best car. And when I look at why, and they're talking about kind of what we're talking about now, it's stuff you could still work on yourself. And people are saying, oh, well, the 2024 one has all these digital things. You can't work on it yourself, but it doesn't fail that often.
Yeah, I don't listen to morons. First of all, I don't buy Toyotas.
Exactly. Yep. You don't buy Toyotas. 100%. You don't buy Toyotas.
I mean, unless you hate money. If you hate money, then buy a Toyota because you're not going to have it.
And so I've been trying to convince her because my friend bought a 2016 Dodge Ram Texas edition with like the brown leather interior and like it had fans in the seats that blow on your back so you don't sweat. It was amazing.
Was that the big ranch thing? The big ranch?
Yeah, I mean, we were towing his car back to his family's house and I was driving and I thought some asshole in a Toyota was like tailgating me. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to pass this guy. So I floored it past the guy in front of me and I look in my rearview mirror and there's still this Toyota asshole. I'm right on my ass. And then I realized, oh, that's right. I'm towing his car. That's his car that's on my ass. And it was like, man, that Dodge Ram was so powerful that I didn't even realize we were towing another 2,000-pound car behind us. Like, so but she's like, no, Toyota all the way. And I'm like, but listen, just try the Ram. Like, I'm not all for it, but it's the only American truck I ever drove. And it was actually very amazing.
So
Worth considering.
I personally drive most days a 2014 Chevy
Moped.
Silverado
Oh, okay.
Z71.
You said moped.
Yeah, I have the Z71 package. What do they call LT? No, it's not LT. LTZ. LTZ with the 6.2 liter motor, and I could have gotten the 5.3. It would have saved me a little bit of money, but I really wanted the bigger motor, and so that's what I have. In theory, people will tell you not to buy the trucks past whatever year because of the cylinder disable technology, or the what do they call it, displacement on demand. I have not had any trouble, but I also do not follow the factory recommendations for the oil. That oil that almost every factory recommends now is too light.
Yeah, that's what I read in almost every forum is don't follow factory oil recommendations.
Yeah. So I've been running 530, and I should probably have put 540 in for summer, but to be honest with you, I haven't been really towing as much as I normally do and that sort of thing.
And
so
why did you choose Chevy? Because the reason I would choose Dodge, and this might be my ignorance, the reason I would choose Dodge is because back in the 60s or 70s, when everyone was going with the fuel economy stuff, Dodge came out with their brand new V8 Hemi, and they were like, nah, power, pedal to the metal, and it like saved their company from going under because they were like,
Chevy had already had the power. And Ford already had the power. Dodge,
but they were pulling back from it. They were all of their cars and trucks were like pulling back from power in order to save on fuel economy.
Dodge actually copied Ford and Chevy because that's what they always do. They copy Ford and Chevy with everything.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I have a personal I have a personal dislike for Dodge right now. So I'm it's very hard to make me think objectively about them.
Yeah. Well, talk me away from the Toyota TRD Tundra or Tacoma.
Well, I mean, they just use a lot of gas. They're very inefficient. They're they don't have the power for the weight of the vehicle, my opinion. Their towing is very low. They eat brakes. They're kind of service hogs, which I don't understand why more people don't complain about it, because if it were me, I'd complain about it all the time.
Okay, so let me put it this way. If the Toyota was a woman, right, and all those complaints you just gave, she's high maintenance, all this other stuff, but she's going to last the rest of your life, would you still buy it?
What the
Why do you think it's going to why do you think one's going to last the rest of your life? This is my problem with the Toyota crowd. Why do you think that? I mean, look, because 150 other people got lucky. What about the 30,000 other vehicles that were sold that maybe weren't so lucky?
Yep, exactly.
I reject. So my brother has a Toyota Tundra V8.
Yeah, I'm probably biased because of the MR2s I owned, but yeah. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. Do you know a guy named Ryan Patterson?
I do not.
Oh, he's a big MR2 guy. He's had like 50 of them.
Well, that doesn't bring me any confidence. If you can own 50 MR2s, like, shouldn't one of them?
I mean, he buys them and sells them, and then buys them and sells them, and then and he's like, "Oh, I really want another MR2," and I'm like, "But you've sold the last 3 you had. Why do you want one?"
See, here's the thing. This is what I will say. If you, my man, John, come on, you have an MR2. That's almost as degrading as owning a Mazda Miata. Like, what the hell are you doing, man? Come on.
First of all, not degrading. Second of all, I will say though, after me and my wife got married, her Mazda 3, whatever hatchback, it's a 6-speed. like I've never enjoyed a car more. It's so reliable as a Mazda, and I was like, I never thought Mazda was good for anything except the RX-7, and then I thought it fell away. But like, no, like they're still churning out some good
Hold
cars.
hold on.
I won't
grant
get the
you.
Barbie Miata.
No,
but
no,
I will. I'm okay
I
with
will
this.
grant
Oh,
you.
the
No,
new the NC Miata, that which is not a Miata, the NC MX-5 is banger.
Yeah, it is.
And you can
I
put the
do
big motor in.
like how it looks, but I'm not a woman, so I won't drive it.
The new Fiat based or the Fiat shared MX-5, I don't like it at all, honestly. It looks weird. But the NC, I have an MB and I still have one of the NC race cars.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with Miata.
Yeah, but
mainly because they look like
here's the
loaded
thing,
farms.
race cars, it doesn't really matter because they're not really stock. So that's the thing. But
They
what I
just
will
look
say
that
is,
way.
what I will say is that Mazda actually has a really good gearbox. They actually have a really good transmission. I will grant you
But
that.
do they have a good truck for example a
No,
a
so I would.
homestead? We're trying to go with a homesteading thing. That's the type of truck we're
Where
looking
where are you located in the country?
for. San Antonio, Texas.
Oh shit!
And my name and my
You're a
social
Ford
security number
F-150,
is
bro. Just like everybody else.
Exactly. Get a Ford F-150, dude.
Literally everybody else in your neighborhood has an F-150.
No. I've
Get a
looked
Ford.
into F-150.
Get a Ford.
I've driven them for a year. No, it fell apart so fast. After 80,000 miles, the thing was garbage. I couldn't
Even
drive
still, get a Ford. Doesn't matter. Get a
No,
Ford.
no, I'd rather get a Ram or a Tacoma. Anything that lasts longer than a year is going to be better than a Ford.
Yeah, but you still have to go to Toyota
Go
to
Ram.
get all that
I don't
shit
know.
done, man.
Well, that's why I
would
was
say Ram.
saying.
Wait. Hold on.
I
why not
missed my Ram truck.
Wait,
I had a Ram
There it is.
2007 1500 extended crew cab lifted. Oh my god, I love
my
it.
Dude,
God,
that's
it's
what I'm talking
2:30.
about.
Right?
Wait,
And
hold on.
then
I'm gonna
I
read
love
these
that
super
damn
chats
thing.
and I'm kicking you guys out.
But
Alright,
then,
yeah,
and then
Glenn,
yeah, kick me
I'll
out.
jump
It's
back
alright.
on
and then I
your
had
show.
a
We can
I
talk
also
about
had
it.
a Ford F-150 extended cab, you know. Fucking hated that shit. It actually died on me in Vegas, and I fucking hated that damn thing.
Wait, hold on.
So
Wait, Greg. Wait,
I've only
hold on,
ever had
Glenn.
one Ford pickup, so I don't know. What's that?
Wait, Glenn.
Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Glenn, what do you drive now?
Harley Davidson.
No, I need a truck. You don't drive a Harley Davidson as your daily.
I drive my Harley Davidson everywhere.
No shit, really. So, but what's your
Yes.
okay? So, what's your second vehicle? What do you drive?
I have
Another
a
Harley Davidson.
well, I do have another Harley Davidson.
I have another Harley.
But no, I have a
Well, if you own one, you need two.
1967 Ford Mustang.
Okay,
But
okay. All right. So
it's
it's a Ford.
It's a project car right now.
It's a fucking
Oh,
Ford.
you let me down.
It's a
Glenn. You
what
let me
car?
down.
John, this is what
I have
me and
a
Grit
Ford
said.
Mustang.
Get
What-
a
but
Ford
67.
F-150 on
What
that.
did you say it
Get a
is?
Ford F-150.
It's a project.
Project car. I got you.
Yeah,
Somebody was
it-
asking if you can still buy the bodies. Yeah, you can buy them from Ford. Ford has their like heritage or whatever program, and they sell.
or
brand
you
new
could go to
bodies.
fucking Kansas and go out there and pick them up like at almost in
Yeah,
every
barn finds.
Yeah,
man.
Glenn's
They're
not wrong.
all those
Glenn's
damn
not wrong.
like they're. That's where I bought this one. I was like, they're at every freaking like storage unit.
But
Everybody
Glenn,
has all
would
these
you
old-ass
prefer
cars
that
in
your truck was all analog or had digitized stuff on it though? You know, that's what my
I
concern
prefer
was.
analog. Honestly, I don't.
Right, because I could fix it myself, right? Or I could hire one of you, Mexicans to fix it for me for like $5,
Oh,
right?
Well, first of all, I'm Italian.
Wait, hold
Okay,
on,
okay,
hold
$10.
on,
I will
hold
stab
on.
you and bury you in the
Fucking
fucking.
motherfucker.
All right, I'm going to read these super chats. I'm going to kick you out. Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics, $5. Ain't nothing stock about a stock car. That is true.
Yep.
Especially the closer it looks to stock, the less stock it is.
Only
Just look
stock car race I went to, I had mud flung at my face, and I was so happy about it.
No,
So
that sounds like a late model race on a dirt track. Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics for another big $5. Grid One, you own 3 Mini Coopers. I do. I don't. It just happened. They're like fucking
It's his
rabbits.
wife's car. It's his wife's cars.
Please
did you
turn
ever
in your
see
man
that
card
movie
immediately.
with all the
Nah,
Mini
it's my wife's car.
Coopers?
Actually,
that movie?
I refute this, and I give you as example one the Italian Job. So
The
shut
Italian
the fuck
Job.
up.
That's
the
what I'm
Italian
talking
Job?
about.
Hell
Those
yeah.
are the
Shut
mini,
the
Hell
fuck
yeah.
up.
the little mini poopers.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they got them added.
They're all turbo. I mean, that well, the two of them are turbo. One of them supercharged. So I don't.
And
I
they
don't
carried
have
like
in the
1,500
Italian
pounds
Job, they
of
were
gold
so
each, so
modded.
they could easily carry your wife, Mr. Boulay. Boom.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
there's no. Yeah, you know what? That's what they used to carry the gold. And
Hey, don't
the
talk
Italian Job.
shit about Mr. Boulay. What the fuck? Mr. Boulay. Don't talk shit about him.
Mister,
Yeah, I don't know about it. I don't know what I'm
It's the
talking
Mister Man.
about.
The car you can tip over by itself. I don't think you can tip a Mini Cooper over that. They're pretty.
Yeah, they're pretty good because they're BMWs, and Grid
Ugh.
hates to admit it. He hates to admit it.
And you know what? That's
BMWs
the
are
exact reason why
fantastic.
there's so much trouble.
Yes, I agree with you. They are trouble, but
They're nothing
BMWs are
but.
so fucking good. They're good. They're good.
Yeah, it would have been better if they'd left the British engine in it, but they didn't. They had to, you know, the Mark One. I have a Mark One, and it has the original British Leyland engine in it. That
Oh yeah, that's
when
cool.
BMW
Actually,
bought the
that's
project.
really that's good as fuck. That's cool.
Yeah, but the N18 engine and N16 engines that they use in the SUV, it shares the engine with the SUVs and the BMWs. They're fucking trash.
Yeah, they
Trash.
are. The transmission is good though. The transmission is so fucking good. This is
Yeah,
why,
but it's an ASIN. It's not even a get trash or anything. It's a fucking ASIN Japanese transmission that Volkswagen developed.
Right, you're right.
Pardon me, Kia paid to develop it, and then Volkswagen did something to get it, and now.
See, this is the thing, is BMW partner with Toyota to make the Supra. By the way, anyone who owns a Supra that is built on a Z4 production line,
come on,
it's a fucking Z4. It's a Z4. But here's the thing. BMW built all that shit because Toyota couldn't build a fucking engine to save their fucking lives because they use 25-year-old
Toyota never
engines.
builds their own engines.
No, that's all disinformation. No one listens.
No, it's not. It's not disinformation.
Do you know who built? Do you know who built the 1JZ and the 2JZs? Do you know who built those?
Let me guess. It's BMW.
No,
it's not.
You guys don't know this?
It's the daggum Nazis, wasn't it?
Wait, no.
Yamaha.
Yeah, it was Yamaha. That's
okay. They used to literally say Yamaha on the timing cover.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say that I knew that. Grid knew it before that I did, but it was Yamaha. Yamaha actually did.
Well, my Toyota MR2 had a 2ZZ, so it's not a 2JZ, it's 2Z. It's the same engine that's in the Lotus Elise and Lotus Exige. So, it's just saying
those cars are fucking garbage. So,
but I'm taking a personal offense now.
They do have a lot of problems.
I'm so offended by that.
Toyota pays Yamaha and Suzuki to build engines for them.
Yep. Exactly right. And this is why, and they still haven't paid them enough. This is why
Yamaha does build the 3S GTE as well. That you're accurate about that. That is
this is why
Toyota hasn't had a new engine for 25 years. They haven't had a single new engine in 25 years. Not a single one.
Toyota stole the engine for the 4AG. It's such a blatant copy of the Cosworth BDA that the head gaskets fit and you can interchange all the parts.
I'm learning so much right now. And so much of it is
Yamaha did build the Ford SHO motor. That's correct. Yamaha's a badass company, man.
So who what parent company is for is it Renault or is it
Renault? It's pronounced Renault.
Oh, Renault. Is it pronounced Renault? No. So me and my wife, we went to Iceland for our honeymoon and we were driving around. We rented it was a four-wheel drive diesel 5-speed SUV. I don't think it was Renault. It was
well, there's
start with a D.
Daci.
Maybe.
Yeah, that
car was a lot of fun to drive around until it started
pinging.
Yeah, until it started pinging us like, oh, you need to refill the whatever diesel extra oil thing. It's like it's not gas and it ain't coolant. It was like some other thing. And I was like, I ain't refilling that nonsense. I don't know what this is. But that was a fun car to drive.
Do you know who? So just for bonus points before I end the stream, does anybody know who built the Corvette ZR1 motors? Anyone? The original one.
Oh, that's that one guy.
Was it,
C4.
That one
was
guy
it-
did.
For the
Wait,
C4 Corvette.
Was it what? Actually, I could be wrong on this, but was it Ferrari?
It was not.
I think
You'll
his name
never
was John
get it.
Smith.
You're never
Yeah.
gonna fucking get it. I promise you, you're not.
Suzuki.
No.
Damn it.
Mercury Marine.
No way.
way. No
Look it up.
way. Really?
No
Google
way.
is your friend.
How did they fail?
How did who? Mercury Marine makes badass shit.
No, but
Mercury
Mercury
Marine
is no
makes
longer
good
around,
engines.
just like Pontiac. They're
Mercury
gone.
is
No, Mercury
Mercury's
is
still
still
around?
very much around. Yes, they are.
not Mercury, the
bullshit.
car company. First of all, Mercury was a brand by Ford, not Chevy. Mercury Marine is a marine engine company.
Well, right,
It's
but
just-
just like
it's the
just
same
like
thing as
Pontiac
Lincoln.
failed
Lincoln
and
is still around
disappeared.
because Ford allows it. That's
I ain't
the
see-
thing.
Yeah, I ain't seen Mercury cars coming around any day
But
now.
but Mercury Marine never made cars. They only make boat motors. And they use all GM base.
But hold on, time out. The Mercury Cougar, which is supposed to be
That's
kind
not
of
has
like
nothing
the,
to do with Mercury
Mitsubishi
Marine.
Eclipse.
Why how is this so hard for you to get?
Is
Mercury
not the-
Marine is a completely different company than Mercury the automobile brand.
Oh, okay.
It's for the fourth time. But anyway, yeah, Mercury Marine built all of those beautiful ZR1 motors. So, and the engine in my boat, my wife's boat, is a 7.4 liter Mercury Marine, which is basically a 454 Chevy. So, badass. Yeah. But anyway, that's who built all those beautiful ZR1 motors. So, yeah, cool. Neat stuff. I have a lot of weird knowledge banging around in my head.
Yeah, so here I'm gonna take this this point in time in the stream to say, you guys better like this fucking stream to get Grid 1 on the absolute algorithm on YouTube. Like the stream, just like it. It's very simple. Here's the thing. Even Glenn Lawrence liked the stream, just like the stream.
Even Glenn.
What does that mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Even
Glenn.
Glenn.
You like nothing.
Even Glenn liked the stream, and he's on the panel. Like the stream.
That's great. You guys are awesome. All right, get out of here. Go away. Get off my lawn. We'll talk
Get off
racing
his
another time.
lawn, you motherfuckers.
You
Get off
won't
his
see me
lawn.
Thanks for
again
having
until at the earliest Monday afternoon, and I will see you all later. Bye.
See you guys.
Get off my lawn.